30 seconds.
In her division, and still looked like she undershot. So I think that's insane. So Mr. Rafael James Gabayan on stage, opening with 147. Oh, rather.
147. Yeah, it's a very quick. I'm not quite sure. It's going viral.
It is.
No lift. Loader same weight, 147.5 for Steven Rosete.
The depth has been a point of discussion for
Isaiah
everybody,
Gonzalez is
and
up next.
hard
Loaded for Steven
to
Rosete.
That's why we have
And it's a group effort for everybody here. Steven Tyler, second attempt. I'd say that's a considerable jump even for a squat. What is that?
12.5.
Yeah, 12.5.
That is a pretty big jump, but I trust that this is
Oh,
what he does in training.
No lift. Loader speed load 155 for Isaiah Gonzalez.
All for different
and
Gian
a
Ignacio
lot
is
of
up
reasons
next.
why they would call that, but I think the most obvious thing is that
The bar is
when it
loaded
gets back,
for Isaiah Gonzalez.
you know,
The bar is loaded for Gian Medina. No look. The bar is loaded for Elijah Capo.
Everybody, welcome back. Pardon us for being quiet for an entire flight, but I hope you guys enjoyed just the general strength and competition that was being shown on your screen. Big thank you to Prod for making this broadcast as smooth as possible despite everything. But so far, we've seen some pretty insane jumps. We've seen some really strong openers.
And just a quick recap, we also saw a record-breaking attempt. We missed it. His second attempt, Gian Medina, got 220. But of course, now we have Juan Dizon, 170 kilos on the bar.
Right now, though, Session 1 Flight G is looking to be on its way, 170 on really both these openers for Mr. Juan Manuel Dizon. Pretty convincing 170 in my opinion.
Very quick. I think he goes on IG as I think this is Manic Manoy. I'm so sorry
follow
if this isn't you.
Or
and I just
wait, I don't know.
random dude. But
Follow our athletes, by the
maybe,
way. Yeah.
maybe follow the athletes. Dan Telebrico now also taking 170. Again, this is our flight G now, the second session, all taking their openers. Also a very quick session. It looks like we only have 8 lifters here today for this flight at least.
I'm gonna tell you this now, though. I mean, while we were off air, you were telling me how things have been going, and I guess to rephrase what I said, this is Sub Junior. They're throwing this weight up pretty convincingly, pretty easily. You can't tell, though, by some of their jumps, either it's them and their coach mutually agreeing to some of these pretty ridiculous jumps, or on their own volition, it's like, nah, load that up.
I'm feeling good, just load it up, right? I mean, honestly, that's kind of what we want to feel in a meet. That's why we peak, that's why we taper, because we want to feel good. We want to feel confident when we hit these numbers, when we hit our openers. We want to be able to convince our coach put that heavier weight because coaches, usually they have a spreadsheet, they have a range. They have a range of what they want their athlete to hit. You want to go there and convince your coach to select that top end.
That is true. And, you want to not only convince your coach, but yourself that you can do it. Speaking of these big jumps, I'd like to reference what you said about Hiram yesterday, where those conservative but really measured jumps was a tell of an incredibly experienced lifter that knows he can hit these numbers consistently with no real issue and would still do so well for his totals.
Yep.
Right now we have Ino Cedric Calub with 180 on his back. Probably the biggest opener we've seen so far by the 83s, although I would not be surprised if it's going to keep ramping up.
That's a good lift for Ino.
Good lift for Ino Calub. Also, happy to announce that everyone in Flight F did get an opener, so everyone's going in to the bench session, at least for them, with that possibility of building a subtotal. Joshua Gaviola now 185 kilos for him.
And I gotta say, just looking over our stat sheet right now, some of these jumps are ridiculous, but like you said, usually the squat is your statement lift for the rest of the day, and to tell people that I'm gonna do as much as I can, as well as I can with these, I guess, indicative lifts. Buttery.
The smile on his face when he got that. I think he's feeling really good. He was smiling like as soon as he stood up with that. He just had a smile on his face. I think he's feeling really good.
And again, it's very telling, especially the walk out. I feel like is not just from the rack, but
you
like
can tell the body language if that lifter is like, oh, I'm gonna perform today. You can just tell.
yeah, and like it is a very physical sport, so there is a lot of physical tells, whether it is the walk towards, the walk out from the bar, and the walk off the stage. So many types of walks. But again, a big focus on Carl Sebastian Advincula, just teasing that 200 opener with 197.5, just 2.5 shy. He is about to let this thing rip. That look.
That's a good lift for Carl.
Really good opening attempt for Carl Advincula. Taking the same weight, we have Joshua Mata.
Another 197 opener here. A kilo difference between Advincula and Mata at the moment. So maybe if there is a potential tiebreaker between these two, that could be a factor because no spoilers, but some of these forecasted totals, as we mentioned, especially between number 3 to number 5.
Oh yeah, they're basically basically the same weight. And that's a good lift for Joshua Mata, and that's why it's really important to, as much as you can, go 6 for 6 in a meet. I feel like setting yourself up 6 for 6 puts you in the best position to take these chances when it comes to deadlift. And like you said, 1st to 5th right now, forecasted only 12.5 kilos apart. That's literally one missed lift. Missing one lift right now could cost you podium at this point. Our heaviest opener right now for Flight G, Linchu Pateo with 200 kilos.
Well, he's closing the deal on 200. He saw the 197s, but mind you guys, he is almost 10 kilos lighter than our previous lifters here, so our 74s are coming out to play with a convincing 3 white lights.
The bar is still dead for a little shot.
What's that? can't be allowed what?
You can't be lower than your weight class. You're 74. You can't do that. You have to be 74.05 or 01. You can't be anything below that.
Oh, so you have to make flat. Oh, okay.
Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Yeah.
Oh, but it's U74, not.
Yes, I thought it was U83.
Okay, well, we just had a little bit of a clarification on the rule set.
No, that's on me.
No, there's a purveyor of false information
Sorry,
on
and
the desk.
that was me, and I'm sorry. Anyway,
could've been me.
Elijah, you'd think, with all my years lifting that I'd have it all together, but that's a good lift now, and a pretty big,
That's a
it's
huge
sizable jump for him, 12.5, but he seems really good. He already put up his third in like lightning speed. I have no idea how he got his third up on the board already. 180 now for one.
The bar is loaded for one T-Zone.
Oh, he's already decided on.
He decided what his third would be in like a split
Oh my God.
second. I
just
feel like he
like-
didn't form yet, and he was already like loaded up. Anyway, 180 now. 10 kilo jump for one D-Zone.
Man. Yeah, maybe that's how he decided. Like, he just gave a glance to the, I believe,
Like
to
his
the other
hand there,
table.
you know, like his hand there had like 6 papers for different increments.
The preparation is insane, but like you mentioned, some of these jumps are quite big. That's
Very nice grind. He stayed really well on his quads. Like you'd think that wasn't gonna go up, but he just made sure to stay on his quads, just keep pushing, trying to stand up, and a very good grind. I know I can see them giving a third attempt. I'm gonna assume it's 185. I'm not sure if he's in contention for anything for them to do 182.5 and just like get as much kilos, and it looks like he put on
pretty
182.5 just trying to get his kilos in.
You know, that being said, like you said, there was a lot of discipline to just stay tight on the way up, especially when, as you've explained to me, his personal sticking point did look kind of obvious. But then, hey, he grinded it out, played it as well as he could, and now it's Dan Telebrico looking to dominate this 180 and not looking too difficult for him at all. And from our point of view, that looked like it was good depth. I'm not surprised if it's 3 white lights,
Yep.
and it is.
Really good lift for him. 190 now for Ino Calob. Another 10 kilo jump. Seeing a lot of 10 kilo jumps from our lifters right now. And looking at the list, right? We actually have a lot of lifters, a lot of juniors as well in flight H. So it's really just gonna come down to everyone just trying to get as much as their lifts in as possible, because you do have a little bit of a disadvantage lifting before your competitors, right? But
I feel like that can go two ways too. Like with supreme confidence, you could show the world that this is the
you
pace.
could actually, there have been cases where people in earlier flights have won over the later flights, right? So, Calob right now, men's junior 83, trying to take 190 with a 10 kilo jump.
Honestly, some of these second attempts are looking like first attempts to me.
That's our easiest second attempt yet. It seems like he has a lot of energy left in him. I'm wondering if they're gonna push for another 10 kilo, go somewhere between 5 to 7.5.
It could be possible, but they haven't decided just yet. Okay.
They've
You're right
gone
on the
for the
money.
10. Joshua Gaviola now. A bigger jump than last time, 50 kilo. But if I remember correctly, this is the lifter who had a very, very speedy opener. And
yeah.
went, I
That's
think
15.
the lifter who smiled at the top of his squat
Put it on the bar.
and went off the platform really confident. So I understand why he asked for this 15 kilo jump.
Kilo is gonna pay off. Locking in for it. Depth looks pretty good from the front, I think. And on the way up. had
2
no
to
real
1, and
issue.
it's a good lift.
Oh, surprisingly, it's one of the side referees to call a red light on that.
It could be, we were talking about this. Some lifters, they tend to shift towards their stronger leg.
Oh,
It
that's
could
right.
be maybe, obviously we can't see it from our ankle, but maybe he could have a bit of a hip shift, lean towards one leg, hence why one is deeper. But of course, it was still 2 to 1, still a good lift. If he executes just like that on his next attempt, it's still gonna be a good lift. So right now, but 205 for Carl
why?
at
Imagine like you ask, why do you need two red plates? I like the color red. 5, ready to be set onto place. And fly, pretty convincing.
himself a little nod. It's like, yeah, that went well. Linshu Patea
Mr.
now.
Mountaineer himself crossing the stage. Little cameo there with the pajama
All the
pants.
adversities he's through, and the mountains and higher
Yeah,
mountains.
remember
he's had
guys,
to
when life
climb.
is hard, it could be harder.
Exactly. That's from Lance Lacuan himself.
We're talking a little bit over some of these attempts, but
Yeah.
again, everybody on these second attempts have been so convincing that it's just telling us that, okay, this is nowhere near what they could potentially do, even though we already see some of those jumps being, then again, on that third attempt. But maybe this could change with Linshu Pateo here on the bar, representing Giant Training Systems.
Giant Training Systems, I think, originates in Bacolod. So this really is a national
Oh yeah.
level meet.
Oh yeah.
And I think Linshu.
Executive for YouTube.
I'm so sorry if it's not from there and I just assumed. Represented it really well with how quickly that second. That was 210 and it moved just like that.
Potential purveyor of misinformation, but the bar
I'm
don't
so
lie.
Sorry.
The bar don't lie though. That went up really convincingly, like you mentioned, and from wherever he's training from, everybody watching and supporting him should be very proud on that second attempt. But now from Mayhem Powerlifting is Joshua Antonio Mata with 210 on the bar, another big jump. I think that should be like 12 if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
That looked like nothing, man. That looked.
I can't tell if he made that face because it was too easy. Because that really moved like nothing. Like he didn't even add 12.5 to the bar.
Exactly, and maybe he's just mentally primed right now.
Yeah, like
Oh, and like you said, one Emmanuel Dizon would probably go up for.
going up 2.5. Really, just trying to add those kilos. We don't know if this could be an all-time PR for him if he gets this. This is that coveted 400-pound squat. 182.5.
The refrigerator squat.
That's
the
a
freezer.
heavy refrigerator.
I think fridges are pretty heavy, dude. Have you ever tried like picking one up? Exactly. Joking.
182.5 now. If he gets this, he can tell all his friends that he squats 400 pounds. And I feel like if I could squat 400 pounds, I'd tell all my friends I could squat 400 pounds.
Oh yeah, like I said, the moment I'm probably gonna hit at 3x on my deadlift. How's your day? Mine's pretty good because I 3x my body weight. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, honestly, I'm kidding. Anyway, guys, moving on to the broadcast here. Either way, if this is a personal PR or at least close to eclipsing that PR, there is a lot to celebrate. But for now, one Emmanuel has to get that bar down and back up, and he's grinding for it. But it is a shake on his head, and couldn't get those extra 2 kilos for subs.
185 now for Dan Telebrigo. Dan Telebrico now taking 185, choosing to go up 5 kilos.
The more conservative jump from the juniors. Everything has been a little bit more brazen, but hey, if you can get it up, like you said, you just need to grind out as many kilos as you can, potentially moving into stronger lifts.
I do think as the session goes and as we do get stronger and stronger lifters, we should be expecting bigger jumps. Very nice save by Dan Telebrico, but unfortunately it was a no lift getting called on the yellow.
There's three
It
yellow
did
cards.
look a bit shaky on the way up. Yellow can mean a plethora of things.
Yellow could be red in disguise, but not like. It's like there's a level of errors to
Yeah.
it, right? Like red, fundamental error, as we mentioned yesterday, where it is clearly a no lift. Yellow is like, more of a technicality than it is a strength thing, and blue
And
could be even deeper into that. But right now, hopefully, he only gets one
Elijah
color.
Kirpo now been really hyped. Like we kind of missed it, but he did the whole walk around the platform, really getting himself focused on this lift. I'm guessing maybe there's a lot for this lift. He's and he's feeling really good. He threw
yes.
his belt.
I
He
love that.
actually threw his belt across.
Yes, the
like
pop
there
up.
was so much energy in that I couldn't even commentate. Like so much happened all at once. But a very good lift, very good 185 for Elijah.
I love those
Kiepo.
pop-ups because it's like, yes, and then, oh, that's
Oh
my
wait,
bell.
I paid way too
Oh,
much money
no.
for that, and
But
I
again-
do not want to buy a new one.
Adrenaline is one hell of a thing. You start throwing your phone around in the gym and,
And
you're
like,
feeling it. But two
speaking
hundo.
of adrenaline, like you can really see it now. Everyone walking up so far. As soon as it changed like boss music too, has been real. It's the way they time it. It's like they time it when they can see a lifter who's so zoned in.
You know, that might be a good idea. Maybe in the future, people could suggest, hey, can you play this music on my walkout? As long
We'll
as
see.
it's-
We'll hear "Bury the Light" 1,000,000 times. So I would not suggest that. 200.
I don't know what that is. I'm kidding. I don't want to sing it because every time I hear Bury the Light, I already know those words that are ingrained in my mind. But speaking of ingrained, Galob here is looking to find success, ingraining it in his system.
Really.
He is the storm that is approaching.
Yeah, and like that, I love that energy. Like he just had to like, just shout to get that up, and it's really nice to see this energy. This early in the morning, it's barely 10 a.m. It's just 10
It's
a.m.
10 a.m.
And there's already so much energy in this room. We have Joshua Gaviola now, also bringing all this energy.
Like you said, it's only 10 a.m., but it's always lift o'clock. Joshua Gavitla obviously has that watch on him. 210 on, on the bar, but there's a lot of motivational words from everybody in the arena.
I swear, guys, the music, you should just hear it.
You should be here, guys, actually. Oh, and it did look like there was a bit of bounce on that on the way down. Maybe it destabilized him. It did look like he was holding on to one of his legs there, his right leg, actually. He was holding it. He was nursing it just a bit.
I'm hoping that isn't something that he carries into deadlifts. It looks like he has a relatively heavy deadlift opener. Hopefully that's something. It is gonna be a long day. There are a lot of flights. Hopefully he can get his rest in. Carl Advincula now, 215. 10 kilo jump for him.
Big jumps all around.
Took
12
a
to 10.
bit of a conservative jump from 197 to 205. I'm guessing we saw this yesterday as well. A lot of people taking 7.5 jumps and then switching up to 10 or 5, switching up to 10. So maybe openers, nerves didn't move as well as he wanted, but after getting that second squat, that first squat, got a lot more confidence. So let's see how he makes 215.
Does look like that 215 is up.
And I do think 215 was the perfect third attempt. I think that moved really well. I don't think he could have gotten 2.5 more.
I was expecting for you to say that. Like maybe he could have had like 2.5 more, right? It looked like he had that in his tank. But, you know, again, like you said, there are a lot of factors to consider if you want a quote-unquote perfect attempt, whether it be a second or third. But now, Joshua Antonio Mata maybe wants to check all those boxes for his 220 now.
I really can't tell if his expression is.
Others that are obviously RP 1 million and so yes, an 8, which is all.
He did have a very he did show us a very convincing 210, so I understand the 12.5 jump, especially because he currently is forecasted first for the 74 juniors. There are still 74 juniors competing after him in the succeeding flight, but of course
That's a lot of juniors.
you want to be able to put up as high as a total as you can and have them chase you. So he's really happy with that. 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
I love the energy this morning.
And I
man.
think I mean, it's safe to say he's really happy with that.
I think he was mildly amused. But yeah, the energy this morning has definitely taken another like shot of pre. Because yesterday it was a little bit tame up until we tapered towards the end. But now it's just high all the way up.
And starting with flight H, we have Wilfredo Trinidad. Opening with 180 kilos. Representing Manuel Barbell Club, we heard a lot of Manuel Barbell Club. Not only did they sweep the meet, we heard, we saw and we heard. Such a supportive team, such a strong team.
Oh,
And a very nice opener for Wilfredo Trinidad.
I mean, yesterday we did see the man.
Yep.
Oh,
Vincent
wow, there's
Antonio.
a very familiar person. Very calm and collected. As we look at Vincent Jeremy Antonio, demolish this opening.
180 kilos.
And I did not realize we're on flight 8. Very good.
Very controlled squat. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift for Vincent Antonio.
Well, we're on the topic and waiting for our next lifter. What's your opinion on knee cave?
Honestly,
It's unavoidable,
not.
right?
It's not, because knee cave can just be you squat. Your stance is a bit wide, and it's natural for your knees to want to go in because you just don't have that mobility to keep it out, right? But some people just prefer squatting wider. But you also see lifters who squat very narrow who still have knee cave. It's just there are women who squat 250, 200,
True.
literally 250 kilos, 300 kilos, and their knees cave, right?
Yep.
But not. Let's refocus now.
Oh.
Kyle Fontanilla.
Smile on his face. Looks like he's very confident even at the beginning of this lift, and the smile was warranted. It didn't look like it was just the bar there. Confident. And like you said, there was a little bit of knee
And
cave there too.
Talking actually about knee cave, what Kyle Fontanilla actually did on his squat is a really common cue or technique that I see a lot of people do when they squat. That their whole counter to the knee cave is that they literally cue themselves to just fight it out, and you actually saw it really well when he
When he
was
tried to,
when he was
yeah.
squatting up. That as soon as it caved, his legs just opened up. He's like,
Mhm.
no. But now we have Raven
Yes.
Villasotes
Well,
opening with
avoiding-
187.5.
Still on the 74s here. We are gonna have a plethora of 74s.
And this is a mix of men's open, masters, juniors, and we also have some 83s even. This is a really mixed flight. We have a bunch of 83 junior, sub-junior, 74, all of that.
All with, mind you, monstrous forecasted totals. So again, we're not going to reveal too much, so you guys can keep sitting, keep watching us at the very first SBD PH Nationals. And again, there's just a multitude of techniques being employed by everybody. Shane Ashwin Carulo looking to open up with a 190 so far. And he's expected to podium today, although I don't want to be the one to jinx anything. Looking real good with that bar on his shoulders.
Oh, wow.
Good.
Really fast and really solid technique. Like we were talking about the knee cave and everything, but he stays really well on his quads. Like as soon as he bent those knees, shifted those hips, his knees, everything just stayed in place, and it was just an up-down.
And that's how you want the lifts to be. Sure, there's a lot of technicalities, but up-down is the motion you want on essentially everything. Oh, and they're actually showing us on cam.
Michael
Yes.
Jimenez now.
Look at them.
190 for his opener.
And at the moment, he's actually one of the lightest 74s. He's at
Yeah, weighing in at
71.4.
71, yep.
Man, I'll take the commentary hat off for a little bit, but right now, Michael Joel Jimenez looking really good with that opener. Wouldn't be surprised if the increments are going to be a bit higher. But again, you know,
We've been seeing really good openers so far. Like,
yeah.
no one that we've seen so far were like, oh, that was too easy. Everyone coming in confident.
It's very measured. You know, the pacing seems like it's perfect for the day so far, and hopefully it will continue. Because when that happens, when everything is like a little bit harder to tell which is which, then you know the day is going to be so incredibly competitive. And we're actually seeing Mr. Kamara here do a 190 himself, this time around, still for the 74, men's open and men's junior.
Really wide squat stance, actually.
Yeah? And toes are flared out,
Yep,
but
very making sure that like he has his hips open. I'm guessing to give him more room to sink. That was a no called on depth.
oh, unfortunate. I mean, we were talking about like the pacing of everything. It did not look like it was a strength issue at all for J7. Maybe there was just the more common thing is just the depth issue on the squats, but Kamara J7 Philip on the rack, looking to put himself on the board. Or rather, I think this is Tom.
Yep,
the
we should
graphic hasn't
have
updated.
Tom Salamat up next.
Again, the boys doing it for Tom Salamat.
Tom Salamat now. 119.5 being cheered in the background. Angela Gonzalo, who just competed yesterday. Angela, of course, manning the Aster Media booth. So 192.5. Tom has been nursing a knee injury. It's still ongoing. But it's
Doesn't
been
look like
getting
it.
better. It's been getting better. I know last November he ended his squats with 190 and now he's opening with 192. So I feel like it's safe to say that whatever injury he's had, it's at least getting better.
Strong makes me pain. I think that's what they
Tom
say.
is one of my salon past friends.
Oh man.
We have the same stack. Ibuprofen, Fastum.
Oh, the mortality of us all are really showing right now. But Broderick Colanto Cruto with 195 as an opener. Still, I believe, for the 83s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yup, he is an 83 junior. 195 kilos for his opener. And I just went ahead to check the succeeding sessions. We do have even more 74 juniors and 83 juniors in session 2. So this is gonna be a long day of finding out if you're podiuming or not in the morning session. But
Supposed to be my weight class? Come on, man.
195 also from Giant Training Systems. So a lot of these lifters are mostly from the Visayas region, so I wouldn't be surprised if he also flew in from somewhere. And just to showcase all this strength, all this talent here now, 195.
Very clean 195.
But 2 to 1, it was high, called on depth.
Again, that's why we have multiple perspectives, so it's just not skewed
It
one
was
way.
wide in the center, so he just does have to bring it a bit lower on the sides. 195 now for Yojin Bermeo.
Well, that did look really easy, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing that a lot of the lifters did yesterday, where they'd still move up by maybe an increment of 2.5 to 5. But Bermeo Yojin on 195 too. 74 this time around. There was a bunch of 83s ahead of him, but we're back to the slightly, actually considerably lighter weight class. Still, the strength is very much present. Beautiful.
That's a good lift for Yoshi. Notice we told safe weight 200.
Winston Salvador up next with one of the many 200 openers of the day. Currently 81 kilos, so I'd still say that's one of the decently lighter people under on U83.
Winston Salvador now, 200 kilos, our heaviest opener for this flight. We're seeing 200 being attempted twice, but first by Winston Salvador. Pretty tall, honestly, for an 83 kilo lifter. Like, what rack height is that?
That's pretty high, actually. But hey, maybe this is how like his setup is gonna go. I do think height is a very, very interesting topic, especially when it comes to the sport itself.
It's more of there's a certain average between weight classes, so it's pretty surprising when someone looks taller than their weight class.
He looks like for his class. He must be a deadlifter.
Hey, that's actually often the case.
Again, yet another like powerful opener.
I feel like I've said this word 50 times already, but it's convincing.
67, I think. I'm keeping count.
187.5 now, Wilfredo Trinidad, representing MBC.
.5 increments. It does look like this is pushing him even a little more on that standing position, but on the way up seems like it's no issue for the most part.
3 white lights, it's a good lift.
Motor speed code 190 for Vincent Antonio.
Vincent Antonio now 190.
Next,
Have you seen like complete opposites though? Like you think he would be very good at like deadlift, but bench is the most, I guess, outstanding lift that person. Have you encountered a lifter like that?
Mm, I get what you mean. Like you'd think leverage wise they'd be better at like deadlifts than they are at bench, but so far I haven't seen it myself because almost most powerlifters love deadlifting to the point where it's almost impossible for it to be their weakest lift just because how much they love doing it, if that makes sense. But before we keep talking about that, 190 got a bit stuck in that sticking point. He does also have a bit of a narrow stance. Maybe he did just have room to fight that, but I'd say it was 75% of the way there. He did walk off with a smile.
I think yeah.
Maybe he's like, I could have gotten that. I just need to try again.
Maybe a reattempt could be in the works.
Joseph Camara now 190. Wait. Why? It's the same weight.
This one is with a pinch of love.
No, it's the same weight.
Huh? Maybe that's a error.
Hindi, bad lift yung 190 niya na first.
Oh, his initial 190. I'm
Tama
so
yan,
sorry. His initial 190 was a no lift.
Uh-huh.
This is his reattempt at 190.
But it is green on the board, so maybe
Yeah,
that's something that they have to correct.
just a misclick in the announcer's table.
It was a
Easy
misinput.
fix. He's reattempting 190 because his first attempt was a no lift. This is the lifter we
Oh,
said
yeah,
has
yeah.
a very wide squat stance, or at least a wider than usual squat stance. He was called on depth.
Oh,
Definitely sank it this time around.
you think some like squat positions
The
are a
reward
little bit
is a
harder
good
to tell
lift.
sometimes? You think like different squat positions are a bit harder to tell for depth sometimes?
I think some stances actually make it, I wouldn't say harder to tell, but make it harder for the lifter to hit depth.
That makes a lot of sense. But that was a good second attempt at the 190. A lot more
You can
convincing.
tell that it took a little bit out of him to have to sink that lower, but it was still a good lift, and I do think he has room to go up. 195 now for Broderick Cruto, also reattempting 195. I think he was also called on depth by the side referees.
Does look like he is going to take his time setting up for this, and again, there could be a little bit like of you getting annoyed by the fact that you got called on depth because sometimes the feel and the visual is completely different. But this time that looked really good. There is no way that gets.
And a really good save by Team Good Service. Wow, what a really good save by that.
Oh,
I saw it on stream
got
and had to
scared.
look away. I literally had to look away because I thought someone was gonna get hurt. But such a good save by Team Good Service. A bit unfortunate though for Mr. Broderick Crudo, because while it was successful and while the depth looked good, it was too fast that he fell.
Yeah, that does
It was
happen,
that
right?
bounce back at the top and he just lost his balance and the bar fell off. And now hopefully he has a really good team with him, convincing him that he has this. Kyle Fontanilla now 195.
And again, it's really a combination of things: strength, technique, and control. Although some can like overlap, obviously, but hey, at this level, you just really cannot have any anything lacking in those departments. Sure, one might overtake the other, but definitely a level, a
And-
presence on everything.
Again, Mr. Kyle Fontanilla, that nice kick off with his knees once they start caving. That's a really common thing that people do to get themselves out of that sticking point. His 190 moved well. I think that was a 10 kilo jump.
202. 202.5 for Raven. And as he's walking up to the stage, I gotta say the rack height is considerably higher for a majority of our lifters today in comparison.
Yeah. Well, they were yesterday. We did have 47 kilo women.
Hey, how dare you attack me with like logic? But like I said, it is really interesting to see when lifters are a bit too like really tall for their weight class. Maybe by choice, but at the moment things are looking like it's going to be a grind out, and he still gets it.
A little shake at the top is that I really don't. I really find it so hard to tell if that's because they're confident or if it's because it didn't move the way they wanted. 202, but regardless, a successful 202.5 for Raven Villasotes. 202.5 as well now for Tom Salamat. We did mention in his opener that he is nursing a knee injury. He puts Fastum on his knee every
My
training day.
goodness.
I do the same.
Ah,
That's just signs of aging.
well, like you said, the longevity of this sport is quite like apparent, but at the same time, that doesn't mean the maintenance cost doesn't get any cheaper. So PSA, take care of your bodies, guys. Power lift more and power lift responsibly.
202.5.
Easy weight, Tom. Let's go.
Tom walking out confidently with that 202 still on his back. Braces. Great on the way down, even better on the way up. And it looks like nothing is bothering this man. No,
And
no nagging
looking at
injuries, nothing.
his nominated squat, he did nominate 195. So I do think usually your nominated total, they ask you to submit your best ever, usually done on the platform. So the fact that Tom now has 202.5, 7.5 big PR, maybe.
Wow. You see that little plus next to your
Yeah,
total? It's always
and
like
on the meet
whoa.
recap, right?
Yeah.
That little, even if it's just a plus 2.5, that's still a plus.
Green in my book.
Johan Bermeo
And
now.
Yojin, second time onto the squat rack
And now,
with a 10 kilo jump for himself.
also referencing his best squat, he's put up 197.5. So if he gets this 205, that will also be a significant increase and a good-looking meet recap for
Again,
Yojin Bermeo.
Things are looking up and up for most of our lifters, but despite all these impressive numbers at the juniors, there's been a lot fewer record attempts so far. I fully expect it to keep going higher and higher as the day progresses. Just like Yojin's lift there, big increments, but didn't look like there was much of a change in effort.
This one's a pretty big jump for me. I think our biggest jump so far, 17.5. You did say his opener was very speedy. This could be the types of jumps he takes in training.
When you gotta let it rip, you just have to, and he's feeling really good about this, Mr. Jimenez. Ripping for that lift. But yeah, like you said, this is a pretty big jump. Regardless if you've done this before, your body still has to like register it 1st.
Oh wow.
That looked really good.
2-1, it's a good lift. I'm actually so surprised that big of a jump didn't slow him down. Usually, we've seen people take just as speedy openers and add less and have that slow him down. So I'm really surprised, and I wonder what jumps he must take in training.
For that to like be
Yeah,
completely
and-
unfazed. At the same time, there are lifters.
Oh wait,
where-
there's an even bigger jump. My bad. We have a
Wow.
20 kilo jump now for
this is the first 20 of the day, right?
Shane Carulo. Our first 20
jump.
ever, I think. I don't think we had anyone yesterday jump 20 kilos. I'm not so sure.
I'm trying to remember if there was a 25 kilo jump,
Towards deadlift.
successful 25
Yeah.
kilo jump.
Let's see if we can see a successful 20 kilo jump right now with
Keyword is
Shane
successful.
Carulo. Oh wow. I mean, yeah. I'd say that was a successful 20 kilo jump.
Damn.
I wonder if they're gonna add another 20. Are we gonna see a 10, a 15? He also is a junior. I'm not sure how close he is to maybe even just attempting the record.
Yeah,
that
that's true. I mean,
210. Let me just pull up the men's junior squat record. Men's
You
junior
talked about
squat
these
record.
jumps?
Oh, men's junior squat records belongs to James C. That's at 240.5.
I think we might be a ways away from that at the moment, but as we progress downwards, maybe we're gonna see that. But so far, none of the opening numbers have been like super telling of if that's to come. At the same time, we go back to a more conservative jump with Mr. Winston Salvador here. 210 on the bar.
Fought through that. 3 whites, it's a good lift. I mean, sorry, 2 whites, it's still a good lift. 15 kilo jump now. R-rated powerlifting. He's representing.
R stands for really strong. I don't actually know what it means, but Arthur Luis Barrera with a 15 kilo jump. So now we're really ramping it up. It's been a few 10s, a 20, and now a handful of 15s. Most of them have been pretty good. And, you know, we saw some, like, almost, some really convincing almost today. This looks pretty good, though, so far.
And just a
I,
bit too heavy for Arthur Barrera. And a no lift. Moving on now to our third attempts. Our last third attempts for squat session. Wilfredo Trinidad taking 190. Very conservative 2.5 jump.
I believe Sir Wilfredo Trinidad is the only master for this flight, I believe.
He's the only Masters one for today's session at least.
Oh.
And our only Masters lifter for this whole session.
I think he's projected number one
I
in that
think so
division, right?
too.
Like common sense. But jokes aside, guys. Like
He
you
is
said,
forecasted third right now in the men's open though.
So, regardless, master or not, still projected podium. Pretty high expectations here. Oh, it's a grind out. He's so
Oh.
close to it.
That's a good lift.
That was so interesting watching from the side because it slowed down, but you could just see it slowly going up bit by bit.
He has the heart of a lion for that. I mean, a lot of maybe inexperienced lifters could maybe give up in that moment because it did look like there was a very small pause, like you mentioned. But slowly it went up, and 190 is going to be green lit.
Vince Antonio now retaking 190. He was 75% of the way up. Just missed. Just couldn't get past that sticking point. Hoping to retake it now.
maximum efforts.
I think even his bar path on this attempt was way better.
True.
Really nice coming back after missing a lift on strength. It's a good way to close out the session. 195 now, Broderick Cruto.
Oh, he has to make this
He,
lift.
he has been a bit unlucky. He's been successful. He's lifted it up twice successfully. However, called on depths on the first, and the bar just fell off his back on his second after.
Scary too.
But his depth on that
It looked good.
rep was good. So he's hit depth and he's locked it out. He's held it. He just has to put all those three things together.
The writings are on the wall that he can make this lift. It's just a matter of execution at this point. And
The
Broderick,
strength is there.
he's also fighting for a record, or rather to have his lifts be recorded officially
Yep.
too. So that's also another like
That's
point of pressure.
the biggest pressure, right? Like when it happens, it hurts, man.
It
I
does.
think
It is.
I didn't see the angle of and it's too.
Oh no.
It was just too high for the referees, and unfortunately, it is a no lift for Broderick Cruto. Joseph Camara now 195.
195 is going to be maybe like a point that he'll have to really focus on for the next few training sessions. Is again, sometimes it's really not like the physical pain that will get you. It's just the fact that, oh, I already lifted it. I could have gotten it, so on and so forth. But like you mentioned, hey, you know what? Just gotta move on, keep going,
Yep.
keep lifting.
Joseph Camara now. He did miss his 190 on depth, if I'm not mistaken. Getting it now. Getting it on his second. Going up 5 kilos.
One
2
rep.
to 1, it's a good lift. And you can actually see the difference in his sticking point because he squats wider than most. His is really out of the hole and being able to push his hips up and out. But once he kind of stabilizes with that, it just shoots up. Kyle Fontanilla now representing Mayhem Powerlifting. We've seen some of their lifters as well. I think they've won Best Open Men's Team 3 years now during Raw Nationals.
Ooh.
I think that was the statistic. I'm not sure if it's for Open or Juniors or both. So Mr. Fontanilla representing their Open team. I'm sure they're trying to make that one a 4-peat. Hoping to close
Mayhem.
things out at 202.5.
Oh, and he gets it too. Like you said, Mayhem has had a lot of success and is looking to continue that type of legacy for themselves. And it's great that these lifters are still very, very much like in that mode where they're still really hungry. Because sometimes, like when you do hit that success, the hunger kind of dissipates and you kind of coast a little bit. But it doesn't look like that's to be the case.
I know a lot of lifters actually. I rarely see a person who's happy with how they perform, even when they win. For some reason, powerlifters always have something to be
Always
mad
so
about.
unsatisfied. I could have gone more is probably the most repeated
like I
sentence.
undershot that. I could have done more. Or if it's a missed lift, I should have done this instead, you know. Even if they're going home with records or medals. But I think that's
Yeah, but I could
just
have gotten more records.
That's just like
The
it's
inner
just 'cause
fire.
we want more, and I think it's because we believe we can do more, right? Raven Villasotes.
At the same time, there has to be like a delicate balance.
Of course, you don't want to push yourself to the point of injury, you know. But I do think Raven Villasotes is not going to be taking his third attempt. So
10 seconds.
let's see what we can fit in 10 seconds. Thank you, SBD. Thank you, Alaiko. Thank you, The Rack, Aster Media, M Sports, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Pagcor, Deer Diet, Amino Vital,
SM,
SM, Equinox,
Equinox,
Park Inn. I actually think that's
Whale.
it. Whale, yep.
There is a lot to thank and a lot to thank for. And that's all because
that's
of these
why
wonderful people.
We have Tom Salamat up next.
Yep.
The bar is loaded for Thompson Noah.
Beautiful timing by the universe. And hopefully Tom Salamat is going to conquer this 5.
5 kilo jump to a 7.5. I'm not sure if this is a PR. Could be an injury PR.
Injury PR. Come back stronger.
Injury PR, the injuries coming.
No, no, Sabi, no.
I'm just joking. So I'm hoping for a successful 207.5.
Oh, it looked like it could.
I really thought he had it.
Yeah.
It's really starting to go up, but just a bit too heavy today. Still a really good 202.5. And like we said, his nominated total was 195. So that's already an additional 7.5 his total. Johin Bermejo now. Johin 210 representing Hybrid Strength, one of our equipment sponsors.
And he is getting that chalk ready. And if you want to have chalk and maybe a new pair of lifting shoes, we do have a giveaway, guys. So thank you for participating. You could be one of the lucky winners at the SBD PH Nationals 2025. And now, 210. A little bit of a wobble on the walkout there.
It is 210 kilos on your
Yep.
back. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
And just could not get past that sticking point. It's a no lift for Johin Bermejo. Also just trying to get as many kilos in as he can. Looking at the forecast, and he actually is forecasted first. Of course, we do have more people lifting later today, but you never know what's gonna happen to those people. So all you can really do is put up your own total and see where it stands after the afternoon session. An additional 2.5 for Winston Salvador.
Still a lot of contenders, like you mentioned, so they do have a lot to really kind of stand on and maybe set the pace for everybody. Maybe some immediate fatigue is also hitting some of our athletes now because if I remember correctly, these third attempts, these second attempts have been coming in a lot quicker in comparison to yesterday. But right now, that should not be on the mind of Mr. Winston Salvador trying to get 212.5 up. 210 did not look challenging, or at least not too challenging from our point of view. But once again, it's really up to how Mr. Winston is going to feel about it.
Oh wow, he really fought for that 2.5.
Waiting for the lights.
3 white lights, it's a good lift, and that's 2.5. Like, maybe it doesn't seem like a lot, but there have been podiums where the difference is just 2.5. So, a very good call by Winston Salvador, just really stacking his chips. Looking at deadlifts, he is opening almost, he's opening second to the last. So,
Speaking of small margins, I think we've also seen even more narrow wins, like half a kilo has been like a point
even
of
body
contention.
weight has happened.
Yeah. And it is just so interesting to see this type of competition because, again, yes, it's fun to have somebody dominant walk up, mog everybody, and walk over everything. But at the same time, these types of shows where everybody is so close to the top is what really pulls on our heartstrings. And Arthur digging deep for this 215.
And just a bit too heavy for Mr. Barrera. Mr. Barrera.
Motor C weight for Michael Jimenez.
Michael Jimenez now. I'm looking at Michael Jimenez's deadlift opener and it says 275.
Those legs got a lot of firepower in them. And maybe, just maybe, he is going to be relatively conservative with
Looking
this
at the
jump.
men's open deadlift record, it is at 300.
I think that's doable.
But 275, we've seen pretty big jumps yesterday. Depending on how quickly that 275 can fly, we might actually see something over 300 later today. But 215 right now for his final attempt. Again, he is in first right now. But there are a lot more 74s who will be competing later on.
Oh, he's pushing through it.
Wow, that's a good lift for Michael Jimenez, and I'm actually, especially with this 275, I think this is even bigger than some of the deadlift openers we'll be seeing later in the 74s we'll be playing in the afternoon session. So for people who may be competing in the afternoon session, make sure to double check where Mr. Jimenez stands when you're picking your selections. But of course, we'll have to wait till deadlifts to get to that point. 220 now. Shane Carulo, a 10 kilo jump. He has been squatting very quickly. He squatted a 20 kilo jump very, very quick. So let's see what an additional 10 means for him.
275 is like a very, very intimidating tone setter for our pullers, but Shane Ashwin Carulo with 220 did look pretty confident on those 210s here. So this 10 kilo jump is still trying to squeeze him down, but it's not enough.
Wow. I'm wondering if there could have been anything to call, and it was too high. And it's a no lift on them.
First session of our SBD PH Nationals 2025. Day 2.
That was really quick for our first few flights, but it does not take away anything from how competitive it was. You did take a look into the future and how some of these like pulls are gonna go, and maybe some of these benches. But so far, I don't think anything was too wild. The jumps were pretty reasonable, or there was intent in everything that they did.
And I'm really excited to see what this means now. Looking at the nominated totals, the forecasted totals, a lot of people trying to fight for a placement because these juniors and some of these junior and open lifters were pushing this till the afternoon session. So I've said it a bunch, but they're really just fighting to hold on to that podium till the afternoon, till the evening. And we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break before we head into the bench session. So I'm signing off for now.
And I will be too. Guys, please stay tuned for our bench session. We will be right back.
Again, this is the second day of our SBD PH Nationals 2025. We'd like to thank our sponsors, The Rock.co. Follow The Rock.co on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube with the handle at The Rock.co PH for exclusive updates on premium gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel perfect for Filipino lifting enthusiasts, our lifters, CrossFit athletes, bodybuilders, and more. Stay strong, live safe, and best of luck in your competition from The Rock.co. Ang kanilang booth ay nandito sa left back side here from the entrance of the SM North SS Silo. Lifters and coaches, you have 2 minutes remaining to submit your opening height for the bench press. Thank you. Of course, Mason and our sponsor on Eleco. Elevate your lifting experience with Eleco, the world's leading brand for precision engineered weightlifting and powerlifting equipment. As the exclusive distributor of Eleco in the Philippines, we partnered with The Rock.co to bring you the best in strength training. Visit The Rock.co on their website, TheRock.co, to explore their full range or drop by to their booth to get your hands on Eleco gear. Lift heavy, lift safe, lift Eleco! And of course, a huge thanks to our title sponsor of this tournament, SBD Philippines. Did you know that SBD is the choice of world champions in powerlifting? Designed to withstand the demands of the strongest athletes, SBD's products are built to last through the toughest training and competition. From elite competitors to dedicated lifters, SBD has earned its place on the platform as the apparel of choice trusted by the best of the best in powerlifting. We follow them at SBD Philippines with that handle on their social media channels. To stay updated on the world's leading powerlifting apparel and the stories behind the athletes using SBD. This event is also brought to you by Equinox Athlete Management. This event is organized by the Trailblazing Professional Sports Management Team with a common goal of developing and supporting athletes on their journey onto the world of powerlifting, bringing the passion for sports to life in a whole new way. Equinox Athlete Management. Of course, there are booths here inside at the SM North Texas Slido. As I mentioned earlier, the Rock.co is located here. Also, SBD Philippines, you can drop their latest shirts. And then if you want some healthy meals, you have Beer Diet and you have Amino Vital. We're about to reach the 2-minute mark before the start of our adventurous events. With the order of death or flight left. So we gave us stock with the first 80. And I say Gonzalez at 82 or 80. Steven Rosete at 82.5. Jerry Nacio at 85. Rafael Galayan at 87.5. Renato Klein Jr. at 95. RJ Delphine at 95. Gary Rosendo at 100. Matthew Fisher at 100. Charlie Romero at 105. And Gian Medina at 120.
Oh!
1 minute to go.
Galing niyo kahapon.
Anytime from now, we're about to start our bench press event with Sonny Dave Makaspa as our first lifter in Flight F. Again, our SBD PH Nationals 2025 is being streamed live through the Facebook page of M Sports PH. Maraming salamat sa M Sports PH for bringing the powerlifting to the digital world. Also, huge thanks to Aster Media, our official event photographer. our two referees are now sitting on their respective seats. We're about to start our bench press event. Sonny Dave Makaspak will lift off first at 80. And Isaiah Gonzalez will be next. Attention, Warren. Please proceed to the platform for your spotter rolls. Thank you. Warren, nasaan ka na? Seems our bench is set. We're about to start our bench press event for the first session of our day 2 of SBD PH Nationals 2025. Ms. Jomara. The bar is loaded for Sonny Dave Makaspak.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the first ever SBD PH Nationals Day 2. We are at the bench press, and right now we do have Mr. Makaspak on our openers. And while we are here, while we are on, I would say, probably the more expected outcomes portion of the day, we would like to take this time to thank our sponsors. Now, SBD PH Nationals would be impossible without SBD and Aleco in partnership with SM North EDSA and Equinox Athletes Management. Obviously, we do have a little bit and a lot of love for Whale, The Rack, Play Hard, Park Inn Hotel, Amino Vital, Gymzilla, Astor Media, Deer Diet, and Manuel Barbell Club for giving us all of these wonderful equipment to play around with. Of course, we have more sponsors, and we have Miss Savvy joining us on the broadcast.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are now heading into our first benches of the day. We have Isaiah Gonzalez now representing Firo Powerlifting. We saw them. We remember them from yesterday. They had really strong, successful lifters. So, Mr. Gonzalez hoping to prove even more that Firo is the team to watch.
Absolutely, and there is a little bit of time being burnt on this setup. Yesterday we saw a lot of high arches. I'm not sure if we're still going to continue that trend, but so far everybody has a pretty similar opener, at least this point. But moving forward, it is going to be stacking up gradually.
That's a good lift for Isaiah. He's doing 82.5 for Steven Rosette.
Steve Rosette now. Steven Rosette, 82.5.
Speaking of strong teams, guys, don't forget that the top 3 best open teams, both men and women combined, shall be awarded Aleco gift cards from the Rack.co and Strength Stuff Depot. So first place is 25,000 PHP, second place with 15,000 pesos, and obviously a third, a very respectable 10,000 PH. But a little scary there, but
He still has time. He has 22 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure. It was a good lift. It is a good lift because nothing was called when that bar initially fell, and it was caught. That does not count as downward movement. So that was a good lift for Steven Rosette and a good save by Team Good Service.
absolutely, again, the love of the community and everybody contributing in spades. As we talked about the sponsors earlier, as well as all the manpower present in the building. A lot of love from the IPF as well and the PAP. Now it's Gian Lawrence Ignacio opening with an 85. That looked more like a guillotine press, but
It could be. It did seem like as soon as it touched his chest, it just rolled straight down his neck. It could be once it touched his chest, maybe that shelf that he built for himself, because he did slide to get into his setup. Maybe it just slipped. This is the Sky Pad. It is softer than most benches people train with, and that texture could
that's true.
really be different to a lot of lifters if they're not really experienced with really truly digging themselves into the bench. So hopefully now that he's gotten to try it, he can see what he can do to improve. Or maybe it was just a misgroove. We don't even know what happened. He walked off with a smile, but right now 87.5 for Rafael Gabayan. And a really good 87.5, 3 white lights.
like you said, there's also like maybe the variance of training equipment and the type of stuff you train with, as mentioned. And I just kind of want to bring the point too where the feel can be everything. I mean, yesterday we saw some hyper technical setups for the bench, so finding that sweet spot, finding that quote unquote perfect spot, while when you do get it, it feels great, but getting to that part is almost as difficult as the lift itself.
Renante Tubanya na 30 seconds on the clock, opening with 95 kilos. Really strong
Clean.
push on the way up. Very nice 95 for him.
And Renante's actually projected to be the first place here on this flight. He's, I guess, safe to say the favorite, but again, anything can happen going into the rest of the session here.
Because also looking at our list, I do think this is the only sub-junior. Sub-junior champions will be chosen in this in this session, in this flight. Second to him on forecasted is RJ Nino Delfin, only 10 kilos away.
Oh, so we are heading into the contesting territory for some of these records. And
2 whites, it's a good lift for Mr. Nino. Pierre Redosendo now. Pierre Ivan opening with 100. He can literally say, maybe, I'm not sure, but he could say he benched 200 pounds in high school.
that's so crazy to me.
As an 83 sub-junior, he could still be within that age. You never know, but 100 kilos as his opener.
With whatever personal accolades he has ready for himself, Kilos Powerlifting should truly be proud with how far that they've come, especially with athletes so young.
It's a good lift for Pierre. We continue. That was a very good, very easy 105 for Jared Romero. And now, looking at Gian Medina, who's coming up next. He is forecasted first. But looking at the attempt, the jumps Mr. Matthew Sven and his team seem to be taking.
Sometimes when you hit that that limiting point, the 2.5 becomes.
He did clip the rack a little, but that should still be good. It's a good lift for Sonny Makaspak.
Lots of 85s going on the board. We did see the 7 to play. I believe it is going to be, and if we're not mistaken, it is also an 85 attempt for him.
5 kilo jump for Isaiah Gonzalez.
Pile us up. It's slowly, I don't know. But it's still loading.
85 now for Mr. Isaiah Gonzalez. 5 kilo jump for him. A bit sticky on the way up, but he locks it out 3 white lights, so it's a good lift.
85 again.
The next is Steven Rosette.
Gian Ignacio re-attempting 85. I'm not. It escapes me why this is red lighted.
Oh yeah, didn't he have a clean first attempt? I'm trying to like go back on memory here. But if there is a discrepancy, then obviously people are probably gonna go about it. They did allow that 85 attempt by Gian Lawrence on the second attempt, so maybe it's a few cards or something that they discussed. But today, the body language for our referees actually haven't been too telling unless it's like
Yep.
super obvious.
I think I see a few nods. Yep, it's a good lift for Gian Ignacio. 87.5 now for Steven Rosette. It really is hard to read the referees. You can't tell if they're happy with the lift or not. And I think, that's part of it. You don't want to be an easy. Yeah. Yep.
And so far, these subtotals are still decently competitive at this point for the bench.
87.5 now for Steven Tyler. I do think he did have a bit of an accident on his first attempt. Yep, I do think. Yes, now I remember Gian Ignacio he did slip when he was benching, but now 87.5 for Steven Tyler.
A lot of music fans out there in the world, and that's sweet music to his ears. EBCs at 3 white
Good
lights,
lift.
and obviously with a good lift call, and now a pretty reasonable jump here. First, I believe, into the 90s territory for our 74s.
95 now for Rafael Gabayan. A little bit of a big jump. 7.5, I think, is still a big jump on bench, but like we said, this is something he does in training. I don't see any reason why you take jumps that you're not used to on meet day. So,
I mean,
it seems like he's teeing himself up for that 100, right?
the coveted 100 apparently, but in this room, almost everybody's getting a hundo, or at least will attempt at it. This 95 will, however, be so telling how his future, or at least the future lifts are going to go. And that's a very clean lift. Like you said, should be positioning himself for
100.
bare minimum 97, but for sure 100 is in the work.
97.5 now for RJ Delfin. Just taking a 2.5 jump.
Man, these smaller kilos, although they matter everywhere, it seems that the bench has the most prominent difference. And although that 95 did go up really, really well for RJ Nino, this could change the story. He did have a failed third lift on that squat, so he will try to make up as much ground as possible. And although a little shaky on the rise, should be good on everybody's end. And should still allow him for a pretty aggressive or pretty good attempt on the third lift.
I think so too. 100 now, Renante Tubiana. A good lift for RJ Delphine. He will definitely be attempting 100 on his third. Attempting 100 now, Renante Tubania.
Still in the 74s. Currently, Renante is leading, I believe, but his subtotals have been threatened so far by one of the more recent lifters who took to the stage, which is RJ Nino. He's just up by 2.5. But if this 100 goes well, then he should have no issue of keeping the pace up. Oh, man.
It's a good lift for Renante Tubania. 107.5 now for Matthews. When we were talking about this, that he does tend to take bigger jumps. He's opting for a 7.5 jump, and if this is successful, it pushes him less than 25 kilos away now from that total that he's chasing.
It's also like challenging the podium a little bit more to keep up with his pace. And yeah, like we said, we are a little more accustomed to the benches having, the increments between 2.5 to 5. 7 to 10 is really the more extreme jumps, unless you start off like super light just to get yourself on the board. But at this point in time, Matthew Sven has proven to be one of the more competitive lifters in his division and forecasted second, I believe, on this flight. And that bench still looking so clean. Look at his squats too. Look at the jumps on his squats.
Yup, he took really big jumps on his squats, so I won't be surprised if they try to push for 112 to 115, but Pierre Redosendo now taking a 10 kilo jump to 110.
All right, 110.
That's a big jump. It's a 10% jump.
We're talking about the big jumps, right? But here is, as we just recently talked about, the more perilous ones for the bench. 292. This should push him just a little bit over Sven if this does push through.
Really clean lift by Pierre Ivan.
300 now. He's on 300.
Jared Romero leading on subtotal, second on subtotal. Getting this 112.5 is gonna propel him ahead to first place, but of course we still have deadlifts to follow.
Second attempt at 120 here. Really making sure that he is going to be completely stuck to that bench so he can muster up everything from the leverage he's going to get from that. The command has not been given yet. It looks like it was stuck for a while, but nope.
He fights through that. 2 to 1, it's a good lift. We have Gian Medina now.
120.
Reattempting 120. He did miss the lift due to the referee's calls.
Oh, how does it feel like when you miss 2 in a row like that? Like, oh, I ended up my squat on a miss, now I'm opening on a miss. Does like kind of hit you a little bit mentally, even though it's a weight like you practice?
I can, like, missing a lift. It's mentally, it can throw you off, but I think it really also has to depend on the type of person you are. How quickly can you let go after failing?
True.
120 now.
That's also a decently narrow grip too for a
really
120.
close grip. It's a good lift. Looking at his technique, I can see that maybe he was called on his glutes coming off the bench. You can see a very narrow grip with some really strong leg drive when he pushes. And Gian Medina really needed that because he is still fighting for that first place. And if it's all about putting in those kilos, honestly, I would just go for 125. I wouldn't want to risk it, especially knowing you're going into deadlifts with a weaker deadlift, with a lifter who could potentially pull ahead. So he has chosen to take the 130. His 120 was fast, but being called on technicality, you never know what can happen. But of course, he knows himself better than I do. But
True.
87.5 now, 2.5 jump for Isaiah Rome.
I do like the chiming in on why you should take a medium risk increment. But hey, like you said, you never know how the philosophy is in that gym or how he's feeling today. But the third attempt for Isaiah Rome Gonzalez is currently being toyed with. And that 87, I feel like it could have probably gone for a 90.
And he's really happy with that. It could be an all-time PR for him.
Up next is a 5 kilo jump from Sonny Dave Makaspak from 85 to 90. That should keep him in contention, or at least to defend that forecasted 5th. He still wants to move up, obviously. But again, the defense has to start with this third lift. The rate of like a no lift at this point, like you mentioned, is pretty high. So hopefully the fatigue hasn't completely drained our athletes. Setup looks good on everything. Just waiting for the reps at this point. Oh,
It's a bit of a struggle. It's wobbly on the way up, but let's see what the referees say. He does make a face. He made a face to his handler. I'm not sure what that meant. And it's a no lift for Sonny Makaspak. Stephen Rosette now going for that 90.
maybe that was the acknowledgement of oops.
Oh, I know that wasn't clean, guys. 90 kilos now for Steven Tyler.
Pretty safe jumps on most of his lifts, really. He did have one no lift on his squats, but so far he might want to just go for 3 for 3 on the bench. After all, it's in total a 5 kilo jump from first to third attempt.
He is not being given the start command because his elbows are not fully locked. He was asked to replace. This does tend to happen for lifters who retract a lot. It's the same reason I was called for, actually, but I can see why that would throw him off. Usually you do have a little bit of a limited range of motion once you're fully retracted and set up there, and forcing him to extend could have really thrown him off.
I forget which lifter it was yesterday who was showing his elbow.
Yes, Paulo Reyes, making sure that the head referee knew that this is the extent he could lock his elbows. 95 now for Gian Ignacio. Had a bit of a mishap during his first attempt, but really solidified it when he took it for his second. So hoping, I'm guessing this was his planned third regardless, jumping straight to 95.
10 kilo jump on this third attempt. If he plays his cards right, then that should considerably bump his totals, but it's getting stuck. And a great save by everybody there. did see him. I hope that was part of the bow, but he did kind of like touch his back a little bit.
It does. People do tend to cramp their back on bench, especially when they try really hard to drive things up. But usually that leads to nothing serious. Maybe just a
Just a
cramp that
pinch,
lasts
yeah.
for us a minute or so. But he should be good to go by deadlifts. 100 now for Rafael Gabayan. We saw it with his 95 that there's no other number he could be aiming for
Exactly.
other than 100.
You know, after a bench, I like to rotate my shoulders and like try to convince potential onlookers that, oh, yeah, it's a miscue, even though I just probably couldn't lift it. You know? But jokes aside, 100, like you said, this is a small pitfall, but it is an attempt still. If it goes, good. If it doesn't, I don't know.
Blocked it out, he got it up, he paused it. So, Jim PR, he can technically, it's still 100. That's still 100. I'm still saying I bench 100.
Although from the looks of it, I think he probably does that regularly
Yeah.
at the gym. In fact, maybe he's a bit higher too, like maybe a 5 or 10. But again, it's a little stricter around these parts. Technicalities everywhere. And is that a good
The
lift by the
rewind time
lights?
is a good
Yes,
lift.
it is.
Receive number 105 for Renato Tumana Jr. And then we'll have Matthew Fisher after him. The bar is loaded for Renato Tumana Jr.
105 for next lift for Mr. Renata Tubanya. And if you guys want to join our cozy little adventure here, don't forget to bring a jacket because it is absolutely freezing at the Sky Dome.
And to our lifters too, don't forget to bring your jacket if you want to stay warm
True.
while waiting for your sessions. Renante Tubanya hoping to close things out with a 105 bench.
Oh, a little shaky on the elbows, but again, on the way up, no problem.
It's a good lift.
3 white lights, it's a good lift for Renante Tubanya.
Matthew Fisher. The bar is loaded for Matthew Fisher.
Taking a look at the stats for the 74s here, and I'd still say it's pretty decently contested up to a certain point. But right now, we are back with Matthew Sven. I don't even want to like ruin like that attempt at the last name. 3 red lights already on my end for that, but
112.5.
He's been pretty strong all day.
Yep, he's been doing really well. Hoping to really just catch up to Mr. Gian Medina.
oh,
Really clean, 112.5. It's a good lift.
Overseas total 117.5 for Diego Cinco.
it's always a good sign when you hear that good lift from our announcer. And Pierre Ivan Rosendo also looking to at least challenge for podium here. He's not too far off, I believe, from our third place or projected third place. It's only 7 kilos, and as you'd like to say, that's only one missed lift or a really competitive stretch. And the next, maybe deads.
Because we're moving into deadlifts and people tend to take those really big jumps there. One person missing a deadlift could be all it takes to switch up the podium. So 117.5, this is a big jump. This is a 7.5 kilo jump. And that's 7.5 kilos if he doesn't get it. But it's just a bit too heavy. It's a no lift for Pierre Redosendo.
Jared could very well defend this podium spot a little bit harder too if he does get this bench. And so far with everything that he's done, even with the considerable jumps, he's been pretty consistent. I don't think, just from like quick memory alone, he's been the one to struggle in some of these jumps. But stamina is always a thing that ends up being a topic at this point of the day.
Unfortunately, it's not coming up. It's a no lift for Jared Romero either, and I think that gives Mr. Pierre Ivan a little bit of room now to catch up. Both of them missing their second bench attempt, so that's more or less 0 loss, 0 gain. So again, that leads us to a very competitive deadlift session. But our last bench attempt now for our flight F, we have Gian Medina. He did opt for that 10 kilo jump. He's coming in really confident. And for Mr. Medina, I do think this lift matters a lot. Opening 20.5 kilos less on deadlifts than second place.
My goodness. That should be a 3 wide line.
And I stand corrected. I was hoping he'd take that safer route, but like I said, I don't know how he trains. And he proved me wrong with that very clean 130, adding 10 more kilos to his total and pushing that total that Mr. Fisher has to chase even higher. Moving now to flight G though, Ino Kalub opening with 100, already opening with 100 on this flight.
It's roughly been, I believe, around 52-53% for a success rate on the third bench here, just doing the math real quick. So I think this is already relatively higher compared to like yesterday's 33.
Yep.
Yeah. But
However, that is just one flight. We do have to wait and see for these other flights.
I smell food
I
in
also
the
smell
venue.
food in the venue. Could be our sponsor, Dear Diet.
So guys, don't forget to drop by if you wanna have a quick bite and an even quicker bench session here by Mr. Kalub. And like you said, it's if you're a fan of powerlifting, you have your healthy food, you have your plethora of merch to buy at the Sky Dome, and you have these really great lifts to watch and pass the time.
So if you have the time, head over to SM North at the Sky Dome, buy yourself a ticket, watch SBD Philippines Nationals live, and you might even get the chance to win a pair of Notorious Lifts SSG4s or the rack lifting chalk. But before we get to that draw, Carl Sebastian Advincula 105 for his opener.
Cool, a little 105 to follow up on the 80. It was really narrow for Mr. Gian earlier, but right now, Carl Sebastian not having any issues whatsoever to open.
2-1, and it's still a good lift. Dan Telebrico now opening with 115.
This is still like, this is probably one of the heavier ones, or at least this is. Now, Dan Telebrico, who had a pretty strong opener on his squat, looks to cover a little bit of ground with this bench.
Really good 115 by Mr. Dan Telebrico. Against a very stacked men's junior. $117.5 being loaded on the bar now for Elijah Capo. Yep, there when do handoff from specific instructions of once the bar is under here or once I count to this or that, you hand it to me. So
Just that initial lift.
yep, Elijah now. with a very strong 117 for his opener. He is coming off the bench a bit tired, waiting for the lights.
I like how
And
everybody
seeing
just
comes
looked
up
up.
and it's just good lift.
First we go 120 for one diesel.
120 though for Mr. Juan Emmanuel Dizon. And like we said, the weight is gonna gradually rise as we go later into the flights. Currently, we are at Flight G, where the number 5 spot on the quick eye test is still pretty heavily contested by a few lifters. And 120 looks like a popular choice for some of these openers as well.
One Dizon now. $120 for his opener, one Dizon. Really fast opener. I'm wondering what the referees are gonna say, because for me that looked really clean. I'm seeing 1 thumbs up, 2, 3 thumbs up. The lights are just a bit late today, but that looked like a very good lift for one Dizon. Joshua Mata now. Currently forecasted in 3rd for the men's junior 83 is.
I'm trying to look at the forecasted placing here too, and I think this is probably one of the more varied flights here because there's a lot of people trying to fight for 5, trying to fight for podium. But, you know, at this time, we're just really thankful that the second attempts have been solid and really, really safe for everybody. At the moment, it hasn't been like a grind fest so far, but we know how the bench can be. Those second attempts look really good. The third ones, oh boy.
So hopefully bench still goes as smooth as it has been. Looks like a very clean 120 from Joshua Mata. Let's see what the referees have to say. It's a good lift for Joshua Mata. Linchu Pateo now opening with 125. Our forecasted first as of now, Linchu hoping to extend that. Opening really strong already with 125.
I'm looking at the subtotals right now, and the subtotal for Mr. Joshua Antonio Mata is at 340. But then I took a quick look at the forecasted place. It's 3rd. But again, this is kind of hinging off how the rest of the cast is going to go.
Because you have to look at, there's still juniors in Flight H, and there are even juniors in our afternoon session in Flight J. So what can someone being first right now might be entirely different after
True.
our afternoon session. So
I feel like some of these subtotals though are a little deceptive sometimes because they can be like really eye-catching, but then you go to the deadlift and that's when it really shifts. I think we've talked about this time and time again too, but
those deadlift specialists.
you said something about subtotal specialists the other day.
That's usually the term people use for. That's what a lot of people considered me before as well. My subtotal looks strong on paper, but is hindered a lot. But was hindered a lot by my deadlift.
What?
And like,
Oh yeah.
so there are different types of lifters. There are some lifters who gain such a big advantage from their bench to the point that people can't catch up, right? And they're also like powerlifting is so varied, but of course you really don't want to be put in that box. You don't want to make that your identity. You want to be strong in all three. That's what the sport is. So Linchu Pateo now trying to prove to us that he's strong in all three with a 125 kilo bench as his opener, the second to the last opener for Flight G.
Pretty good on that
3 white lights,
125.
it's a good lift.
Oh, they're using the flags now. I just realized.
7.5 for Joshua Gaviola.
I mean, that too. Like you said, there are so many different type of lifters, and everybody is welcome to drop by again, guys. I'll say that it is pretty much an open invite. You can't buy the tickets, I believe, at the door. And so, by the stroke of your curiosity, and you really want to check it out, what's happening here, you're definitely welcome to do so. As I think everybody's just kind of cleaning up, doing some maintenance to keep the integrity of the platform at a really, really high level.
Joshua Gaviola now, our heaviest opener on the bench press with 127.5.
Waiting for the flags. I think the light system should be okay, but we see 2 thumbs up.
Good lift for Joshua Gaviola. So with that, everyone successfully on the board on Flight G. We're now heading on to our second attempt, 110 for Cedric Calub.
So far for Flight G, it's been a consistent number of greens across the board. However, bench number 2 for Mr. Cedric Calub, walking up to the plates, to the bench. 10 kilo jump for him. And he's just giving specific instructions again. Like you said, you can ask for a handoff, but nothing too specific, like a timing or a command.
The only thing with asking for a handoff is, of course, in training, you may have a specific person or friend who maybe does it for you. But of course, on the meet, it's our loaders and spotters. So small things like that, like them missing that handoff, could just throw you off. But let's see how Mr. Calub performs that 10 kilos. It's a good lift for him.
I agree with you. I mean, we've talked about so many things that can potentially throw you off rhythm even before you step up to the rack. Sometimes getting called back on your walkout could mess with your tempo. Sometimes maybe just like a small misstep on your setup is more than enough to cut you down by 10, 7, maybe even 7 kilos. And hopefully nothing like that happens. Everything's been pretty good so far. The handoffs, like you said, do introduce a level of variance and perhaps inconsistency, but that has not been the case so far for this flight.
Very conservative 5 kilo jump by car.
Two whites.
It's still a good lift for him. 22.5, 122.5 now for Dan Telebrigo. 7.5 kilo jump. Representing MCA, his teammate Matthews then also taking a similar 7.5 kilo jump. So I'm assuming if this moves well, we'll see a 5 kilo jump from him on his third.
Assumptions could be correct. But waiting for that bar to pop right off his chest, and that it does. 122 in the books for Telebrigo.
It's a good lift for Dan Telebrigo. And Juan Dizo now also opting for a 5 kilo jump. And looking at his squats, he's really a lifter who wants to just maximize. Like, if all I can do is a 2.5 jump, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna try it.
A very like min-max approach,
Yup,
like you mentioned.
mhm.
Super efficient. And efficiency has won out. Juan Manuel with a 5 kilo jump. The 120 previously looked great. This could look better. And it looks just as good. There is a slight pause on, I believe, his right shoulder.
3 white lights. It's a good lift for Juan Emmanuel Dizon.
For Joshua Mata, and the bar is loaded.
It is so cozy today, guys. I'm gonna just be real. It's been so competitive, but the conditions seem ideal for power napping. And speaking of ideal conditions, I feel like that's a concept that everybody wants to like grasp.
This is what you kind of want to have
All
when
the
you're
time,
walking into the meet. Like, you want to prove that. Very clean, 125 for him. 3 white lights, extending his record, going 5 for 5 now.
For Elijah Capo.
Elijah Capo, 125 also for him on the bar.
Should bump him up a little bit with the 74s. He is still currently holding on to that forecasted second, but among the 74s, he does have a little bit of groundwork to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that he would try and achieve with the deads. But right now, like you said, it should be a slow and steady approach, especially coming on to the bench.
He is a bit shaky trying to get that. He has to fight for it at the top, but I do think that was a good lift. 3 white lights. It was a bit difficult, but it could have been difficult because it took him a while to get things set up. He does get a handoff from a loader spotter. It could be not maybe to what he's used to forward. So let's see what he puts up for his third. But Linchu Pateo now also so far 4 for 4, hoping for a 5 for 5.
Currently just skirting outside of a 350 subtotal. If this does push through, then confidently he will go over that barrier. I think he would be the first of the 74s so far to do so. And at the moment,
It's a good
blink and you miss it,
lift for
apparently.
Linchu Pateo. He literally skipped off the platform, so I'm guessing he's feeling really confident. Joshua Gaviola now, 135.
135 for Gaviola Joshua. And still sorting and climbing his way through the ranks here, at least for this flight. 135 on the bench. Kilos, just to be clear with everybody. Solid kilos. Handoff is good.
300-pound bench.
Man, is 135 300? I think so, right?
I think on the cusp, if not already 300, but let's see what the referee says. 3 white lights, it's a good lift for Joshua Gaviola. And I think this is our first flight, or at least our first flight. I think even compared to yesterday's
Yesterday,
session,
right?
where everyone also got their second attempts. So I've never seen a single flight have perfect bench.
So far, like, no,
Never,
even.
ever.
I wonder if that's gonna change because, like,
We'll have to wait and see. But I've never ever seen a perfect flight of benches. So Heading now into our third attempt, a 2.5 jump for Ino Kalub.
I mean, that could
Going
change.
5 for 5 now too. Honestly, this whole flight has been going really well. So far, only 3 missed lifts out in the whole flight.
Yep, so far it's been near misses, but everybody's just fighting through it, and that is just willpower among strength.
3 white lights, it's a good lift, and that is honestly the most he could have done.
Yeah. And like you said, right, it is such a rare thing to the point that you've never seen an entire flight go 3 for 3 for bench. We've been breaking a lot of records on SBD PH Nationals. That could potentially be challenged today. So, for the most part, we're rooting for everybody to be clean all the way through. We still have tomorrow and a multitude of flights, so we're not gonna run out of lifters anytime soon. Carl Sebastian Advincula taking to the rack here, and I'm not sure if he was one of the lifters who asked for a handoff, but so far it doesn't look to be the case. 5 kilo jumps all around from 1, 2, 3, and slow and steady, just waiting for that command. Oh, he's fighting it out. It looks like it's still going up. Oh.
2 to 1, it's a good lift. Honestly, when I feel like he brought it down to his chest a bit too quick. But he really was able to recompose and just really pushed through till he was able to lock that out. So very good attempt by Carl Advincula. Juan Diza now, like we said, on his squat, same thing we're seeing now, just trying to make the most out of everything. 2.5 jump for Juan Emmanuel.
I think just the sheer consistency of this flight has been pretty crazy. It's note like worthy, and at the same time we've had 2 lifters in a row go 6 for 6 so far.
Yep.
Which, like you said, in itself is pretty rare.
But honestly, 6 for 6 is what you want. And I feel like you can't help but be confident going into the deadlifts if you're 6 for 6.
Haven't missed yet. 127 and a half for Juan Diesel.
Wow, that was actually faster than his 125. And it's a good lift for
This fight is
Juan
crazy.
Dizon. I'm honestly right now I'm getting more nervous as we're seeing so many good lifts.
Because it's like the higher...
It's not gonna happen, but we've already had 3 good lifts so far.
It's impossible, right? That we have an entire flight that doesn't miss the third bench. Right? Alright, so once again, Mr. Elijah taking to the stage. Asking a few questions from our referees.
I think he's asking because his start command did take a while in his second attempt. It could have thrown him off. That does tend to be the case with some lifters who set up a lot on their arch and then bring their butt down after that. They kind of also soft touch their glutes on the bench to the point that the referee is like, is it ready?
Oh, he's still fighting it! He's fighting it! Oh,
But it moved over his head and it's just a no lift for Elijah today. I do think he seemed thrown off by the start command taking long. He seemed thrown off by the press probably longer than he was expecting considering the one on his second was given faster, but
he was really
only loses out on 2.5, still in the running and just has to keep going into deadlifts. 130 now for Joshua Mata going 5 for 5, also hoping to close out on a 6 for 6 on squat and bench.
And he was really scaling that bench with his shoulders.
Yeah.
So he's really like looking for that bend out. But maybe that could have like hit him somewhere tender because he was holding his back again. But this 130 flying for A lot of comments from everybody here.
He
The bar is open for Dan Telebrico.
got 130 now for Dan Telebrico. That was a good lift by Joshua Mata, going 6 for 6.
Again, this flight has still wowed us with the consistency so far. We have 3 more attempts on that third bench. The first of those 3 is Dan Telebrico with another 130. And the 83s have been so strong so far. And that 130 actually just looked really clean despite the slight shake.
And Dan Telebrico going 5 for 6 with a very nice 3 for 3 on his bench. 7.5 jumps all around. So he gained 15 kilos on bench, which is not seen very often since people like I said tend to take smaller jumps. So gaining 15 on the bench is actually quite big for the juniors in the 74. Lin Chupateo now though also hoping for that 15 kilo increase, taking 140 now.
Oh boy, the standard's been set really high by the rest of
Again,
the...
he currently is in first, forecasted in first.
The 74s and the 83s, like we said, have been turning it up by quite a bit. And 140 all the way down, all the way up. Defense.
2 to 1, it's a good lift. And I do think 140 is like an all-time. That's people chase that number too. So to be able to bench that must feel really good for Mr. Lin Chu. Joshua Gaviola now though 142.5.
Again, it's one of those like points where you say, yeah, I benched 315. And it feels good to say it. It feels even better to lift it in competition. But just to raise the bar even a little bit higher is an attempt by Joshua Gaviola here. And I have to say the juniors and the sub-juniors have been so promising for the sport. So moving forward, they're only going to develop more and more if they keep this up.
And honestly, when I first started, there were barely any sub-juniors and juniors. Most people were actually in the open. And it's just thanks to so many things that the sport was able to grow. And hopefully we see more of Mr. Joshua Gaviola benching 142.5. But unfortunately, just a bit too heavy. You could also see that his butt was starting to come off the bench. And it's a no lift for Mr. Gaviola.
Well, at least it doesn't hurt his forecast a little, like, too much, because it was an increment of 2.5.
But if we look at flight, gee, the least amount of reds we've seen on any flight so far, only 5 missed lifts between all lifters.
This could be like a really good batch of juniors for both 74s and 83s. And I think this is also a weight class that has a little bit of flexibility when it comes to like moving up and down. Because if you look at their weights, most of them are hovering over like 72, 71. So it could be realistic. Got a few kilos, but we had a lot of comments about Michael Joel Jimenez. He is opening with a very strong dead. So some are assuming
Actually,
that the bench,
looking at his deadlift, it is now down to 235. I don't know if maybe they just put in the wrong number and didn't realize, but 100 kilos now for Michael Jimenez. Oh.
well, hello. Nice to meet you again. Are you gonna flex on the camera this time or still no? That's a good question. Where is the camera? Well, right now it is a little quiet.
Right now the camera is on Michael Jimenez, who had a very successful 100 kilo opener, staying at 100. We have Raven Villasotes now.
Oh. You know, But we had
We had a bit of a guest, but he
he
left.
disappeared.
He disappeared. I guess he wanted to flex on the camera, and when he
Wax on,
realized
wax off.
I wasn't
basically.
here, man. Raven Villasot is now taking 100 for his opener.
All right, well,
Really
back to
clean and
business.
really strong for him.
I will say though that flight age, in direct comparison to the flight before, is a little shakier just in terms
Uh-huh.
of breads. But some of these numbers are quite impressive. So it's one of those like classes where it can be one time big time lifts.
Yep.
That will absolutely mess up a subtotal. But different philosophies everywhere. $110 flying on these openers
Three whites,
for
a good lift. Now we have Kyle Fontanilla going 3 for 3 on squats, hoping for this 3 for 3 on bench.
The most famous TikToker.
Oh,
Apparently a famous TikToker.
Please follow.
maybe I have seen him somewhere, you know. But
Uh,
with that being said, reels or TikToks or whatever it is this moment that is probably very very important for him. He has to set the tone for his bench. He is quite
Two
happy
whites,
about
it's
it.
a good lift. He did get called on. He has a yellow card on the center. Could have been elbows not fully locked once he finished benching. Moving on now, 100 then for Joseph Camara.
Another 110 here for Mr. Joseph Kamara, who has had a pretty good squat session so far. And right now for the men's junior, he is a podium threat at the moment. So if he does bump that up just a little bit, he could knock off some of the potential third placers so far, or at least contest.
Really fast bench for Joseph Camara. I barely looked away and it was already done. 115 now for Broderick Cruto.
Official analysis, wow, strong, fast.
Strong, fast, RPE air.
Two.
Asking for help from the spotter.
Seems like everything's been going good so far, at least on the setup wise. Still a decently aggressive arc also. Just waiting for the press. And,
Really good, really clean bench. 3 white lights, of course.
I think so far too. Well, obviously, right? This is the nation's top of the top. So for anybody who would still want to reference how a good lift should look like, but then we've had a plenty amount in the last 2 days alone.
Vincent Antonio now, 120 on the bar for him. Looking at his squats, he did miss his second on strength, but was really able to bounce back when he tried it again for his third. So hopefully that added confidence of, oh, I can grind even if it's difficult. I can get back up even if I fail, carries over onto his bench as he opens with his 120.
It was a bit of a grind out, so this man has willpower in spades. Could be something similar with the bench, but that 120 did look pretty good. Although I don't think the next jumps are gonna be like too high up.
Maybe going for 5 kilos. Taking a looking at the expression of his coach after that, I'm not sure he was so happy with how that moved. But 125 now for Alfredo. I'm sorry, Wilfredo Trinidad.
The lone men's master looking to open with a 125. Wilfredo Trinidad looked really clean on most lists, but more importantly on that 190 where we thought it would have dropped, just fought right through it.
That's a good lift for Will. Goes below 130 for Yoshi Filipino.
Statistically, for the men's open, he's also again challenging for podium. Granted, it is just at the gate, but if things go well, then hey, 74s are in trouble.
Heading on up to the 130s, all our next 4 attempts in the range of 130. Yojin Bormeo starting things up with flat 130 now.
Yojin has had a trend of kind of like getting that 10 and then that 5, which you highlighted a lot yesterday. I think he might be one of the few competitors doing that because we're seeing a lot more 5s and 2.5s today, or at least so far.
And I do think that comes with these are lifters in the open. These are experienced lifters who maybe have a better understanding of what kind of jumps they can take. A lot of people who train at the gym, they do these like 10 kilo, 10 kilo, 5 kilo jumps. So it could just be them replicating what they do at the gym. Arthur Barrera opening also with 130 on the bar.
Not the first 130 opener of the day, and definitely not the last. Arthur Luis Barrera.
Really good, like you could even see him smiling from an angle where you couldn't see his mouth.
Went from grin to grin, basically.
We have Som Salamat now. Opening with 130. He did hit an all-time PR at the gym with 140, I think last week or the week before that. So I do see 130 being well within range as his opener. I think his all-time best on the platform is either 135 or 137.5. So if we get to see him do that 140 on the platform today, that will be a meet PR, and that will look so nice on the Instagram caption.
Plus. Once you type that plus in, it's like, hey, happy. And 130.
It's a good lift for Mr. Thomas Salamat, and that did move really fast. I think even his handler just ran when he saw how fast that was. Our last bench opener for this flight, Winston Salvador with 135. Scrolling forward, Mr. Winston is forecasted first right now in the men's open 83, but of course, as I mentioned it so many times already, we do have more men's 83, 74 juniors still competing in the afternoon session. This is our most stacked division, with I think 74s being the biggest out of all the divisions we have. At 135 for Winston Salvador, really trying to make a name for himself in this really, really stacked 83 open. Wow, very quick opener.
He's also like challenging for a 600 total. So that's also something to take note of. I believe so far he's the only one to be even close to that. But once we see some of the stats update later on, then maybe we could just like update everybody on how contested that could be. But now we're moving on to the second bench here,
And
calling a back Raven.
of course, always good to announce that everyone's got an opener. So we're moving on to the second attempts with a fully green board, at least on our bench openers.
.105 is the call for Raven Villasotas, who is, I believe, one of the lightest 74s. Actually, he is currently sitting at 69.45.
Could be growing into 74. He could have been competing as a 66 in previous meets. Considering he's still a junior lifter, that's a very good 105 for Mr. Raven Villasotes.
Yeah. I think that's something that we have to consider too, because the body composition does change over time.
Especially because he's a junior, you have to consider like growth spurts and all of that. So he could just be like eating up now into the 74s. Michael Jimenez with 107.5.
Might actually have to keep tabs on this batch of 84s too, because some might eventually move up to heavier weight classes if that growth goes on that trend. But we have to go back on Michael Jimenez, who's been pretty impressive throughout the day, pretty consistent, although there were a few grindouts, I believe. Is still setting up his bench right now.
Three whites, and it's a good lift for Michael Jimenez. 150 now for Kyle Fontanilla. 5 kilo jump. His 110 did move well, but he got one red light by the side referee.
Well, he's looking to push it a little bit more, and hopefully like they've assessed where the red light could have come from. I think from our end, maybe it shouldn't have been too obvious. I think you took note of it though earlier.
It was on the side referee, but I forget if the call was
Left or right?
yellow or red.
Or blue.
Yeah. So
It's one of them.
hopefully, I mean, even if he keeps his technique consistent, that was still 2 white lights. No jury today, so whatever the referees say, go.
Press command given. And I'd say that looked a lot better than his 110.
3 white, yep, it's a good lift. 3 whites all around, so even the referees do agree with you that that looked better than his opener. Shane Carulo now taking a 7.5 kilo jump.
117.5. Now, what's crazy to me is right after him is probably one of the stronger 74s, which again has posted like almost identical numbers despite the weight discrepancy. But we have to focus back on Shane here. It's been a pretty good outing so far. This is a pretty big jump, 7.5 kilos.
He did take a 20 kilo jump on squats.
That's true.
And made it fly. So I really think this is just the Shane Carulo's training style. He's used to these bigger jumps, and by the looks of it, 2-1, it's a good lift.
Yeah, oh, no, he gave that little smile on that, I think it was the first bench, right? Or was it on the last squat? But either way, successful lifts across the board. Consistency seems to be the theme for a lot of our lifters. And regardless if it was like a 7.5 or 2.5 jump, everybody's been keeping up the same type of speed and the same type of intensity on these lifts. I feel like wearing this turtleneck was a mistake. It's so comfy right now.
117.5 now for Jason Camara, also opting for that 7.5 kilo jump.
Very quick.
Absolutely smokes that 17.5.
Speed score 125 for Golden Turbo.
Next up, a 10 kilo jump.
10 kilo jump now for Broderick Cruto, who did, honestly, his 115 was really fast when we saw it. I can understand why he opted for that plus 10.
At this point, anyway, like you said, he should be brimming with confidence with how that 115 went. And again, training style, especially with the jumps, might dictate that he is used to these big jumps on the bench.
It's a good lift for Broderick. Very successful 10 kilo jump. I do think that was the right choice with how fast this 115 moved. They may go for that 5 kilo just to round it out at 130, but Vincent Antonio now going for 125.
Like for the most part of today, and I'm saying this in a good light and in a positive note, it's been relatively nothing to note of. And again, I mean this in a good way, simply because everybody's been paced so well. And these flights have just been impressive all the way through. And we might remind you guys, this is probably the most stacked day, like you mentioned. We still have more during the evening session.
Yeah,
so
we have
definitely stay
3
tuned.
more flights, brother.
Yes. 125. Looking to bounce off like it's made of paper, and that it is for Mr. Vincent Jeremy Antonio.
It's a good lift for Vincent Antonio, but I'm assuming they're just going up 2.5. I don't think a 5 kilo jump is there right now, but of course, again, like I said, I don't know the lifter. 135 now for Wilfredo Trinidad.
I mean, we could eye test all day long, and like we said, sometimes what looks good doesn't necessarily amount to what feels good to some of our lifters. And a lot of this, obviously, courtesy of Miss Savvy, our really educated guest, is based off a lot of her experience. And 135 is the name of the game for Mr. Wilfredo here, who's had a perfect run so far. This could, however, prove to be quite a challenging lift, despite how good that 125 looked.
And while these weights are getting heavier, while 10 kilo jumps seem bolder, it's more doable because the weights are also going up. That percentage is getting less and less. And you're really seeing it, like if you were to tell a 47, 57 lifter to take a 10 kilo jump on bench, the odds of them getting that are way lower, of course, than a 74 lifter with all the strength, right? So really good payoff for Wilfredo Trinidad on that 135. Eugene Bermeo now 135 as well. Just going for that 5 kilo jump. Again, you really want to pace yourself for your third. You don't want to gas yourself out too much by doing your second. So
What does that smell? Again, I caught a
it
whiff of
smells
something
like
really good.
donuts.
I would like to have some donuts. But anyway, guys, if you would want to have some too, why don't you come over, witness this 135 bench by Sir Eugene Bernejo, who's looking to make it fly again. And like you were
Gets
explaining,
sticky at the top, but I do think because of how that moved, he has room to push.
yeah, and like you were saying earlier, the percentages really play a big factor.
Like, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, like I feel like people don't really realize
They really
how
don't.
big 2.55 can mean when you're only lifting a certain amount of weight, right? But of course,
Mass moves mass, and that goes both directions, which is why everything is relative, you know.
Thom Salamat now 135. Like I said, I've seen him on Instagram bench 140.
The number one powerlifting source.
Yup. That's where I literally get all my data and facts.
Source. It came to me in a dream. But 135 looks
Moving
like
really well. I do think he's gonna try for that 140.
yep. Moved really well, and like we said, the sources may came to us in a dream, but that was all reality. That was very, very easy. And the coveted 315 pounds could be next for Sir Arthur Barrera here. 140 kilos to be exact.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Arthur Barrera was the man when he benched and you could not see his mouth, but you could tell he was smiling with how fast that
Yep.
bench moved. So I'm not surprised at all to see that he took a 10 kilo jump. And
Oh, there it is again,
You
yeah.
see it? Yeah, we see it again. Arthur Barrera is feeling really, really confident on bench now. I'm assuming 145. I don't know if there's any record he could go for, but honestly, with how confident he's feeling, I don't know. Maybe he'll even push for the 10, but
I was thinking the same thing.
142.5 now for Winston Salvador. Closing out our second attempt.
It's really that smile, right?
Right? Like, because he wasn't even done and he was already smiling. That's the confidence you want. That, oh my God, I can do this for my third now.
And once again, it is the maximalist approach, or rather minimalist approach by Mr. Winston Salvador here to just try and eke out as much as he can, which, again, we talk about stamina a lot. So him reserving a lot of that could be a good thing. Hopefully
Yeah.
that didn't burn his energy
He
reserves.
does
though.
have a lot of time. It just seems like he slipped once he unwrapped. The thing with setting up so high is like bringing it forward too much can just throw you off, but he got time to recompose.
Oh, he still got it though.
He rewinds and it's a good lift. And again, we're now going into the bench thirds with a perfect 2 for 2. And I can't help but hope. I can't help but hope that we'll finally see it. And to kick things off, Raven Villasotes with 110.
I'm a big fan of Winston Salvador's basic. Like, honestly, the approach is really intelligent, and so far it's been looking like, yes, some of those smaller jumps have been challenging, but so far he's been green all the way. Now, third bench is where we really test the mettle of all of our lifters here. Is we have to consider Salvador Winston on that previous one, I believe, went for a pretty considerable jump. This time it's another 5 for Raven. And again, we're still hoping for that trend of a consistent bench 3. Pretty good. 2 white lights.
A good lift. Okay, Raven Villasotes starting us strong. Michael Jimenez now 115.
Bar is Michael Jimenez.
Could be setting up for a potential 6 for 6 here is Michael Jimenez. We haven't necessarily seen too much of a drop off just yet in terms of energy in all his previous lifts. But hey, this could be the turning point, perhaps the pivot of the day. You did say there was an adjustment on his opening dead. So on this third bench, might actually affect that too. And he's fighting for it.
He's fighting
Oh,
for
wait.
it. Let's see what the side referees have to say though. And yup, I think we both saw it on the stream as well. That butt did come off the bench as it got harder. But again, I paused it, I locked it out. It said Jim PR. Well, not I, he.
Yeah, always the
Mr.
optimist.
Jimenez, of course. paused it, locked it out. It counts. It counts.
So we're saying, or what you're saying is, if it's a yellow card, it's good in the gym.
It's a
Pretty
gym
much,
PR.
right?
45 seconds.
Although yeah, there was a lot of like tell on that, even from our angle, which normally we can't see that much because there are plates in the way. But at the same time, that was really the point where the wear and tear was trying to grind down that.
Because that's really
Poise.
your legs just trying to help as much as it can. 2.5 now for Shane Carulo. Three whites is a good lift. I do think he was waiting on that. Maybe there's something we didn't see that he felt that could have maybe made him second guess, but it's a good lift for him. Kyle Fontanilla now hoping to close out with 120, another 5 kilo jump.
I think there was a little bit of like, actually no, his first bench once again didn't look too good, but the 115 recovered all of that. Now this 120 does have the potential to fly up the way he made that 115 go up, and at this point just waiting for the command. Looks good on his chest, all the way it goes.
That is a really, really good third attempt for Kyle Fontanilla. Like, that's how you want to pace out bench. You don't want to totally gas yourself out, but you want to know that you worked for it, right? 125 now, another 7.5 kilo jump for Joseph Camara.
125, just waiting for the walkout.
45 seconds.
And I think the biggest notes we have for Mr. Joseph is that he had a really relatively wide squat for this.
He did have a wide squat that caused him to, I guess, not be able to go. He did miss one attempt, but was able to really fight it. And especially on that 195, his third squat, we really saw him fight to get that up, and hopefully we'll see that same energy, that same spirit if he happens to struggle with his 125.
If. Keyword is if. And, well,
you can tell that he fought it, but would you say he struggled?
No, yeah, it was a fight.
It was a fight, but it was a very easy fight. It was like tutorial level fight.
Yeah, pretty much.
So very good 125 for Joseph Camara. Vincent Antonio now 127.5, which is what we were expecting considering his 125 was a bit on the tougher end.
But again, with that 10-5 jump, it should be doable. But like you said, that 125, now that was a fight. That was a fight where that could have gone either way. 130.
So I'm interested to see what 2.5 is gonna do. Like honestly, 2.5 may not sound like a lot. It's 5 pounds, which doesn't. If you've ever held a 2.5 plate, it feels like nothing. But honestly, moved better than his 125, right?
Maybe there was just like a misgroove.
It could be like maybe the pause on the 125 was a bit longer. Maybe he didn't touch as cleanly on that chest for that 125, and that's a very good 127.5 for Vincent Antonio, going 3 for 3 on bench. Cruto Broderick also hoping to end with this 3 for 3 with a 130 bench.
Music's coming back in for Mr. Broderick here. And again, 130 should be the magic number to try and close this out for him. Waiting for that handoff. Did kind of see it go down a little bit before the handoff, so I don't know if that's going to affect anything. Nope.
I do think that was clean. 3 white lights, so that is a good lift for Broderick Crudo. That for some people, that is their technique. They tend to like bring it down as close as they can to their chest before like reassessing. I do think that helps them feel like they've maximized their setup. So it paid off for Broderick Crudo with a very clean 130, 137.5 now. And just like his squats, right? He's just taking that 2.5 jump, just wants to maximize his total as much as possible. He is already first in the men's Master 1, but looking at the men's open, he's actually currently
challenging.
forecasted as 2. So these 2.5 kilos, they really add up.
And like you said, the Manuel Barbell Club is very supportive, and that might be the extra push he needs because he's still fighting, but it drops. And
I really thought he had it. It was really just going
so
up
close.
so slowly, but it's just a little bit too heavy, and it's a no lift for Wilfredo Trinidad.
but that's only our second no lift on bench 3.
Honestly, well,
For the flight. But hey, look, overall, comparatively speaking, this has been a pretty good outing.
comparatively speaking, this has been some of the best benching we've seen so far, with only 2 missed lifts in Flight G and so far only 2 missed lifts in Flight H. Eugene Vermeo hoping not to add to that statistic. Also trying to close things out with 140. This is, again, you can say you bench 315 for real.
I like how there's a follow-up, so bench 315 for real. But again, those added extra, I guess, meat kilos because of the pressure of everybody watching and all your training culminating into those one lift. That you make that 315 a move so quickly and so cleanly too. I didn't see any visible shake.
I'll wait for the referee's call. It's a good lift for Eugene Bermeo. Tom Salamat now. I was wondering if he'd want to end, but it looks like his nominated was 137.5, so this would be a meet PR if he gets this. He's gotten it at the gym, but of course, again, meet day is a really different environment from the gym.
True. I mean, the air is just completely different too. Everybody's doing what you're doing. They're trying to win because nothing is going to be handed out when you're competing. Now, Tom, 140 as well. An attempt at the divine 315. And he gets it.
And that's parenthesis plus 2.5 on the caption. Close parenthesis. Honestly, really happy for Tom. I've seen him try it and just get so close to 140 and not have it on the day. So it's really nice to see him make progress. Obviously a bit biased since we do train in the same gym, but 145 now, Winston Salvador. Also, exact same as his squats, just getting that 2.5, and I think it's already been mentioned, he's forecasted at first with more people competing. So these 2.5 kilos, they matter.
At the same time, if you're from the later sessions and you're still waiting and you're watching everybody just be like super competitive in all your lifts, there is an added mental stack. But again, a lot of these lifters are going to remain unpaced. Winston Salvador could have a perfect run here on a 145 and up. He's trying, but it's just not going anymore.
A bit too heavy. And like that 142, it was good, but 2.5, like you'd be so surprised how that tiny plate, those 2 tiny 1.25 plates can make the bar just feel so heavy. And closing out our bench session. Oh, that's so hard to say. Closing out our bench session For our morning session, we have,
She sells seashells by the seashore type of thing.
I don't even think I can say that, Christopher Eden, hoping to bench 150, our biggest bench by far.
150 on the line with a pretty brave jump from 130, 140. We were talking about if this was in the works, but at the moment it does look like it does need a few touch-ups. I think he might have had like a 145 or
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was Arthur Barrera. I'm so sorry. I was mentioning the wrong name. That was Arthur Barrera with that 150 attempt. That concludes our bench session. We'll head into a 10-minute break before we move on to our deadlifts. And honestly, just looking at the nominations, looking at the deadlift openers, expect some records to be broken and expect some really big pulls. But I'm Angelica Sevilla signing off. Hosting with me is...
Why did you forget my name? But again,
There are
guys,
so many rafts here.
there are so many
There's
rafts.
literally a raft competing tomorrow.
And right now, aside from many rafts, there are many sponsors to thank. This
That's
is presented
true.
by SBD Eleco in partnership with SM North EDSA, Equinox Athletes, and of course with Whale, The Rack, Play Hard, Park Inn, Amino Vital, Gymzilla, Aster Media, Dear Diet, Manuel Barbell Club, and everybody else going into that as we, well, where's that camera actually? I wanna look for that. Oh, it's right there. We are definitely gonna complete that round of sponsors once we get into the swing of things. But for now, guys, big thank you still. We will be right back.
Voters, you have 4 minutes to submit your opening weight for the deadlifts. Thank you. Our last 2 minutes for our lifters to submit your opening weight and height. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the SM North EDSA Sky Dome here in Quezon City for the deadlifts attempt of the first session of our day 2 of the SBD Nationals 2025. And again, we'll start with our deadlifts with Flight F and then Flight G and Flight H. After that, we will have our awarding ceremony for each category. For Flight F, our lifters in order are Rafael Gabayan at 165, Isaiah Gonzalez at 170, Steven Rosete at the 182.5. Sorly Dave Makaspak at 185. Pierre Redosendo at 205. Jared Romero at 205. Gian Ignacio at 205. Gian Medina at 210. RJ Delfin at 210. Renante Tubaño Jr. 210 or 220. And Matthew Fischer at 230.5. All right, let's start. The bar is loaded for Rafael Gabayan. The bar is loaded again for Rafael Gabayan. Two white, still a good lift. Loader speed, load 170 for Isaiah Gonzalez. Next is Steven Rosete. The bar is loaded for Isaiah Gonzalez. It's a good lift. Loader speed load 182.5 for Steven Rosete. Sonly Makaspak is up next. Bars loaded for Steven Rosete. It's a good lift for Dave. The bar is loaded.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the SBD PH Nationals. And we've already had a few of our opening deadlifts, but so far for both weight classes, this is going to be the first 200. In fact, 205 to grace the stage here. Now, we're still waiting for the walkout, but it is look like it's going to be focused opener. I think I see a little bit of friction for some of these lifts, but again,
Bars loaded for Pierre.
it's rarely the case that it does fail. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what Mr. Pierre Ivan Redosendo can do with this 205 opener.
No lift.
Ooh,
Or the same weight.
looked like
Correction,
two yellows
we have
there
Dave Makaspak
by
at 185.
the side reps. I think there was a
Good lift
little
earlier was
bit of a
by Steven
hitch.
Rosete. The bar is
Otherwise, it
loaded.
did move up. It's
For
not
Sonny
necessarily a
Dave
strength issue
Makaspak.
whatsoever. And again, these yellow cards, they are technicalities that can cause
Clarification
you
from the
your
panel.
lift. So that's going to be the first red opener, I believe, for, well, at least for the flight. But these deadlifts are flying by very quickly. Another 83 is looking to walk up to the stage right now.
Bar is loaded for Dave Makaspak.
At the moment, we have Mr. Sonly Dave Makaspak with an attempt at, I believe, is also 185, a relatively safer start in comparison to the 205s, but the 205s are going to come back very, very quickly soon. We have a lot of monster pullers in this weight class. And that's as good as an opener goes. And a big thank you to Miss Savi for bringing coffee to the table. Bless her kind heart. Wow. So everybody, we do have Miss Savi joining us on the commentary desk yet again.
Hello,
The ever so
everyone.
decorated.
Not that,
You
not
50
really. How have the deadlifts been while I was gone? How have things been going for us
It's the usual openers, although we did see like a written.
now? Also taking a lot of 205 coming up.
Because it definitely was not a strength issue. There were two yellows.
Okay.
So maybe it was like a hitch. But that was a very, very quick drop command. And it is a really, really comfy setup. Again, guys, at the Sky Dome, please drop by. grab some SBD merch, buy the entrance if you want. There are a lot of snacks available too, and a lot of good lifting.
Gian Ignacio now, 205.
I should have listened. Sammy warned me like 3 times. It was really hot coffee, but
205 now for Gian Ignacio. I do think that's a really good lift, and the referees agree. 205 for him. We're slowly getting heavier, getting to our last 4 attempts. We have 210 now for Gian Carlos Medina. And we were talking about this while it was their bench session. Gian Medina is currently in first, at least forecasted in first, but he does open his deadlift 20 kilos lighter than second place. But that was a very speedy 210.
Surprisingly, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead. Surprisingly.
We didn't have too many record attempts today, or just yet.
But actually, with that 210, Gian Carlos does solidify his squat record. That 220 squat that he hit earlier is now officially his to claim.
Ooh. Yeah, like I said, surprisingly, there's just not as much as yesterday, right? At the same time, you did say this is a very stacked class.
Yep, that just goes to show how hard these guys have to work and how strong the people who hold these records are.
It's a good lift for RJ.
Speaking of, 220 to open is Mr. Renante Tubania, who has yet to walk to the stage, but I say this every time we see a deadlift on air, but it is just sweet music to my ears when those plates clang and when they drop on the floor. Maybe not if you're like a floor below us.
Thanks
for the coffee.
That's freshly brewed.
Yeah.
May just
I can tell.
Renante Tubania now, 220. Our second heaviest opener. And actually, looking at what's up on deadlifts, 220 seems to be a record, or at least close to the record. So, Renante Tubania inching closer to that deadlift record with that 220. 2-1 though. I do agree with that call. We saw a bit of a wobble. It was really clean, really fast. However, once he got to the top, there was a bit of a wobble. Honestly, that usually happens when it's so light that it kind of throws you off balance.
Yeah,
but of course,
your own strength kind of
Yeah.
shots you up. It's really good.
so let's see if he opts to go up after that. 230.5 right now for Matthew Fisher. I think our second attempt, at least for second record attempt for flight F, 230.5.
Record. Opening with a record attempt. There's Mr. Matthew Sven Fischer here. And he's been strong all day long with massive jumps. Can he do it? Man.
It's a good lift and a new national record made.
I do think Matthew Fisher could pull just slightly past Gian Medina. Gian Medina only chose to go to 10 kilos after his deadlift, after his opener with 210. And I can definitely see Matthew Fisher pushing that to 15, pushing that to 20, and seeing it refresh, he's pushed it to 18.
Did I hear that right?
He's pushed it to 18, going up 248. It is his record. He can literally chip it any way he wants. So
Yeah, I was like, I was second guessing. I was like 18.
Rafael Gabaya now going up 15 to 180.
So yeah, you were talking about those big jumps. Obviously, it
And
does.
obvious deadlift is really where you see that. You see people take 30 kilo jumps, and especially once we get to the heavier weight classes, the heavier pullers. But really good. Oh, and it's really nice. If you're watching the M Sports stream, which of course you are, how would you be?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. For everyone watching the M Sports stream, you can actually see how these deadlifts will affect their positioning if it's successful. So Isaiah Gonzalez now of Puro Powerlifting, if he were to get this puts him in third place.
Big thank you again to M Sports for making these broadcasts possible. And apparently, as the days go by, we get more and more features being added to the screen for your viewing pleasure. And again, those projected positions are just really so helpful for everybody to kind of see how these lifters are gonna fare.
And
going up and
especially
down.
for those who maybe don't have access to the lifting cast, this is a really great way to keep track of where that lifter you're watching is standing, right? So another 15 kilo jump now for Isaiah Gonzalez.
Up! You know!
It's a good lift for Isaiah. Over speed load 192.5 for
I
Steven.
feel like I'm a little worried about the grip because on the left hand, you saw it kind of roll down
It's
just a little bit.
starting to give out, but that's still a lot of time.
Steven Rosette. The boss spot is up next.
Another 10 jump for the second attempts here for our 83s. Now it does look like no matter, regardless if he does make this, that number 5 spot is still where he potentially fall. Either way, as long as you get those lifts up, it is a good day.
It's a good lift.
It's a good lift for Steven Tyler, and if 200's a number he's never hit before, I can definitely see that as what he's gonna put up for his third. Or if 200's a goal,
The bar is loaded for Dave Spot.
Dave Makaspak now also taking a 10 kilo jump for this 195.
Again, sometimes I forget these are still the sub juniors. With the
Right.
amount of like weight they're moving around effortlessly for these first 2 attempts. The future is bright.
Really easy 10 kilo jump for Dave Makaspak.
Notice we go to 5 for Pierre Rosendo.
Oh, a second shot at the 205 for Mr. Red Osendo
Pierre
here.
Ivan now retaking 205. I did miss.
Loaded for Pierre Rosendo.
The call was, you did say it wasn't on strength.
Yeah?
So let's see if he cleans up his technique on this.
I'm just really hoping it didn't take too much out of his gas tank though to reattempt this weight. Because normally, again, like you kind of want to use that extra gas for maybe
But
a bigger jump.
He did come into this, walked onto the platform really hyped. So hopefully he's just 3 wides. It's a good lift, and he's really, really fired up. I wonder what he's fighting for right now, but he's really trying to prove himself with that, and he did prove himself with that 205. But moving up now to 210.
I was actually gonna say he's just about 20 kilos away from potential podium here, and Again, 20 kilos in the deadlifts.
And you can see it right now, Gian Ignacio. Currently in second. This pole will keep him in second. Currently in second. This pole keeps him in second. And with 6 lifters after, let's see how long he can fight that podium spot.
That's a good lift for Gian Ignacio.
Good lift for him, but the smallest jump we've seen so far, only opting for 5 kilos while everyone around him has been going for 10 or more. So that could play a big role as we move on to our third deadlifts.
Yeah, I'm really curious why when his toe 5 and 210 were they're pretty much identical at this point. Perhaps
It could be just making sure no one can catch up. Just at maybe 7.5, 10 felt too risky. But let's see, Jared Romero now is also currently trying to stay in third place with this 215.
it also does mean that he has the allowance to push this really hard on the third too. So going back to Mr. Jared Keith Romero here, 215, 10 kilo increment yet again.
It's a good lift for
And it's a good lift for Jared Romero. A bit of a fight to lock it out, but I honestly think it's much easier to fight the lockout than it is to fight it off the floor.
I agree.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they still try to add 5 kilos to that. Renante Tubania now retaking 220. His first attempt at it was just so fast that he wobbled at the top. So
Oops, I was
you
too
wouldn't
strong.
even want someone to slow down, but maybe just have a bit more control once he locks it out. And you can actually see that he did try to slow things down once he was approaching that lockout. So
That's that. Ooh, a record attempt. But yeah, like you said, that whiplash was like really interesting. Maybe he like, overloaded himself.
oh, I was wondering, how is this a record attempt? This is a total
record
record.
attempt.
Yeah. He immortalized
Ooh.
his squat record. He has his total record right now. And the thing is now, I have the record, the total record, the squat record, but I can feel someone's chasing me.
Well,
It is a big ask of Matthew Fisher. Can he add 20 kilos after 248? Can he deadlift 268? And that's assuming Gian misses his third deadlift, right? But let's just wait and see. Right now, RJ Nino taking his time with 220. Seemed really happy and really relieved to be able to lock that out. Seems really happy with the 220.
and like you said, there is a little bit of drama brewing because there is an overall record already being challenged here by this, again, monstrous deadlift just right outside 250 for Mr. Matthew Fisher here. And at this point, it'll just have to be a duel because now both of them are forced to go for
And
gigantic jumps.
And the thing is, this for Matthew Sven, this is also such a big jump, and more importantly, the importance of being able to get this lift. Because if he doesn't get this, it's you're 40 kilos behind, and would you consider that jump like? But his 230.5 moved well.
Oh man, he has room to go up. He has a
And-
lot of room.
Good lift, a new national record by Matthew Fisher.
I do think I'm gonna say it. If Gian Medina were to miss his third, I do think Matthew can pull off that 20 kilo jump.
At least the attempt, right? Like confidently. But that 248 moved like a 230, and that's insane to think that you think, oh, it moved like a 230 when that does not move for a majority of the people on this planet. And mind you, these are sub juniors. I'm really keen on this matchup because so far we haven't seen a perfect 9 just yet. There are lots of new challengers just outside the wings. But it is Isaiah Gonzalez walking up to the stage, attempting 192 for himself, 192.5.
And
Oh, the
so
lockout.
close. And it was so close for Isaiah Gonzalez. He knocked it out, just had to hold it a little bit longer, but it just wasn't there today. Honestly, he completed 100% of the lift. He just didn't. Gym PR.
Gym PR.
195 now.
I think that was just so indicative of how much they put into this.
Yeah, on the way, like the disappointment, you could see it on his face, but that's also so heartwarming to watch. Like you see, they really care. Rafael Gabayan now 15 kilos, going for 195. I think everyone on this flight is a sumo puller, right?
Yep, no conventional just yet. It's convincing me to swap to sumo, but hey, to each their own. Lockout looking good.
Let's see what the referee says. 3. Really nice way to end the day.
202 for men's sub junior 83 Steven Rosete. 192 looked really good. He was really happy, but this could be an all time.
Yeah.
Oh, lockout?
And just at the lockout, could not get his hips through and lock it out. It's a no lift for Steven Dyler, but Dave Makaspak now.
To be fair,
If
though,
successful, this does keep him in 5th.
yeah, to be fair, that last lift again, these last few lifts have been a bit heartbreaking when it comes to the lockout. But the fact that they got it up just means there's just a little bit more polishing
Yep.
they need. But again, focusing back to Mr. Makasa here. My God, tongue twister on me. 205 kilos on the floor, looking like it's going to get ripped. Suddenly Dave Makaspak prepping himself. I wonder if there's somebody to contest the unofficial record for the number of pumps by Mr. Emery Blake yesterday. It was 14, I believe.
I do think the PR of Emery Blake on the hip fake pumps was 14. So far, I have not seen anyone close, and I don't think Dave Makaspak is going to challenge that either. 205, grinding it out, and he does successfully lock it out, and it's a good lift for him.
Makaspak walking off very happy and very proud of that lift. But there is a lot of energy and hype around the crowd. And again, slowly but surely, the arena is filling up.
And Pierre Ivan now, I'm not sure if the mic's picking it up, but this guy is hyped. I think the most hype we've ever seen for a lifter so far. Both day one and day two. Like, we said it last time. I wonder what these lifts must mean for him, because of course every powerlifter goes in with a different story, and I wonder what getting this 215 means for him. Really, really amped to get this.
2:15, getting sized up. Looks good.
And the referees give it. And it's a good lift for Pierre Ivan.
17.5 for Deadlift National.
Like you said, there is a story behind every lift, and while we are looking at the forecasted placing,
Honestly, it's fun to joke, but all powerlifters kind of think they're the main character, you know?
in your own story, you definitely
Yeah,
are,
it's
right?
it's hard to not be when it's an individual sport.
And that's what's great about it, because again, you're either knocking a personal milestone for you or just progressing, which is the best thing, the best feeling in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, there is a little bit of like,
It's okay. We can acknowledge that, but for Gian Ignacio, that is a no lift. However, he still is in third. There doesn't seem to be another 74 after Gian Ignacio. They are placed first and second already. So I think it's safe to say, despite not getting that 217.5, Gian Ignacio is your third place medalist in the 74 sub-juniors. And Jared Keith now also, he will stay in third regardless if this is successful or not. So this could be a personal best, or just bump up the total. So
either way, he's gonna let his palms go around that bar, and now he's ready to fight gravity itself. A lot of our lifters are taking their time, but it is all business for Jared Keith Romero. Lockout.
he looks to the sky halfway through just to help get him up and just literally visualize his body to move up, and he gets it. A really good grind, but I do think this is the lifter we were talking about. It's so much easier to grind out a lockout, and I was expecting 5 more kilos from him, and he did get it with that 220. RJ Delphine now, representing Cebu United Powerlifting, pulling for first.
A lot on the line.
Making that flight not go to waste.
Again, that's 5 kilos. It might be small, but that's still 220 behind it too.
And this is 5 kilos that can give him a gold medal.
And
But today, that 5 kilos is just glued to the floor. And that's a silver medal position for RJ Nino Delfin. Renante Tubanya now, already in first. No one can contest him. Trying to get to that 500 total, not even 500. This pushes him at 506. Trying to take home that deadlift record and a 500 kilo total. Already in first. Why not? Why not just extend it even more?
the air is electric right now. These last 3 lifts are going to be momentous for so many reasons, because at the moment the 83s are having A massive duel. Do you see what I'm seeing? Before we go crazy for that, Renante Tubanya is gonna walk up to the stage trying to attempt yet another record with 231 on the bar. Just to further solidify his place, if not already uncontested at number 1, but to get that 500 total.
Trying to get that 500 total, that deadlift record.
He's going for it.
Let's see what the 3 white lights, and it's a good lift and a new record for Renata Tubanya.
The energy is up.
We have Gian Medina now.
Here we go, guys.
Because this is where it gets difficult as a handler. 15 kilos is a big jump, but his 220 was also so fast. So you have to ask yourself, how much do I believe in my athlete that he can do this 15 kilo jump? Because if he doesn't, that's 15 kilos he loses. And that's 20 kilos that Matthew Sven only needs to add to his pull to get that. Right now, Matthew Sven has a crazy pull lined up. But of course, this is the pull that he needs if Gian Carlos is successful with his 235. So there's a lot of room for Matthew Sven to swoop in if this 235 just does not go the way of Gian Carlos. And that's where you really have to think, should I have gone with a 10? Is a 5 safer? Is a 15? But of course,
let that go in
I
now.
do think he's the lifter who proved me wrong last time when I said he should just take this jump, and then absolutely smoked it when he took the bigger jump. So of course,
Where there is smoke, there is fire. And Giancarlos Medina ready to start this duel off between the last two 83s to pull.
and honestly, respect to the team name Southern Bad Boys.
Exactly. And again, guys, this is incredibly fiery. Like you said, he has to pull away from Mr. Matthew Fisher here. But again, there is a monstrous attempt in the wings. Right now, let's take a look if he can even contest that number 1, and it goes up. So that 235 actually warrants the question. Should have he gone up even more?
So the question is he really pulling this? I saw his coach go.
Oh my goodness, man.
Yup, they did bring it down. He just has. Well, he brought it down to 283,
Come on.
so I don't think
Come
that's
on.
not really.
Like I said, these last two lifts have got me fired up. I'm pretty sure it's getting everybody fired up watching from home. And
This is almost a 40 kilo jump for Matthew Sven. We said it could be possible. It's a big number, but his 248.
prepping.
Like, we've been teeing this up since bench. I think we even noticed it on squats, right? We knew it would come down to this last pull. You can tell by the aura of this guy that he has a big deadlift, right? You can just look at him and you're like, yeah, this guy deadlifts a lot. So let's
Either
see
way.
if he can deadlift 283 as a sub-junior, by the way.
The future is bright, but right now he is fighting for a lot. It could be a PR, but for sure it is for that first spot. No qualms about it. He's pulling, but no gravity. He's fighting back, and it just
too
pulls
heavy.
it.
But it came off the floor.
That's crazy. That's a
That's
sub-junior.
almost 40 kilo difference, and it came off the floor. That's 283, and it came off the floor.
That's crazy.
Honestly, shout out to Matthew Sven for putting out such a good show, for putting out such a good fight, and congratulations to Gian Lawrence. Oh, I'm so sorry. And congratulations to Gian Carlos
For taking.
for taking home first place in the men's sub-junior, followed by Matthew Sven And third going to Jared Romero. As for our sub-junior 74s,
You know,
I'll give that recap right after we see Juan Emmanuel Dizon opening with 185. Had a really good showing on the bench, going 3 for 3.
if that's a preview of how competitive things are.
And that's sub-junior.
That's
Isn't that
sub-junior.
crazy? Like, what more? What are you gonna see in the juniors and the open? I can't believe the sub-juniors have gotten this competitive. But Juan Emmanuel taking his time.
That's a good lift for Juan Dizon.
Well, we have to settle back down a little bit.
Slow off the floor, but once he gets it past his shins, that lockout just goes crazy.
And again, as we kind of settle down a little bit from that last duel,
195 for Jonathan.
we are going to go through another round of openers. And everything's just been so impressive today. It's been consistently good all throughout. And there's really like a discrepancy between the reds and the greens, which is always a positive sign, not just for the day, but for the future of our powerlifting scene. 195, we're slowly scaling up again. Dan Telebrico, who's been really good on that bench, looks to cover even more ground with his deadlift.
Again, just like Juan Emmanuel, very snappy once it gets past the shins.
Kilo 210 for Ino Malu. The potatoes and next. The bar is loaded for Ino Malu.
Ino Calub self-hyping as he walks up. So far has had a 6 for 6 day.
I wonder if he can go 9 for 9. I mean,
It
well,
would be a milestone. I've personally never gone 9 for 9.
I don't think I have either. I feel like that's the one thing we have in common. But again, jokes aside, guys,
Very good lift for Ino Calub, setting himself up for that 9 for 9, which, guys, it's really hard to achieve that.
yeah. Again, I'm just really spoiled by the level of athletes here, considering that I'm still very, very curious about going into my first meet. And, you guys have been really warm, you've been really welcoming. At the same time, it is such a treat to see everybody just show up, evolve, and have had a lot of storylines. Like I said, every lift has been personal, either going for a podium, trying to knock a record down, or just for yourself. But
He,
Or forgetting
Lin
to
Chu Pateo forgets to chalk his hands. Running back to just get a bit of chalk on him. He did close out our bench sessions and also had the strongest squat. Opening now in the middle with 210. Currently forecasted as first for our 74 juniors. Really speedy 210 for Lin Chu. 2 to 1, it's a good lift. I'm wondering how heavy he's gonna go after that. Maybe 15 to 20. Joshua Mata now 210 also for his opener.
definitely on the lighter side of the 83s, just hinging on 80, but still very impressive lifts across the board, still contesting for an almost perfect record. The jumps have been pretty calculated all throughout his lifts, and 210 on the deadlift could be a little deceiving too, because maybe he might just go for all these bigger jumps, considering he might have saved a lot of energy going into this.
Joshua Mata also going 7 for 7 now. Joshua Gaviola up next, 215.
The bar is loaded for Joshua Gaviola.
215 for Mr. Joshua Gaviola. Just chalking, or getting hands on his chalk, walking up. think this is the first conventional
I do
pull.
think this is literally the first conventional pull we've seen today. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised, but it's a very, very fast 2:15. And we have Elijah up next, and I had a bit of time to talk to him. I passed by him, and he asked us what we said when he threw his belt. And we talked about how he had to chase after
Yeah.
it, realizing how much it cost. And he told me he actually broke the buckle
Oh, no.
when he threw his belt after that attempt.
Well, doesn't seem like it's been bothering him too much at
And he
least.
says it's been harder to lock his belt right now, but he has it on. Let's see how that broken belt buckle's gonna go for him. 217.5 as his opener.
Executed. Northeast 227.5 for Carl Advincula.
Well, again, guys, we do get like really emotional, especially the athletes that are giving it their all onto the stage. But sometimes things do happen. Adrenaline is one crazy thing.
Carl Advincula now 227.5.
For Carl Advincula.
Our heaviest deadlifter, and also currently first in the men's junior. Oh, sorry, currently third.
But with how
Their flight, these people with the largest deadlifts, they do get to make up a lot of ground. So let's see. Order for Mr. Carl Advincula.
It's good.
I can definitely
195 now. So
The bar is loaded for one Dizor.
currently he is pretty secure at number 5, I believe. But if he does complete this, he will get bumped up to podium status.
his chest. I mean, once he gets that off the floor past his shin, his chest. I mean, once he gets that off the floor past his shins, it really flies. Like, zero issue with lockout whatsoever. Dan Telebrico now, 200.
The bar is loaded for Dan Telebrico.
Now, as the weights are going up, we're now seeing these bigger jumps. Like, we literally saw a 40-kilo jump a while ago. And
They still haven't really broken the theme of this flight, which has been a lot of consistency, still greens across the board, and probably one of the most impressive like bench splits.
our cleanest flight so far.
That go, I
It's a
believe.
good
Yep.
hit for Dan. Number 16. He's going to 20 for Lynch Mateo.
Lynch. Oh, it was a good lift for Dan Telebrico. Lynchu Pateo now, one of our candidates for that 9 for 9 day, going up 10 kilos for 220.
I think so far, like, it's been a mixed bag with how people have been approaching these jumps across the lifts. Earlier, we saw probably the biggest jump we've seen the entire 2 days with like what 40.
40
They were even
almost
considering-
40 kilo jump. 35 kilo jump they took. But Lynchu Pateo now only taking a 10 with
Such a methodical approach so far for most of
already ranked first, going to push that even more.
And like we said, right, a very, very methodical approach for this group, and rather this flight. And that 220, without a doubt, will be a good lift.
I saw him do that on his opener as well. It does happen often if you tend to grip the bar in a way that squeezes your pecs, that it does cramp up. They're trying to hold it. He was doing that on his first attempt as well. It looks like it also cramped during his 220. Enoch
This-
Kalub now 225. No difference in rank whether or not he gets this.
225. It's taking a little bit of time though, and judging from his stats, he could be going for a PR here.
Mhm.
Is looking to go for a conventional pull. A lot of focus.
It's a good day for Eno.
You think he has like an extra 5 or 7 after that?
I do think so because his rank will be changing regardless. This is just a
Barcelona for Joshua Mata.
Yeah, like you
that
mentioned.
is just a personal poll, like PR.
Yeah, that could just be a personal pull there. As the totals, they are already revealing for a lot of these lifters, but wow, that's still really easy.
It's a good day for Joshua.
It's a good lift for Joshua Mata. I did miss what rank that would put him in. I do think he's first right now. Because, yeah, with Joshua Gaviola now trying to pull for second. 15 kilo jump for him. And it's nice to note that so far we have 3 people in the running for a 6 for 6. Maybe 4. I mean, for a 9 for 9. And that might be 4 later on once we get to Carl Sebastian. But now, again, Joshua Gaviola with this 230.
Love the consistency again from this flight. And it's looking a lot better than his 215, actually. Because I think there was a little bit of like unevenness on the first pull, but now everything's been set. And like you said, everybody's still in the running for a near flawless record. In fact, there is a potential flawless record for 3 people. The jumps are not that too big either. It's like mostly increments of 10. There is one considerable one coming up.
Elijah Kiepo now, 232.5. Taking his time with it. Really trying to get into that perfect position. You don't want to bring your hips so low. Like you want to get it just right where your wedge is perfect.
You can really feel that too. Like,
And it's
that's-
a really good lift. Honestly, I really think he actually did a better job getting into position for that 232. I think when he did 217, I feel like he dropped a little bit too low. That's why it took a while to get past his shits. But his 232.5 was really controlled as soon as it came off the floor. 237.5 now. Heaviest deadlift for our second attempts. Carl Sebastian, if he gets this, puts him temporarily in second place.
If he does get this pull though, then well, that is a pretty considerable jump. As you mentioned, this is the heaviest of our second attempts here. Hopefully he doesn't gas out just because, but the suit 37 is looking like it's a very, very fluid, a singular motion all the way to the top, and that should push him to the second place, especially.
And if you looked at his face after he did that, he was feeling really good. He looked really confident. I'm guessing he's gonna pull whatever needs to be put into first. I'm not sure how far ahead that is, but if it's within reach, he's for sure taking it. 202.5 now for Juan Dizon. We've been saying it a lot every time we see him lift. He's just putting what he can, and putting all of that has placed him at third right now. This attempt not gonna change his standings, but will push his total up by 7.5 and make it even harder to knock him out of that third place spot.
Let's look very focused on this. I mean, like you said, the difficulty's been ramping up as everybody's just trying to inch their way up towards the ladder. But like I said, I love the basing of this group so far. It's all been done so intelligently and so intentional. And it does look like all that allocation of stamina is paying
And
off.
I really loved watching that list because, like we said it for his first and second, once he gets it past his shins, he knows he has it. And the moment he fought it so hard to get it past his shins, and the moment he did, you already saw him smile. He knew, oh, I just have to lock this out now. And very good third attempt for Juan Dizon, going 3 for 3 on the deadlift and further securing his third place for now. Dan Telebrico taking a 10 kilo jump for 220.
I'm trying to remember how that 210 moved for him. But so far, the MCA boys have been pretty good today. And again, still very much in contention for having a pretty decent record. But now that's his only second on the misses. Everything else has been pretty solid. 235 though, next for Ino Cedric Calum. Walking up to stay at that 225 if my memory serves correctly. Has been pretty good. Although, like you mentioned, it probably won't change his rank too much. It's still nonetheless a personal milestone perhaps to pull this heavy.
And if he gets this, it's 9 for 9. He's one of her 4 lifters in contention for 9 for 9.
Oh, you're right. Oh, he's feeling good. A lot of anticipation here as he reaches the bar.
I do think he has it.
Lockout! He lost his grip on that. But hey,
He fought so
just the
hard.
grip.
But it was such a good fight. He was so close, but we've seen how many lifts already. He technically locked it out.
Just the grip. And
Very good
potentially-
attempt for Ino Calub.
It's gonna be the victory lap, right, for Mr. Joshua
For
Antonio
Joshua
Mata.
Mata, he already is in first. First by a lot. Just hoping to add 10 kilos onto that. Really easy 235 for Joshua Mata. I overheard his coach in the back saying we should have done 240. That's how easy it was. Linshu Pateo now taking quite a big jump, 237.5. Not necessarily. I was wondering why, and then I looked, and that's because it puts him at the 600 total.
Oh, okay. Well, always feels
I
good.
mean, he already is in first by quite a lot, so
Why not?
why not just go for that 600 total? I know a lot of people, a lot of lifters in this weight class really aim for that 600 total, so
For the big 600, and it stops right at the
and
shins.
it is that same part on his chest that he was nursing in the first and second attempts. Like, it is cramping up. I don't think he can even move his shoulder back right now. And we do have nurses. There is we do have emergency services on like with us on the stage in the stadium, making sure that all our athletes are safe. They're taking care of him right now. He was escorted out. I do think it was his chest cramping and he just could not open it up anymore, stretch it out. But he seems good to go. His coach, his handlers with him, and he is being taken care of.
Right now he is talking, so that is a very good sign. And again, everybody is just trying to take care of him and make sure that everything is okay. He's actually moving both his arms.
Yep,
So
I
like
do
you
think
said,
it really just was a bad cramp, and to the point that he couldn't move. But he seems okay right now. We have Joshua Gaviola now, also taking 240.
Ba't ka kasi overweight? Ba't ka kasi lagpas 1 kilo? Podium sana. Ayos ha?
you know, hopefully.
I just heard his handler.
Oh, close to the
He's
lockout.
really fighting for it.
Oh,
I think he's also cramping at the looks of it. He is getting some help from the spotters because he did land right on his back. So
I bet he's on his feet.
he is looking good, but I overheard his handler say, and I looked at his weight class. He weighed in at 75. His handler said, "Why were you overweight by 1 kilo?"
man. Actually,
But-
that is a super slight like margin if you really think about it.
But 245 now for Elijah. Oh, sorry, 245 for Carl Advincula.
Oh, it's in the same sheet. I just put a separate like tab.
All right, a lot of hype, a lot of energy being brought to the stage yet again, and again, just for everybody's reassurance, our lifters are okay. They are getting nursed back to health. It does look like they are just having a conversation about taking the proper measure, hoping that it's not anything serious. But 245 on the bar for Mr. Carl Sebastian Advincula. And it is up. The lockout looks good. And the drop to complete that lift.
And it's a good lift for Carl Advincula. Who stays in second temporarily. Elijah Capo now wanting to close out this session of deadlifts for Flight G with 245, a really big jump. Oh, I understand why. Elijah Capo represents Team 555. Getting 245 puts his total at 555.
course.
We said everyone comes in with a story, and I feel like this was Elijah's.
You know what? Like you said, there's so many reasons why they lift this heavy ass weight. And the stories, they just keep piling up, adding up. It's been a fantastic showing for everybody. He is looking to close out strong for this third deadlift. Oh, he's got it off the floor.
Wow! Wow! I was a bit surprised. I thought it was gonna be a big jump, but he actually got it, and what a great way! And he actually lifted 555. That's
perfect.
That's so funny.
That's storybook, basically.
Like, I can't tell if it was on purpose or not. I actually can't tell. I will ask them later, just because it feels so crazy that that's what he really wanted. But
It is the coolest thing to actually have your numbers from the team itself
your
on your
own
totals.
team, yeah. 205 now, Vincent Antonio. We are now headed into Flight H, our openers. Another conventional lifter. I think this is our second conventional lifter in this whole morning session.
Yeah, and it's been really, really impressive all the way through, regardless of the form. But conventional, it just pulls on a lot of our heartstrings. And 205 at the opener. Solid stop by Vincent Jeremy Antonio.
First speeds go to 7.5 for Tom Salamat.
Tom Salamat now, 207.5.
Vice Golden for Tom Salamat.
Si Mr. Media, Tom Salamat.
It's a nickname to be had. But 207 for the opener here. And again, you've talked about that like nagging injury that he's had on one of his knees.
It's good for Tom. First speed go to 10 for Kyle Fortaleza. Jason Kamara next.
So far, we've only had 2 9-for-9s, if I'm not mistaken.
Mars Golden for Kyle Fortaleza.
And that just goes to show how hard it is to really get a 9-for-9. Kyle Fontanilla now 210.5. 210.
$210 for his opener. Trying to size it up, get that belt just right.
Really good, really smooth 210 for Kyle Fontanilla.
First speed go to 15 for Jason Kamara.
Chase F. Camara now 215, also a men's junior. So we will see rankings change from Flight G due to some of the lifters here in Flight H. Chase F. Camara looking really strong. Only missing his opener squat and being able to bounce back, going 3 for 3 on bench. Let's see if he can do the same with his deadlifts. Already forecasted at 535.
And we're back. Mr. Joseph Camara, 215. I think it's safe to say that
he did lose. He lost balance. He locked it out, got thrown forward. Realized he got thrown forward, and it's like, I know I fumbled this. I can do it again though.
I think that's a safe call because you'd rather not try to recenter yourself and hurt yourself. So I think that's like a bit of a gimme. It's all good. And
Yojin Bermeo now, 220.
I was about to say, like, we do kind of expect openers to be like, absolutely nothing to most of our lifters. Granted, can't be complacent. At the same time, this is all within the wheelhouse. Like, this is kind of like would it be safe to say to be like a token warm up into the really, really heavy stuff?
Something around that. People tend to go RP 6 to 7 and then push it from there. Because you don't want to make your opener too hard to the point that you can't make any progress. So, really nice 220 for Yojin. Perfect for an opener.
The vice golden for Raven Villasotes.
Oh.
It's a good Raven. First piece go 225 for Roderick Pudo.
Broderick Crudo now, 225.
Vice loaded for Broderick Crudo.
I believe this should be the last flight for our
This
morning
is our
session.
last flight for our morning session. The people competing in the succeeding session are already weighing in, they're already registering.
Lot to be excited for moving forward. But again, deadlift 2 and 3 upcoming for this too. A lot of patience being exercised here by Mr. Crudo. Again, you mentioned that the most important thing about lift 1 is you don't get too tired that you can't actually move up.
Really good lift for Broderick Crudo. Moving up now, we have 235 for Wilfredo Trinidad. He's pacing himself out really, really well. Taking the jumps he needs, doing the attempts he needs. So I'm not even gonna doubt that this is gonna move like a perfect opener. He is coached by Manuel Barbell Club. They are a very experienced team. Head coach Lyle even here because they flew in for his own wedding.
Wedding, I mean, it's such an eventful week.
And what a good week for Wilfredo Trinidad.
One red.
What a good lift for Wilfredo Trinidad. Arthur Barrera now opening with 235. He did have the heaviest bench attempt with 150. So and this is something you talk about, like you wouldn't expect old powerlifting, at least it would surprise you. Someone who had the heaviest bench was also towards the end of the heaviest deadlifts, but that's really an idea we're pushing past from, like these specialist things. They're not real.
Just be strong.
Yes, be strong.
What if
Arthur Barrera now being strong, pulling that 235 like it's nothing.
The idea of like just being a specialist. What if you're subtotal specialist for all the lifts? It's like, whoa, that's like the whole thing, right? Yeah. You know, don't let the joke go over your head, please. But yeah, I really like how the direction of being a complete athlete is being pushed towards so many sports, including powerlifting, and it just shows the dedication and how far everybody has come. And I think this was something that we were waiting on, because at first it did look like Michael Jimenez registered at 270 at the start.
I do think it could have been a typo on the end of the announcers and probably meant to put 235 because we didn't see any changes.
Less on that opener for 235. 240 though for Shane Carulo.
A men's junior lifter as well. Really speedy 240 for Shane.
So try to look out for any potential perfect records here, but so far, if consistency is still going to be the talking point, then flight age, I believe, is still close to G, but there are a lot more, I guess, attempts missed.
And going actually, Winston Salvador now second to the last heaviest bench and now deadlifting last, and just goes to show like this guy is just strong.
Yep.
Because I'm also looking at the numbers on his squat, and he also looks like he was just towards the end. So this is just a strong dude.
Yeah, like it's
And like that's what you want to aim for in sport like this. You just want to be strong, man.
it's like there are 3 different lifts, you know. But at the same time, it's one of those like splits where it's almost ideal for
Yeah,
to
the
have.
ideal split of everything is strong. And a really good 250 for him. And the reason you kind of want to be that type of lifter where you have the same type of confidence for each lift is because you never know what's gonna happen on meet day. If you have all your eggs on squat and you have one of the worst squat performances,
It's hard.
and it's hard to bounce back from that because you go into bench and deadlift already defeated and with not as much confidence. But
There are 3 major legs.
Tom Salamat now going up 10 kilos, 17.5. This is his best deadlift, at least in a meet. Hoping to convince his coach that I can do this and give me more for my third.
It's also like probably one of the most direct ways without like verbally communicating. I can
Like
do
if
more.
it's fast,
Yeah.
it's like yeah, if it's fast, you have no choice. And I just say since I do train with this guy, and I think you can see it when you watch him, that guy locks out so far. He is not making you doubt that he's locked out.
That's just an extra level of security to your lift, you know. Because you have talked about a lot of like visual issues with some of the lockouts, and it's not necessarily the lifter's fault sometimes, because again we're all just built differently.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of insurance, just holding all the way back.
Vincent Antonio now, 15 kilo jump. He is our only conventional puller, I think. I'm not quite sure. There could be more, but one of the only
One of the few,
conventional
yeah.
pullers we've seen today.
Oh, and he's got it.
He was smiling while it was coming up. So
He's probably got more.
I'm wondering if they're gonna go for that 5. I do
Then?
think it, like we said, it's way easier to grind out on the lockout than it is off the floor. So Joseph Camara now, he missed his opener on 215 because he went off balance. I think because it was too fast. So this is a common response to that. People do tend, okay, let's add more and see if it slows you down. We saw another athlete choose not to do that, but instead just himself slow it down. So let's see how this other method of just being too strong and having to add more to slow things down works for
And saying you're too strong for
Joseph Camara.
215.
Yeah.
A lot. Oh, really quick, like you said.
Yep, it's a good lift for Joseph Camara. That 220 was a really good call. It did slow him down, but slow him down enough to the point where there's still room. And for 9 day, everyone has had a mislift here and there, except for Mr. Kyle Fontanilla. Let's see if he can close things out with a 9 for 9 day.
And you know, even just missing 1 or 2 lifts is already really, really good on the records, because you're still getting your totals, and in fact, when you're within that range, you're still pretty good to go for a lot. But 9 for 9, like you said, rare, but also such a good sign of everything, your training routine, your discipline to keep it within your weight.
And it's also a sign that your handler or your coach understands you as well, because taking these attempts, it's a collaborative thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's a good sign that your coach gets where you're at, your coach knows when you can push, and with that successful 2.5, Kyle Fontanilla is now 8 for 8.
From the looks of that, do you think he might have like a 2.5 or a 5 in him?
I do think they might be going for 227 to 230. I'm not. it did seem fast, and when you're lifting numbers these big, 7.5, 5 to 7.5 is perfect.
Again, percentages. You touched on it earlier, and we have to go back to it. Well, speaking of 2 to 7.5,
They're just cleaning up the bar, making sure. Making sure that there's no excess chalk, no excess baby powder. So it's all smooth sailing for Mr. Eugene Bermeo.
smooth sailing, like you said, but hopefully a very firm stance and a grip on the floor. Like you said, everybody's just doing their best to maintain the integrity of not just the stage, but the competition itself, and with an attempt at 227. Like you said, these smaller jumps, even on the deadlifts, or at least if you're closing to your max, can be a little crazy, but I don't think this is near his max because his 220 just went up.
Oh, but
Why did I say that? Why did I say that?
And it's a no lid for Eugene Bermeo, but I do see him go up to his coach. It could just be he wasn't in the most efficient position to pull that. So, of course, he has one more shot at attempting that. Raven Villasotes now 232.5.
I wonder why he said that.
For Raven Villasotes.
But we do have the utmost confidence in all of our athletes.
Again, we do not have actual power
Yeah.
in regards to the performance of these athletes.
Trust me, guys.
And a commentator's curse is not real.
If we had power, we would have probably solved world hunger by now.
We would have given you all good lifts.
True.
232.5 now for Villasotes Raven. Also a junior. But this poll puts him in fifth with one more to go. So we might.
Yeah, like you said, deadlifts, they cover a lot of ground. I feel like this is like the final stretch where everybody's just sprinting towards it, giving everything they've got. And a 240 for Broderico Cruto here at 83. That's a pretty considerable jump too. I think that's like a 15.
15-kilo jump for Broderick Cruto. He's really patient with it off the floor. And once it comes off, it just goes straight up, locks it out. So it's a good lift for Broderick Cruto.
And I often hear that too. Like, yes, speed is important to show that you are capable of going up, but don't get that confused with rushing the lift.
Yep. There's a difference between speed and just wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. 242.5 now for Wilfredo Trinidad. This is a record attempt, I think, for the Masters 1 deadlift. I'm looking at the side to see if this is the Masters 1 deadlift or a total record for the Masters 1.
Lockout.
Oh, you can see his grip. Wow, it was on the very tips of his fingers, but it's a good lift and he gets it. I'm wondering if they're still gonna make him go up because he gets the record anyway, but
Yeah.
and he already won Masters, so I'm wondering if they're still but if you look at his other attempts, he has pushed for that 2.5. So Shane Carulo now pulling from third to second.
I'm not sure if I'm getting my stats like confused here, but it is a 567 and a half versus a 560. So he still is in contention for podium for open, I believe, at least for now. At the same time, you did really see the
And
grip
his
give out.
grip, but
It rolled out.
240 now. Shane Carullo, a really really strong.
Oh, easy 250.
Waiting for the lights. 3 in the flight above. 585 by Joshua Mata is the current
A lot.
first place right now. But anyway, Arthur Burt 250, 15 kilo jump, and he has that same smile when he saw on his bench. So it's safe to say he's feeling really good. Michael Jimenez now, 255, a 20 kilo jump. I think our biggest jump we've seen so far from anyone in this flight. Of course, we did see that 35 kilo jump in the flight a while ago, but 20 kilos now is the number to beat for at least flight H.
And this should bump his totals up by a considerable amount if he does get this. But again,
It
that is a
puts
big
him
if.
in first if he gets this, at least forecasted first. Again, for now, we
For
do
now,
have to
for
always
now.
put that disclaimer for now, but being first is still a big feat.
Yeah. Most definitely so. And a very clean 255.
You know, he pulled that when the beat dropped.
That's cool.
that is kind of cool to watch.
I really like the music timing too for the most part. But yeah, like you said, that's a big jump. For now.
For now, Michael Jimenez is now in first at Winston Salvador now. Already in first, I'm assuming by a lot. He is the only person right now with a 600 total. 612.5 if he gets this. So I can't see anyone in this fight catching up to that right now. But
Yeah.
of course, we still have more people.
The closest person to catch up to even the range of 590 to 600, like you said, in this flight is just way too far. And well, Michael had a pretty good show, but Winston Salvador on that convincing 257 is just gonna solidify that total even more. So now, if Michael Jimenez would even look to contest that, that'd be closer to like a 25 to a 30 kilo jump, which at this point of the day, that's your Hail Mary play. That's your big swing.
Yep. Vincent Antonio now. And if you heard that, our last deadlift attempt for this session. It's been a long day, guys.
Oh yeah, it has been a long day.
And there's still more to come. But of course, I'm not tired. Are you?
How honest are we
Lie
going
right
to be?
now.
There is.
But 225, our last deadlift attempts, at least for this morning session. Vincent Antonio, he did grind out that 220, but just a bit too heavy. Could not get it past the shins, but really good attempt. That 220 honestly took so much. So Tom, salamat
And,
now.
you know, to put this into perspective, everybody, you know, number 8, number 7 might not be like the most impressive thing immediately. But remember, this is for the entire country, right?
And right now it says 4-2.
Yep. That's two places to jump for Mr. Tom Salamat, and he'd be really thankful if he gets it off the floor. Just a little bit of a shake, but the lockout is secured. Like you
And
said, a
there's
lot
a
of
good-
security on that
Yeah,
lockout.
he's made and a really good showing for Tom Salamat, of course. with an injury, slowly coming out of that injured state, really giving me hope personally.
I have full faith for you to go back, but then
Give it
eventually
10 years. But now 230 for Joseph Camara, pulling and putting, if pulled successfully, puts him in 5th.
230. Mr. Joseph Camara. Another 2-place jump potentially if this lift does manage to materialize.
And
Barely got off the floor.
just not there today, but still a really good showing by Joseph Camara. Kyle Fontanilla now, we were talking about him a while ago. He's the only lifter in this flight who has the possibility of going 9 for 9. They did choose that 10 kilo jump, but his 22.5 was very fast. I do think it doesn't seem like he's aiming for anything specific, so I really think he just wants a 9 for 9 day. And I do think it is possible for Kyle Fontanilla.
He'll also be the second person to finish with
555.
555. So imagine if, in a world where he was also part of that team and then you get another 555, you get a little suspicious, right? Like,
Right? At 232.5, hoping for a 9 for 9 day. The only person in his flight who could end up at 9 for 9.
Representing Mayhem Powerlifting.
And just a little off the shins, off the knees. So close, but a
Very close,
really
though.
good
And,
showing. And still a very strong lifter. Eugene Bermeo now went up 7.5. I do remember when he missed this. It is 4th to 1st. He's pulling for 1st. At least temporarily pulling for 1st.
Throne for 74 is just so crowded at the moment with everybody just vying. And just to finish off, like what I said earlier, all the gyms that have come out today should be incredibly proud of all their athletes. As Yojin on that conventional pull.
A really good save by Yojin, honestly. And props to Yojin himself for being such a self-aware lifter, to know where he went wrong in that 227 and be like, I can go up, I can pull for the win, just I know where I went wrong, load it up and trust me, and he did.
Ooh, Wilfredo Trinidad with a national record attempt at 245.
We've seen it on his 3rd squats, 3rd bench, and now his 3rd deadlift. Just adding 2.5 from his 2nd attempt, really just trying to squeeze out as many kilos as he can.
Still loading the bar, getting really excited on this attempt. But yeah, those 2.5s have been quite challenging. I mean, realistically speaking, that 242.5 already looked like it was a bit of a grind. This could be the same thing. And hopefully this isn't enough to help Gravity win in the situation. But we're just kind of mulling over things. All right, for 245 for Mr. Wilfredo Trinidad. He's pulling it. Oh, it just needs a lockout again, and he's fighting his grip.
Wow! What fight!
I can't believe
Wilfredo Trinidad, that's crazy. It was just literally holding on at the very tips of his fingers. Wow. That's crazy. What a fight.
Raven on a pretty considerable jump here too at 245. Does not really change the standing at this point, but once again, he's just potentially pulling for himself. Pretty high belt position actually.
Bracing more into the upper part.
He's got it.
Really fighting for it. Really one of those lifters who, once they get it going past a certain point, the lockout is so easy. And just being able to keep pushing when it really just does not want to go up.
He shook his head though.
Perfect third for Raven Villasotes. If he shook his head, maybe there's been even harder deadlifts that we haven't even seen, but still a really, really good 3 for 3 on deadlifts for Raven Villasotes. Cruto.
250, the first attempt for this flight. And now, Broderick Cruto just really taking the time in for his final lift of the afternoon.
Taking his time to wedge, but just a bit too heavy for Broderick Cruto today. Still a really good showing from him, ending his day with a 240 deadlift. Shane Carulo now trying to pull for first temporarily with his 260 deadlift, putting him above Joshua Mata from the earlier flight.
Actually, there is going to be a lot of mayhem for these last few attempts because it is quite contested, these seconds and
I'm
ones.
seeing a lot of forecasted places switching around, so Shane Carullo now trying to temporarily get to that first place spot for the men's 83 juniors. Has been having a really, really good day so far, only missing one lift. And again, that boss music.
The timing of it all again.
As he's hitting deadlift.
260 on the bar currently for Shane Carullo. He has had a good outing for the most of the day, but that was the very last bits of what he had left in the tank. But regardless, it's been mostly good for a lot of our lifters. There is another 260 attempt by Arthur Barrera, who's been pretty smiling for most of the day, especially on the bench.
And Arthur Barrera not looking to contest that first place spot anymore. Just wants to end the day, because if he gets this is a 600 total.
Man, again, it's just so satisfying, like no matter what the results are. But again, this has to be a fight. That 250.
Honestly, the 250 moved well. So it moved so well that he smiled.
Yeah.
Like that a big bright smile too. So that's a lot of confidence now going into 260.
He definitely had a little bit more in the tank.
3 watts. It's a good lift.
And for like a shaky squat start, and to end up still in the top 3, let alone top 2.
And ending with a 600 total. Winston Salvador now. I can smell the baby powder from here. Winston Salvador wanting to add 5 more kilos and close things out with a 17.5 total. It's like credit music right now.
Guys, we're still competing, man. There's still like so many lifters ahead of the day, but like you said, these last few lifts are just so momentous for so many of our competitors. 262.5 is looking to get terrorized by Mr. Winston Salvador, who's just looking to bump up his total a little bit more, but he is currently sitting at the top.
third attempt for Winston Salvador. 3 wide lines.
You called it. Perfect third attempt.
Perfect third attempt for him. Michael Jimenez now 267.5, not that far off the 275 we thought he was gonna open with. Our last deadlift for this morning session, guys. Morning's a stretch, it's 2:30.
Wow, what time did we start again? Or like around 9?
9.
But guys, please, before Sir Michael Jimenez walks to the stage, do not leave just yet. We have so many more lifters ahead
And
of us.
if you're looking on the street,
The bar student for Michael Jimenez.
and just take a look at the stream. If he gets this, it pulls him temporarily into first.
Not too far from that 270 we saw. But that just means that this lift is within the challenging territory. Oh, he's still going for it.
And it's a no lift for Michael Jimenez. But I really thought he had it. It was almost past his shins. But what a good attempt.
2025. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. In a short while, we will have our awarding ceremony. So we're requesting our
All right, guys. So while this is going on, this is the perfect time to thank our sponsors. So first, our presenters with SBD, Eleco, and the PAP, affiliated with the IPF, the APF, the PSC, and the POC, alongside our sponsors with Play Hard, the Rackco, Whale Nutrition, partnered with Equinox, SM North EDSA.
And we'd also like to thank Radisson Park Inn, Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Aster Media, and M Sports for making all of these possible.
So for now, guys, we will be taking a very, very a decently long break.
Us commentators
Yes.
will be taking a break, but the stream will stay on. Stay tuned and watch your favorite lifters. We will have an award.
Oh look, your favorite lifter is on the screen right now on the left.
He's my favorite lifter. And if you're still watching, you may
I
not
want
see
one.
it, but the ring is the best lifter. Warren! And you are blocking it.
Anywho, guys.
The very the best lifter rings.
Everybody's getting very interested, and for good
The
reason.
best lifter rings.
A lot of love being shown around, guys, but do not forget.
And these rings, I feel like we can't stress enough, given to the best lifters, handcrafted, each symbol on that ring with some special meaning behind it. But again, we will take a break, but the awarding ceremony will go on, and we'll see you later in the afternoon, the later afternoon session, and see you there.
All right, good afternoon, SM North and sa Sky Dome. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, the awarding ceremony of the morning session of your SBD PH Nationals 2025, Day 2. And we're about to start first with our categories. But before we mention our categories, we'll enumerate the winners for both or each division. The bronze medalist will receive 400 pesos worth of gift certificates from our title sponsor SBD Philippines and Whale Products. Ang silver medalist naman natin will receive 700 pesos worth of gift certificates courtesy of SBD Philippines and Whale Products. And our gold medalist will take home 1,000 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines, Whale Products, and samples from Amino Vital. Again, we would like to call our tournament director, Miss Esme Cruz, and one of our referees, Coach Atlas Singson, in front of the platform to award our winners. First, let's meet the winners in the men's sub-junior 74 category. We have 3 winners in this division. Unahin natin ang ating bronze medalist who lifted a total of 465 kilos from Tanzan National Trade School, Gian Ignacio. Kapag natawag po ang pangalan niyo, punta agad po sa platform immediately. Please proceed to the platform immediately to get your medals. So our silver medalist who finished with a total lift of 490 kilos from, stuck Cebu United Powerlifting, RJ Delfin. And our gold medalist who finished with a total lift of 506 kilos from Kilo Culture Renance Tubanya Jr. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen. Compress daw. Congratulations, Gian, RJ, and Ren. Let's go to the winners in our men's sub-junior 83 category. Our bronze medalist finished with a total lift of 527.5 kilos from Undaunted Jared Romero. Again, we're calling our bronze medalist, Jared Romero. Please proceed to the platform. Okay. Our silver medalist is from MCA with a total lift of 550.5 kilos. He is Matthew Fischler. And our gold medalist with a total lift of 585 kilos, the product of Southern Bad Boys, Gian Medina. Any representative from Undaunted to represent Jared in receiving his bronze medal. All right. Just to complete the podium. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen. Congratulations, Jared, Matthew, and Gian. All right, that completes our awarding ceremony for the morning session of the second day of our SBD PH Nationals 2025. We'll see you at 4 o'clock p.m. for the afternoon to evening session. We would like to take this opportunity Again, we would like to recognize our sponsors for making the SBD PH Nationals 2025 possible. Our presenter, the Powerlifting Association of the Philippines. PAP is the official affiliate of the International Powerlifting Federation and the recognized National Sports Association for Powerlifting by the Philippine Sports Commission. We would also like to thank our affiliates, the International Powerlifting Federation, Asian Powerlifting Federation, Philippine Sports Commission, Philippine Olympic Committee. Also to our presenters, SBD Philippines, our title sponsor, and our competition equipment partner, Eleco. We would also like to thank our organizing partner, Equinox Athlete Management, our venue partner, SM North EDSA, our warm-up equipment partner, Play Hard Fitness. And also we would like to recognize other groups who made this event possible: The Rock.co, Will Nutrition, the Radisson Park Inn, SM North, the official accommodation partner, Pagcor, Gymzilla, the official warm-up equipment partner, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, also a warm-up equipment partner, and our media partners, Aster Media and M Sports. Again, we would see you at 4 o'clock p.m. to begin our afternoon to evening session in the second day of your SBD PH Nationals 2025. Public service announcement po muna tayo. Meron tayong lost and found dito na isang ring with color silver. Again, lost and found po. Baka may nawawala kayong sing-sing, hindi nyo namalayan, nahulog na pala. Just get it here at the table officials area. Thank you. SM North Edsa Skydome, good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon to evening session in your second day of your SBD PH Nationals 2025. In less than 10 minutes, we will start our lifting session, which consists of Flight I, J, and K. So a reminder to our lifters and coaches, you have about 6 minutes to submit your opening weight and height for the squats competition in your session. Before we start our second session for day 2, we would like to thank our sponsors, TheRock.co. TheRock.co is your one-stop shop for gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel perfect for Filipino lifting enthusiasts, powerlifters, weightlifters, CrossFit athletes, bodybuilders, and more. Discover top-tier products from the most elite brands in strength training, including Eleiko, Rep, Concept 2, Kabuki Strength, VersaGrips, AbMat, Notorious Lift, Whale, and Hyperrise at TheRock.co. You may follow them on their website www.therock.co or on their social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube with the handle TheRock.co PH for exclusive updates on premium gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel. Stay strong, lift safe, and best of luck in your competition from TheRock.co. Competing lifters and coaches, last 2 minutes to submit your... Again, last 2 minutes to submit your opening rack here at the table officials area. Thank you. Also, we would like to thank another major sponsor, Eleiko. Attention strength enthusiasts. Elevate your lifting experience with Eleiko, the world's leading brand for precision engineered weightlifting and powerlifting equipment. As the exclusive distributor of Eleiko in the Philippines, the Rock.co brings you the best in strength training. You may visit the Rock.co booth to explore on the full range or drop by on the Rock.co's booth or website to get your hands on Eleiko gear. Lift heavy, lift safe, lift Eleiko. Also, we would like to give a huge thank you to our title sponsor, SBD Philippines. SBD is proud to provide lifters with authentic, top-quality strength training apparel that's trusted and approved by the International Powerlifting Federation and powerlifting champions worldwide. When you see the SBD logo, you know it's a product that's made to meet the highest standards in the sports. To ensure your purchase authentic products, make your purchase through the website of the Rock.co and also on SBD PH with the website sbdphilippines.com, or you may reach out to them at SBD Philippines handle on Facebook and Instagram. This event is also organized by the Equinox Athlete Management. We're the trailblazing professional sports management team with the common goal of developing and supporting athletes on their journey onto the world stage. And we have reached the 3-minute mark. 3 minutes before we start our opening lift. Again, the SBD PH Nationals 2025 is presented to you by the Powerlifting Association of the Philippines, with its affiliates, International Powerlifting Federation, Asian Powerlifting Federation, Philippine Sports Commission, and Philippine Olympic Committee. SBD Philippines is also the title sponsor. We thank you, our competition equipment partner, Eleiko, our warm-up equipment partner, Play Hard Fitness, Gymzilla, and Manuel Barbell Club. Also a shout out to our other sponsors, Real Nutrition Co., Philippine Amusements Gaming Corporation, PAGCOR, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, and Hybrid Strength. Also, we thank our venue partner, SM North EDSA, and our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inn. And also our official media partners, Aster Media and M Sports PH. This event is being streamed live through the M Sports Facebook page. Napin nyo lang sila, M Sports PH. Paging Janelle Parchamento. Miss Janelle or yung coach niya, please proceed here to the table officials area. Thank you.
Okay, so it's one channel. You have your right ear.
Approaching
I
the
have my
1 minute
left.
mark,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, we would like to introduce our 3 referees in charge for our second session of day 2 of the SBD PH Nationals 2025. Our chief referee is Miss Blanche Baron. And her side referees are Mr. Marco Ferrer and Mr. Mark Rodriguez. First
Wait, do you
flight
wanna-
on deck
I'll check first.
is Flight I.
Okay, I think it just feels a bit
So, you know,
because it's just coming out.
Because you're not used to you're not used to it yet. Check.
Hello, hello.
Check.
Oh, this is
Okay.
way louder.
It is way
I
louder.
think it's just because I couldn't.
What about that? Is that louder for you?
I think this is fine. It's really so hard
To tell if I'm just hearing myself.
or if I'm.
Because this is working. I can hear myself with this.
Because I think now I'm just hearing her speaking, like actual speaking. Is there a way to raise it a little?
Was it this one? Audio check 1, 2, 3.
A bit too loud, but maybe something. I think this is fine. Do I come off really loud?
No, you.
Or is this literally just how it reflects back to me?
I don't actually think this is like
Of your SBD PH Nationals 2025 Day 2. Our first competitor is Angela Borromeo with 107.5, and the bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo.
But like, can you try speaking right now?
check 1, 2, 3. This is gonna be my speaking voice later, so.
Okay, that one much clearer. Is my voice clear? I'm just scared that I might be talking too loud.
No, it's. Anyway, guys, I think we're live right now.
Oh no,
so
are we
you might
live?
be
I'm so
hearing
sorry.
me and Savvy just kind of
Oh my gosh,
check the
I'm so
audio.
sorry.
But no, that's fine. That's part of every show. So we are opening the 63s here with Angela Borromeo on the squats. And my goodness, does it feel so good that I can control my voice a little bit better now.
Yeah, I really hope. I'm not sure. We haven't checked the stream, so we really aren't sure how we've been coming off. So I hope things are sounding a lot better now on your end. 107.5, really good for Angela Borromeo. A really smooth opener for her.
And you know, we've been talking a lot about this weight class.
Like, I feel like we've been hyping this afternoon session a lot. So it's real, like, just seeing the lifters in the warm-up room. I was so excited to get to this desk and to cast it. 150 now for Seth Norman.
On an opener again on the 63s. Like you said, there was a lot of hype, there was a lot of excitement, especially you really priming up not just the audience but everybody around us to what we're about to witness. And right now, the openers, short, maybe a preview.
Very smooth. 115 for Seth Norman. And of course, like, I couldn't help but scroll through the lifting cast, see what we have in store for us, and oh my god, just a look at the forecasted, the places. I'm so excited to see what we have in store. But Alay Dimdam, 115 for her opener. She did have a bit of an issue during her taper, during her peak week. Like, she got a really bad toothache, I think, to the point that she couldn't brace due to the pain. So
That hurts.
thankfully, she got everything checked. She's fine, she's good, and she's here with that 115 squat. Beautiful opener and 3 white lights for her.
I have a question for you, especially for like the 63s and the 69s. Which lift do you think will define these weight classes a little bit more, considering you talked about how competitive and how close it is? Do you think there's like a defining lift for this weight class?
If you just take a really good look at their deadlifts, they are really, really stacked. They're really, really close. And honestly, just looking at all their individual lifts, they're actually kind of close to each other. Like, one person could be leading on squats by this much, but their competitor takes it all back with 15 more on the next. So it's like, it's a really, really exciting session to watch. We have Leanne Desiree now, 127.5.
127.5, by far the strongest opener, and also in a heavier division as well. I believe that is the U76.
We're waiting on the lights. And yep, this session flight I, we have lifters from the 63 weight class all the way up to the 84. 2 white lights. It's a good lift for Leanne Desiree.
The bar is loaded for Maria Luisa.
Maria Mizal now up next. It might be a little bit confusing with all these weight classes. Not really sure who's going up against who. So Maria Mizal now, one of our only 269 lifters. Maria Mizal is going up against Alay Dimdam, who we saw squatting earlier with 115. So let's see how.
Honestly, I feel like that's something that we haven't touched on in the last 2 days yet, where what is it like to compete as a natural X weight versus like you cutting down or bulking up? Because obviously you're going to be comfortable moving at your own pace instead of like trying to readapt your body.
140 now for Sabina Santos, and I really would like to highlight Sabina Santos. She's our only sub-junior lifter here, and she was so strong that they put her here. That's how strong of a sub-junior she is, and she's coming off of. Yep, I can see Diamond in the crowd cheering for her, and a lot of people. There's so much love for Sabina because she started lifting when she was 9.
Oh.
Or I know she has a photo with Joyce, who we'll see in a while, when she was 9 years old. And Sabina's coming off of Worlds Equipped Championships where she medaled in every single discipline. So she's a really, really, really strong athlete, opening with 140 as a sub-junior.
As a sub-junior.
She's 18. She's turning 18.
Man, again, when you talk about the talent and the sheer discipline everybody brings to the table, it does boggle my mind a little bit. But I have to say that Zest and Equipped have been two words that have gone hand in
They're
hand.
a really, really good equipped team, and also you can see they're also a really strong raw team, classic team. And now we have Rika Marigza, and this is a record, by the way. And she's opening with a record, and you kind of touched on it a while ago. She's actually from the 69 weight class, and she has cut down to the 63s now, opening with 145.
The thing is, it's like when you cut down that much, you kind of expect a little bit of strength loss. But right now, Rika Marie is looking quite solid, even on the way up. And 145.
2-1, it's a good lift, and like now she's like Jane Erasmo competed yesterday. She knows Jane's total, and now she has this advantage where she can just keep chipping her squat. I checked Jane's total; she didn't chip anything. So this is the advantage now that Rika has, but. Claire de Belen now opening with 145, competed last November. I think was pretty disappointed when she missed her 150 attempt. So opening with 145, I can definitely see that 150 is their planned second, maybe even more depending on how fast this moves. So
well, that did look really, really good.
Really solid squat for Claire de Belen, and she's honestly such a good squatter. Like, I love watching her lift, I love watching her squat, and probably one of the most famous powerlifters, we have Joyce Raboton. It's been a while since I don't think I've ever commentated.
So there's always a first for everything, and 180 off the bat to Mark Return.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen her compete in a local meet, or at least commentate for her in a local meet. So this is a really nice Joyce Raboton kilos powerlifting. Opening with 180, opening with basically 400 pounds. Weighed in, competing at 76.
And you know, again, there's just so many statements that you have to make, especially with all the titles and admittedly all the fame that can come with your name, especially that you've been so established that it is a little crazy to me to say that, oh, this is one of the first few times that she's done a local, because she's been sent out in so many places.
And it's so crazy. It's worth noting that Joyce qualified for World Games.
Exactly.
She's competing this year later in Chengdu for World Games. Easy 140 with that classic Joyce smile at top. Of course it's a good.
You know, the funny thing is, Miss Joyce just discovered I speak Tagalog. The lounge is like, how you speak Tagalog? Also, but you know, going back to the lifts, 180. that is a power move. Well, it is powerlifting, but in all sense of the word, that is essentially saying she has arrived yet again. Now it is gonna be Jan Suarez opening with 195 for, I believe, the first of our 83s on the men's side.
One
And
for first 83s, we have Jan Suarez, also from Kilos. Joyce doing double duty, lifting and coaching right now. 195 for him on the bar.
I appreciate the braids, and we're probably gonna appreciate this lift even more as it goes up, and no real issue. Does look like there should be a bit more room, up to maybe 7.5 and everything before that.
That's exactly what you want in a lift. You want it to move, like you said, with enough room to keep growing. You don't want to gas yourself out on just your opener. Franz Borrelia now, representing Barbells and Brew, and we didn't get to shout it out, but the head coach of Barbells and Brew actually offered his services being the referee for our morning session, so it's really nice to see them all here, all supporting this meet.
And once again, it's really just the general support of the community. Much love for the very first SBD PH Nationals. And, I'm really excited to hammer down the point that if you ever get those awards at this meet specifically, then you are an inaugural awardee, the very first. So whoever gets that ring, that's going to be extra special.
And I've seen a lot of people looking at that ring.
Absolutely. A lot of these lifts have been quite expected, especially on these openers. Like you said, there are a lot of names going through these flights, but focusing on Earl Rodelas with 210 on the bar as of the moment. Opener or not, this is a lot of weight that is being moved around. Good walk out there. Everything.
Really nice, really easy. 210 for Earl there. And he's walking off with so much energy. So I want to see where they want to push that. And our final opener for this flight, at least, Janelle Parchamento, also taking 210, an individual lifter.
These openers have been flying by us really, really quickly. And I think it's been like that for like the last 2 days. I don't expect it to change for the rest of the evening. And speaking of welcome to the afternoon to evening session. That squat is going to go easy. I don't know if they're going to call anything but 3 white lights, so no issue.
And again, always really nice to see everyone on the board with that green light.
Notice how we have headphones on and your hands start moving when you talk, right?
That's true, actually. I never noticed that. Angela Borromeo now, Kratos powerlifting, taking 112.5. Also competing in the 63 class, so hopefully she's going in this again, aware that Jane Erasmus, and she is also in a junior lifter, aware that she does have a competitor from the previous day.
Sometimes you do need that extra push to really get yourself over the hill per se, to really get yourself going to even attempt a lot of these heavier weights. But once again, this is a pretty considerable jump from 107 to 112. And I just can't help but look at the forecasted places. In my mind, we really do have a lot of entrants for these flights specifically. And for the 63 kg, the second lift of the day for Miss Angela Borromeo, is looking like it's going to be good. No real issue too. So.
Really quick lift that you, however, it was called on depth. Really easy though.
Yeah, so as you would say, that it wouldn't really be too out of the question for her to go up from that weight either.
Camera now focusing on Seth Norman, taking 125 kilo jump for her. I'm honestly, I was actually surprised she showed up. I'm pretty sure she's getting ready for her wedding.
This is a really nice way to get ready for your wedding.
I see her stories on Instagram and I was like, is she still gonna compete?
Well, she's answering the question right now by walking up to the bar. Seth Norman, U63 with 120 on her shoulders. And she is good to go.
Really taking her time with this. I know she's hit a lot of PRs in the gym recently. She posts them from time to time. Of course, before she got busy, but with the way that 120 moved, I do think a PR, at least a meet PR, is definitely in the works. Ally Dimdam now 120.
And you really like to hear that. New meet PRs. Again, that little plus by your name on either the post or on your records is always like a great sign of progress. And
Really focusing right now.
Dimdam hyping herself up too on that walk up. At feeding at the 69 kg class. Trying to get this a second lift going. Everybody so far has been relatively solid. Looking to do the same and maybe push the tempo even higher for everybody.
Really nice 120 for her. I would say it moved better than her 115. Could be nerves. I know she kind of faced a lot going into this meet, so maybe wasn't feeling the best for that 115, but the way the 120 moved, you can see that she's slowly starting to build confidence in herself, so I'm excited to see how she faces herself the rest of the meet. But Maria Mizal now also competing in the 69 class, 137.5.
7.5 kilo jump here. Looking to give herself a little bit more wiggle room for that third attempt, but let's not get ahead of ourselves too much as we patiently wait for her walkout. It does look like she's really stable standing up, so that's always a good sign.
Really narrow stance by the looks of it. Look how close her feet are to each other. Barely not even half a foot away from each other. And it's a good lift for her. Moving really, really well. Look, she's looking really, really strong. I'm looking at her numbers. She looks like she's gonna put up a big bench as well. But Lian Gayona now, 140 on the bar. Lian is a really strong deadlifter. I think she's done 182.5. So I'm excited to see what she does at the end of the day. But 140 now. I asked her what her goals are, if she has any goals specifically for this meet. She just said she wants the national qualifying total for the 84. She wants to move up.
Oh.
So here she is trying to break it.
Did look good from our end.
2 to 1, it's a good lift.
And, you know, the individual stories do kind of weave themselves. And we talked about a lot of this.
Sabina Santos now setting a sub-junior record. I'm wondering if this is also just her record. Let's take a look. Yep, Sabina Santos.
Is it her record too?
Sabina Santos breaking her own record, of course, 148. I spoke to Sabina a few months ago, last time we got to see her. She is thinking of maybe taking a small break from powerlifting. This is something she, like I mentioned during her other attempt, she's been in sports for so long. So this can almost be like, maybe didn't confirm, but could be a retirement meet for her. Retirement at the ripe old age of 18, of course.
Yeah, but like, you know, we're probably gonna have more events like this, but no matter.
Really easy, and I'm not sure if you caught that little smile she had when she got that. So
regardless of what the future holds, she's been very in the moment, and that 148 looked incredibly convincing on her part. But we're gonna bump it up just a little bit too.
we have, 150. Claire de Belen, this is the number she missed in training. This is a number she missed in her last meet, and I know she really wanted to hit this, if I'm not mistaken, because Miss Claire de Belen actually took quite a long time away from powerlifting. I think 2-3 years away from the sport. Only got back to it half a year ago or so, and I think 150 was her all-time meet PR. And she's fighting, but just a bit too heavy. However, again, one more attempt could have been just not moving the way she wants to.
Oh, and for the 63s, we have a record attempt coming up next for Rika Marigza, and it's been record after record again for this session alone. You already know what type of walls everybody is trying to tear down and what records they're trying to set in place, but a lot of focus on the second attempt. It is also considerably a big jump from 145.
It is a 10-kilo jump, and it's a big jump considering 145 was already the record. But we saw it done yesterday, so I don't see why we can't see it today as well.
Oh.
And just a bit too heavy. However, she did get a little halfway out of the hole. One more attempt at it, and she really just needs to build on that, because again, she is aware of what Jane Erasmo hit the day prior, and she is aware of what she needs to be chasing. So Joyce Raboton now 190 kilos.
190. And once again, this is just the arrival of Joyce back onto the stage. A very warm welcome and an even warmer smile, but it is all business once she sets up for this squat. A lot of accolades for Joyce Raboton, and another one potentially in the making, or at least that's what she wants for the first ever SBD PH Nationals. A lot. And Mat is going on to this bar and on her shoulders now.
And if you look at this is 190, she's also not far off from her all-time best. Her all-time best is 203. Everyone in silence. Ashley was
Oh, she's fighting through it!
How did she just smile?
It's the Nitskas. That's what I was pointing at. But
Oh, I didn't even notice. 190, just like that for Joyce Raboton. 202.5 now for Franz Borillo. His opener of 200 did seem a bit on the slower end compared to the other ones we saw. And I guess he's just playing this really slow, conservative game of adding as many kilos as he can with each attempt.
I mean, as long as it goes up, it's good for the totals. And like you did say earlier, for Miss Joyce Raboton, that was closer all-time PR, which I believe is...
Her all-time PR, 203.
All right, well, they're definitely in her wheelhouse, as well as Mr. Franz Murillo here, going with that 202.5. And it was a good choice to, you know, keep it at that level where it should be manageable on the next lift.
And with that, he didn't exert as much effort. Tell that, oh, it's not here right now. Maybe he can just step back, work on what can make that lift more efficient the next time when he reattempts it. But for now, 205, a 10-kilo jump for Jan Suarez.
Well, this is probably one of the more intense second lift so far, because yes, there is a lot of safety, but just from the visual test alone, it has been pretty difficult on some of these first attempts. So we are kept at the edge of our seats here. There is a lot of fanfare for Jan Suarez at the moment, but a lot of silence first as he unracks that bar.
Taking his time to really set up and get that brace. Really clean second attempt for Jan Suarez. The girlfriend on the side, really happy with how that moved.
Oh, but it red.
Oh, I'm I guess it was called on depth. I probably didn't see it. But with that speed, just take it again and sink it a little bit lower.
You know what? You usually say it might have not been a strength issue, but again, the yellows and the blues can be elusive, but a big power walk.
Yeah, he's making sure his legs are ready.
Oh, yeah.
They know what's going to happen. 220 now, Earl Rodelas, a 10 kilo jump for him. Another representative of Baguio Barbell. We've been slowly seeing more and more of them as the meet's been progressing.
Ooh, 220 did look good from where we are, and especially from the point of view from the judges. And like you said, there's just so many gyms that have sent and supported their athletes, truly making this true to its name, the Nationals. And we love seeing all these lifters from the corner, from every corner of the nation. Up next is Janelle Parchamento with another 10 kilo jump here. Again,
And sorry to interrupt that. While we do have a question by Raymond Enzo, we use LiftingCast. You can use liftingcast.com to see any of the attempts. That is also a software. So if ever you want to use that in the future, if you want to check updates on the meet itself. But now Janelle Parchamento, the 220.
well, I feel like it looked like he anticipated it to be a bit more difficult than it was, and he was a little surprised on the way up.
Honestly, that's good, right? That I mean,
Lower speed go to 150 for Angelo Borromeo.
at least you know you're strong.
Next is
I think there's only one risk of that, or at least the risk that we've seen today was the whiplash on your way up when you
Yep.
give too much. But hey, that's a good problem to have. It fell off my shoulders. Why? You came up too fast? Yeah. And anywho, third attempt already.
Yep, really quick. Third attempt now, Angela Borromeo. She did miss her 112.51 depth. We have 115. She opted to go up 2.5. We've seen it successful for other lifters in the earlier flights. Her 112 did move really fast, so I can see why that justified that 2.5 increase. Because again, she's here chasing the total that was put up yesterday, and that 2.5 counts. That 2.5 matters.
That it does, especially with such a stacked set of lifters and athletes for today. And 115 looked like there was some sort of resistance, but not enough to really slow.
It's a good lift, and the risk pays off. She adds that extra 2.5 that she needed. 125 now for Seth Norman, going up 5 kilos.
I think it escaped me a little bit what you were saying about Miss Sabina earlier, but we can go back to that when she shows herself onto the platform again. Right now, our focus is on to Angela
Seth Norman.
Seth Norman, as you know, a lifting cast, as good as it is, does have a little bit of a hiccup. But again, Seth Norman going for another 5, an increment of 5 rather.
I do think they're having trouble relaying the lights, but I think we did see a good lift go up, so Seth just on the screen now, enjoying and soaking up all of this airtime. At some point, it's like
Just kind of look at the camera like,
kind of pretend, like it's not there. But here she is now, 125.
if I close my eyes and pretend it's not there, then it could disappear. But sometimes that mentality with the weights can be, an extra mental
Okay,
boost.
I get it. It's too, but 125 now for Seth Norman. She has been showing up really well. Her 115 and 120 have both moved really well. I do think if she gets this successfully, that is a meet PR for her. I remember her posting 122.5 being a PR. So this 125 moved really well, looked really good. Yeah, I'm not sure. This looks like an all-time PR with how happy she was walking off the platform.
In fact, I think it was a pretty convincing 125. Like I thought maybe if there was a
She
chance,
could honestly do more.
yeah.
Her 125 now for Ally Dimdam, 5 kilo jump.
I think the only real worry we have when people go for these big jumps on the squats is how is it going to affect the deadlift? Or
How will this affect LeBron's legacy?
6'8", 250 pounds is LeBron, but not this Dimdam here competing at, I believe, is...
She is in the 69 kilo class.
I can't believe you say this. LeBron's not even in the building.
Really nice. That really nice squat. Honestly, I don't think she thought it would move that easy. I do think she looked like she was a bit worried after her 115, but that's really good for Ala because Ala is a big deadlifter. She's hit 170, she's attempted 182.5. So hopefully with her ending so positively on the squat, we might see an attempt change on her deadlift. But of course, we will have to wait for that. 142.5 now for Maria Mizal.
And you talked about legacy. There is definitely a lot on the line. This is a very, very potentially memorable moment for a lot of our lifters here, regardless of the result. But 142.5 on her shoulders right now. She's looking to make this attempt fly. And it's been pretty good so far. This does look like it could be a grind out, but maybe too big of a jump. Still great attempt. Still walking off with a smile.
And 137.5. Lian Gayo na now. I didn't even have time to react to how big her jump was from her first to her second, but taking a 7.5 kilo jump now with 147.5. Her 140 moved really well.
147 is going to be a bit of a test to that. Again, it's the percentages too. We have to consider everything at this point. She is competing at 74 kilos. So 147 is well close to the true time still, but nearly has to bail out there. Still keeping a smile on her face. So
I do think it looked like when she fell into the hole, she actually tipped forward to the point that her heels came off the floor. But really, really good save by team, good service. She is giving a thumbs up to her friends who are watching on the side. She's okay.
And as much as this is an individual sport, there is a lot of like love and support coming in from everywhere.
Yeah, because even though we're competing on our own, we're still surrounded by, like, we go to the gym with the same people who compete in this.
It is so anime sometimes, honestly, if you think about it. The power of friendship.
No.
No.
Claire de Belen now re-attempting 150. Again, this is a number that she really, really, really wants to hit.
Moment of truth for this attempt at 150. Oh! What do the lights say?
And
3.
3 white lights, it's a good lift, and I really hope she's happy with that. She is walking off with more of a pep in her step now, so I hope it's safe to say she's happy with that 150. Again, it's a lift that she missed just a few months ago, so it's great to see that she's making that progress. Sabina Santos, of course, again extending her own record. And double checking, I think she didn't even set this record that long ago. She set this record in 2024, last June, and she's about to break it by 13 kilos if successful.
You get to a point where a lot of these bigger jumps are that much more difficult to conquer. So to grow within that span of 6 months as a veteran, even at the women's sub-junior category, something to be so happy about.
National record. Goes before 155 for For the national record set of Rika Maritza.
A really nice squat from Sabina. I was just smiling the whole time. I didn't realize that I wasn't speaking. It was so nice to watch that. Rika Marigsa now trying to extend her record by 10 more kilos at 155.
Second attempt at this lift for Miss Marigsa. And again, it didn't look too difficult if memory serves correctly, but again, she might just want to forget about that attempt and focus on this one. Oh, yes.
Let's see what the referees say. Oh, just too high. But such a great attempt. But she still gets to get that 145. That is still her record. 195 now for Joyce Robiton. I mentioned it a while ago. All-time best, or at least the record of the 76 squat belongs to her, set at 203. And here she is, 195, not that far off.
Spin, confident stride after confident stride.
Also, a very particular lifter always prefers to have one of the racks set in. Of course, you can have them set in or out. You just have to let them know beforehand. 195 now for her.
Oh, the smile is there.
Like the moment she smiles, you know she can't fail. And that just comes with experience. She knows her squat so well that she's like, oh, I'm past this sticking point. It's so over for this.
It really is incredible to see how attuned the athletes are to everything that they've worked for and worked towards. And again, that smile was like, it erased all signs of worry for everybody rooting for her. And again, that's a 3 for 3 on the squats. Now next we have Franz Murillo on a 202.5 attempt.
I'm guessing he's opting not to do it. Yep, I'm seeing someone.
30 seconds.
I'm seeing someone did say he's voiding the attempt. So we have 20 seconds left while he runs out that timer.
And with the amount of time we have while waiting, this is a good time to give a thank you.
Speed run at 10 seconds.
Don't worry. Of course, for our affiliates first, big thank you to the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, and of course the BAP as a presenter. Big thank you to LACO, Equinox, SM North, EDSA, Play Hard, the RACO, Whale Nutrition Co, Radisson Park, and Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Aster Media, M Sports, and you especially, the viewer in the stands, at home, and everybody giving all their love to this sport. That's not even as fast as I can go. I'm kidding. Don't make me go
And the
that
timing
fast.
was great. He's walking up just as he finished.
2:07 for Jan Suarez.
Also opting to go up 2.5 after missing 205 on depth. The strength was there. We saw it work out for Angela Borromeo just a while ago. Let's see if the same can be said for Jan Suarez. And a good lift for Jan Suarez, and the risk paid off. 222.5 now for Janelle Parchamento.
I like how when the bar was setting on his shoulders, you really visibly saw the slack come off before he initiated the dip. And again, great showing, using all that time to maximum efficiency, but walking up, like you said, is Janelle Parchamento here, looking for a 222.5.
And we saw this in our morning session, just another athlete who just wants to maximize what he can with his squat, just going up 2.5. But if he does that for all of his third attempts, that's an additional 7.5 to his total if successful. So 222.5 now. Really smooth third for him. 3 white lines as expected. And that's a good lift for General Pacho. Our last squat now for session for Flight I. Earl Rodelas with 227.5.
Just waiting for him to walk up. And with the
With
big,
that hype.
and he just runs. It was strides, and now it's just a full-on jog towards the stage.
I was a bit like, oh
Whoa.
my god, I hope he doesn't slip.
Please no.
Like with all the chalk and the powder that's been.
Ooh.
He's really happy with that. His handlers and people in the crowd are cheering him on. And now we're moving on to Flight J. And when I tell you Flight J and Flight K are one of the closest fights we're gonna see. Looking at the forecasted totals, we have like 6 people fighting for podium. We have a junior who can place in the open.
And that's the thing too, like you said, if you really look at the forecasted totals from the highest to the lowest point, I mean, obviously there's still some big discrepancies, right? But there are really,
It's just
really
too-
clumps.
It's so close, and I think that's why they this specifically 74. They call this group Barangay 74 just because it's so like people really have to fight for their position here,
battle.
and there's some certain names I want to bring up, but it looks like Casey Roy will not be taking his first attempt. I did see him in the stands though, so I'm not sure what's happening here, but his choices are in the back, so we can always check what happened later on. Liam O'Malley now 200 kilos, and it's just 200
It's
from here
identical.
out.
Yeah, and Barangay 74 looking to live up to its name. And a lot of these squats are already pretty gigantic, even just as openers. We've talked about the difficulties in the past and the nerves that you might get, especially in a hyper-competitive group. Now, once they get past this barrier, maybe we're going to see a little bit more aggression from them to get themselves some separation between the rest of 74.
Really setting himself up under the bar. Such an important thing, like where you place that bar and that shelf you create changes the way you squat entirely. Really speedy out of the hole for Liam O'Malley. A very good lift. Same weight now for Matthew Sagay.
Like you said, there is a little bit of a mix-up there on the exit, but regardless, there's a lot of energy for Mr. Matthew
Matthew
Sagay here.
Sagay now, and I'm coming into this also. I know as casters we shouldn't be biased, but of course I want to root for a fellow Zilla lifter, Matthew Sagay. I see him time to time at Zilla. Really strong lifter, opening with 200. I've seen him hit more at the gym, so him.
Well, the ocean is still the ocean, so you have to be careful. There could be a lot of things that could pull you from
Are you
under.
doubting him?
I'm trying to weave a story, obviously. I see her trying to I'm not trying to be biased, but it is smooth on the way up. And there are definitely more difficult waters to wade in the future for Mr. Matthew.
It's only gonna get rougher from here. 200 also for Christian Mendoza.
Just waiting for the walkout for Christian Mendoza. Does look like it is going to be a steady, confident walkout. Another 200 for an opener. And like you said, a lot of these numbers are going to be so close. And I'm guessing it's really where the second and third is where it's going to get a lot dicier. Because once again, you really want to get a leg up.
And I mentioned it a while ago, and I think everyone watching is aware of how competitive the 74s are. It has been for as long as I remember, and it's a good lift for Christian Mendoza, and that just puts his name in the hat, in the ring for this position of the barangay chairman, as they like to call it for the 74s. EJ Barcenas now also opening with 200. Also a really long... Also an OG lifter. Sorry, I got distracted by that. An OG lifter. And actually, a meet a few years ago, 2022 C-Ball, he's the head coach of Team Bars. And Team Bars actually won Best Team and took home the grand prize of that meet. So EJ is here now, representing that team, trying to make us remember why they won that Elico bar all those years ago.
Well, smooth as it can be.
Good lift for EJ Barcenas. He looks like he's really confident. I just saw him out magaan.
Very, very good lip reading skills here by Miss Savvy. And like you said, 74, there's a lot of reasons why it's competitive. There's a lot of OGs, as you've talked about. A lot of awards have gone through some of these lifters.
Erickson Capila now, if you look at your lifting cast, forecasted second, and one of the biggest pullers, I think actually he is the biggest puller out of the bunch. Erickson Capilan is also the head coach of Feral Powerlifting, who we've been really loving during this meet so far. They've produced a lot of really strong lifters, and his coach has just walked the talk.
I love that the coaches are also actively participating. Like I said, just the general involvement is something that's bedazzling to a lot, including myself. 205 looked really, really clean for Erickson Capilan. And now
is he here? Don Bernal is one of the barangay chairmen.
He is at the head of the table, you would say.
Don Bernal, one of the OGs. He had a really good story. Unfortunately, I'm not sure which meet it was that he won, but Don really had an incredible story, because for the longest time in his career, he would always end up second or third. And I remember there was this one meet where he finally won, finally got that barangay chairman status, and he took a bit of a break, did his thesis or his master's or something, but here he is now, really cutting it close on the timer with that 205. And of course, Don Bernal actually pulled for the win against Erickson Capilian in their last meet last year at June. So they're coming into this. It's crazy because Erickson's now forecasted second, and Don is here again with an equally strong deadlift. So
I like how every single 74 that's walked out, there's backstory.
There's a story. These are the strongest of the strong.
Such a demanding weight class, in all honesty. And Renato Degolos looks like, or Desilos rather, looks to once again get his name onto the board. And truly, although not the heaviest class, it is a juggernaut of a class in terms of history, experience, and of course accolades.
That's a good lift for RJ. Versus number 210 for Robert Abdal.
We have Robert Abdal now, 210, coming off of a really good, I think last November he performed really well, ended with a 94 GL, which is pretty high. Went 9 for 9 as well. Also a man of God. Fun facts about RD, man of God.
I don't know how to respond to that, but
That's the only fun fact. But here he is now getting himself ready. A very composed lifter up until the end, where he usually... We'll have to wait to see it, but here he is now, 210.
it is one of the heavier openers here, and it does look like there is a lot of focus. 3 white lights for that too. Looked almost effortless.
Our
for him.
fastest opener by a mile.
He sprung up.
I'm not sure if he's going into this. Maybe he just wants conservative openers. He was here this morning. He was handling an athlete, so we never know. Angelo Galon now. He is the man to beat. Forecasted at first. I listened to a podcast where they polled the community. Who do you think is winning 74? Angelo Galon won that poll. Even the podcasters in that podcast, all 4 of them voted Galon to win this. And a lot of them have respect for him because I think he's also a student. He's a really busy guy. I think he's a working student. Again, I'm not sure, but I know he's a really busy guy, but he just has the time to put in the work for powerlifting, and now it's showing off being forecasted first with a really nice 220 and 3 white lights.
That's a junior also coming for the crown for the open. And the thing is, like,
Oh wow, he is a junior as well.
so with everything that you've described, this is truly a man of a lot of grit and discipline, because that is a lot to juggle. I think we talked about how time-consuming this can be when you really do put so much into it. But now, Mark Marquez.
Our heaviest squat of the day, Mark Adrian Marquez, also representing MCA.
Go on.
Hoping to just smoke this 225. We've seen a lot of his teammates perform really well. We're gonna see more in the next flights, next session, next days. So
Well, like you said, there is a lot of support backing everybody here in that 225.
really smooth. Could even contest RD's opener with for fastest opener. Yeah.
If we just really go into the minute details of things.
185 now for Cassie Tamparong. He
That's a
actually
big
went
jump.
up. I'm wondering if he maybe wasn't present.
Oh, that could be a possibility
He
too.
probably took 170 at the back, moved well. They're like, okay, 185. Because, like I said, at least I saw him in the back, so I was quite surprised to see he wasn't there. I'm pretty sure he must have taken 170 in the back, going up now to 185.
That is still a pretty big jump, regardless of if it was looking good at the back or not. Then hey, this is full confidence, and that 185 did go flying, but that will be his second attempt.
But that is a risky move.
It really is.
You're 170, you don't have the referees.
So it's like it's hard to say.
It's hard
really.
to say if they would have made that fly, but confident in himself, he went up 15 and smoked it, so that's a good call for Casey Tamparong.
Christian Mendoza walking up with a respectable 7.5 kilo jump is still very vibrant, and considering how his 200 went, this should pose not too much of a challenge. I like how there's just silence when they're setting up because we're also like intently watching how it's gonna go. And with that being said, this is where we talk about that potential grind out, but he was pretty happy.
Like he's really happy with that. So I'm wondering what successful 207.5 means for him. Like, did it move exactly the way he wanted it to load up what he had?
You talked about like the potential sticking points, and maybe he just conquered one of them because when he was bobbing his head up and down, it was maybe at like the 75%, and when it looked pretty good on him, I guess he just confirmed that lift. But now from off gear is Liam Umali going for a 10-kilo jump from his first squat.
And watching Liam grow, I know he's been competing maybe the last 2 years, 1.5 years, and like it's so fun to watch when you can see a lifter go from not placing close to the podium, and then finally hitting the podium. And that's one thing Liam O'Malley achieved in one of his recent meets, and here he is now in nationals, maybe hoping to do that again or place even higher, fighting for that 210.
One red light though, so maybe that's something that they would want to discuss
But
because
it's still a good lift.
yeah. But that's just maybe like how meticulous like some of these lifters can be because again, 3 white lights, undeniable good. 1 light, maybe there's something that they can talk about if it wasn't too obvious. But Matthew Sagay again, another very fabled lifter as you mentioned, walking up to this 210. And again, the 74 class has really proven to be as exciting as it was sold.
Because like, even if it looks like there are people dominating in one lift, then you actually ask this for the women, like, is there a lift?
A defining lift,
Like, is
yeah.
there a defining lift for 74? None.
Ooh, there you go. Another fight to the top. And as you mentioned, it's pretty much how it has been for the 74s, right? It is always a battle to the top. It is always going to be rough and tumble.
Yep, and it's 3 whites. Good lift for Zeke, and they skipped over 210 now for Edric Barcenas. And like I said, it's a battle to the top because a lot of these people, they come from such, like, I feel like at some point everyone in the 74s has won or podium. Everyone who's fighting here in this flight has won or podium the 74s before. And now only 3 of them can do it once more, and that's just how intense the 74s are, how strong they are.
It's brutal, it's grueling, and really the answer to that question will only unfold as we progress through the day. Straight down and looking like it's still easy on the way up.
Good. 2-1, it's still a good lift. I'm expecting 215 from them, just based on the look he's giving his coach.
There's a bit of a discussion there on the corner.
Erickson Capilla now. We were talking about his rivalry with Don Bernal. Erickson Capillian was actually leading in their last meet, and I do believe Don Bernal pulled for the win. So he's here for some type of revenge, and he is slowly taking it, forecasting at third right now. His whole team, he probably has the biggest crowd for him right now, since Puro Powerlifting also is a very big team, and he is their head coach, so all of them here right now cheering for him.
So many motivations, but only 1 bar to lift up for now. And Sir Erickson Capillan is going to be focusing on this lift. Takes a deep breath. And he's not letting that 212 get him down.
It's hard to fail when you have that many people rooting for you all around, right?
Man.
Successful 212.5 for Erickson Capilla, and Renato Decilios now going up 12.5 for 217. Representing Autic strength.
Well, you know, you did say there's a lot of OGs, and
That is true. A lot of OGs in this meet.
and however these lifts are gonna go, that rivalry is going to keep brewing. But they can't also just hyper focus on each other because, like you said, this is a Shark Tank. Everybody's coming for them. The moment that they smell blood in the water, maybe that's when they try to
Like
pull ahead.
one missed lift. Like we've been saying it a lot for like I think this whole session this
It's a
whole
competitive
day,
session.
this
It's a
whole
stacked
day, or even this whole meet we've been saying one missed lift. That's really all it takes.
I mean, let's be honest here. This is the top 1% of the 1% as of the moment. So these small margins are going to add up in big ways. And RJ Dasil's decimating his attempt on that. Now it's Don Bernal.
Don Bernal taking a 15-kilo jump. He's feeling pretty confident. Something about Don Bernal is he actually, once he really got into his masters, he went radio silent on his lifting account. We've only heard that he was gonna compete, but personally,
like that.
I've never, I don't know what he's gonna put up today.
That's
So-
the thing too. There's an air of mystery about it, and like you said, the training tends to be quite public in general for a lot of the power lifters. But at the same time, when you show up to a meet and just say, "I'm here to compete," so what are your numbers? I'm here to compete. You'll figure it out.
Just watch.
Lot of aura.
Really taking his time. He only has 10 seconds left on the clock to get that start command. I mean, that squat command. He gets it just in the nick of time.
Oh, that 15-kilo jump was risky, and we were rooting for that 220 to go up. But once again, this is a moment of opportunity for everybody in Barangay 74.
I do think he has this. And Don actually is a coach of some of the athletes we've already seen compete. I'm not sure of the exact list, but of course, we'll get to that later. Once he comes back around, we have RD Abdao representing Avanti today, but also the head coach of Redeemed, actually coaching Seth Norman, who's competing in the like 2 flights before him. So
I think that's a lot of like mental stack too, because now you're thinking for not just for yourself but for the rest of your team, and that's also a lot of weight being leaned on you. Like, oh, hey coach, you know how's this and that,
but I get what you mean, but I actually talked to RD since RD was here this morning also coaching another athlete, and I said, "Oh, why are you here? You're competing." And he said it takes his mind off of it. And that was a really nice 230. Like, you think that 20 is such a risky
number, yeah.
it's a risky number. You're not like, but really successful. I'm wondering when they're gonna put up first, third, considering that was 20 kilos. Would 10 kilos slow him down significantly, or will they just opt for that 5? Angelo Galon.
It's a good question. I mean, there's really, well, after this, we're gonna see if there's anybody to contest that 230. So maybe it's leaning on how these next 2 attempts are gonna go for Mr. Galon and Mr. Marquez, but all eyes on the former. He did say this is a very dedicated man, not just to the sport, but all of his responsibilities. So grit and grind it shall be. His 230, it could fly up the way his 220 did. Two.
2-1, it's a good lift. And I do think he has room to grind 5 to 7.5 more. Maybe risk it for that 10, but again, he's currently leading already. You don't want to risk. Like we said, it just takes one failed lift to potentially cost that podium for you. But Marquez now, our heaviest squatter, taking
235.
235.
Like you said, there is a lot of experience in this weight class, so maybe one lift is not enough to deter them from their pursuit of the chairman of this barangay. And right now, 235. How's it gonna go for Mr. Marquez? Like one who wants to be at that top seat,
That's
apparently.
moving really well. I'm wondering if they're going for 242. Because the thing is, Mr. Marquez could potentially slowly climb to that third if, depending on his squat, because he's forecasted at 485 without a third squat in it, with third place at 595. So,
Ooh.
yep, I see it. They're putting up a chip. 205 now for Cassie Roy. Tamparong 205 took a very risky backroom opener. Came out of the void.
A stealth 170. And now a 205. These have been two very, very aggressive jumps off rip for Mr. Casey Roy here. And if they had full confidence on this 185, then this 205 should be, well, no issue. But like you said, this is such a dangerous group because we've seen these forecasts go all over the place in these last two lifts.
And just a bit too heavy. But he does have that successful 185. 212 now for Christian Mendoza. And last time we saw him, he was really happy with how the 207.5 moved. And I'm guessing that this 212.5 is what he was aiming to hit in the first place. For his third, he's walking out, he's hyped.
212.5. Everything before this looked pretty good. He had a few head nods, but he is looking intently at this bar, so this 212 could be a little deceptive to, I guess, everybody competing, or at least looking at these athletes compete. He is taking his time, but now the bar is off the rack. And he's taking a deep breath. He does look a little taxed. Oh.
And it was just a bit difficult in 5, like you say, 5 kilos heavier than it sounds.
No, I'm pretty sure it's really heavy already. You know? Again, it's just desensitized to elite competition. Is obviously 99% of the strength on this commentary table. But focusing on Mr. Erickson here.
Going for that 2.5, like we said, especially because he is forecasted third. He really played safe, take that 2.5. You never know if that 2.5 is all I needed. All I need at the end of the day to take third, second, first. So
Erickson
just
Capillion.
add to that total.
Slow and steady approach, like you said, with these jumps. And oh, a little bit of a shake at the head here. So that 2.5 remains to be elusive, but have faith. Like you said, champions will bounce back one way or another.
And while we highlight the importance of the 2.5, it's also positive to see it as at least it's only a 2.5 loss. It's the smallest type of loss you can get going into this meet. So
Oh yeah.
while it was also important for that 2.5 for him to gain, at least that's all he didn't get, if that makes sense to you. But
It does go both ways, you know,
Yup,
because
it goes
2.5,
both ways.
it's like, oh yeah, I barely lost, but then barely losing sometimes is probably the most painful sting. Edric Barcenas has no plans on doing just that, looking to secure this 215 and potentially bump himself up, but no. It is a struggle at the bottom. This is by far probably the most difficult third squad.
4 missed lifts so far. Kurt Umali hoping to change that 220 for him, another 10 kilo jump.
Pressure for Liam Umali as well, because again, he could be our self. 220 on the bar, onto his shoulders, and hopefully back up to snaggle a few places up. We still don't have the positional updates just yet, but that should come up shortly. But anyway, the squat is, rather the walkout is looking good.
He's really taking his time with it.
Ooh.
I really like his technique, but unfortunately it was just
3
too
red
high
lines.
called on depth. But you could see that he was really trying to take his time with it to hit depth and make it as controlled as possible. But with that
We're
5,
talking about it. He seems a little annoyed by it, but that's only normal.
it's Zeke's turn. Is Zeke gonna turn the tides? We have 5 no lifts on the board for our third attempt. It's not a single lift.
No
On
boy.
the third has been a good lift. We have Zeke now hoping to turn things around. 220.
This should be the first if he does succeed. His 210 looked really good. And now he has the luxury of taking the lead at the only third squat. But no, that bar is an extra 400 kilos apparently for everybody on this third squat.
That. Please, Dawn, you can do something so funny right now.
Now wait a minute.
After failing that 220 on his second, he can do something so funny right now.
He could take the lead back.
And he could slowly keep increasing his numbers if this 220 is successful, because it's a 15 kilo loss, but it could also be a 15 kilo gain.
These margins are, again, just to remind everybody, pretty crazy. But 220 proving to be a true challenge for a lot. That 220 on his last attempt did look incredibly difficult on really all aspects, but maybe they cleaned this up and potentially could snag away a few places for himself. The forecast has gone ballistic with how this third squat has gone so far. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, wow. Wow. He actually did something so funny right now. I'm really surprised that he actually managed to clean that up. The first green on the board on our third attempt comes from Don Bernal, who just missed that same weight on our second.
That was
Renato now hoping to extend this green. Like, you know, when you hold a cell on the spreadsheet, I'm hoping that's what it's gonna
select everything.
Yeah. I'm hoping that that's what it's gonna look like all the way down now. 225 for Renato this series.
He wants that success to be infectious and wants potentially to claim the first 3 out of 3 for Barangay 74. 225 though, 220 has proven to be a challenge for a majority of these lifters. 225 should be no easier for Mr. Renato here. And on the way down, he is breathing and he's fighting it and he gets it. And that is the first 3-piece for this lift.
3 for 3 lifter. We have Renato Kilos with that successful 225. Robert Abdao now 235. I do think this was the right call. 230 just seemed a bit heavier than maybe he was expecting, but again, it was also a 20 kilo jump. So we have RD Abdao now. I'm gonna pull up.
You're doing that, you know, I do agree with your points that despite the difficulty of that 230, it didn't look like there was too much like form degradation. Like you said, he's incredibly composed. And this 235, he's looking to take that same grace onto that bar.
composing, maybe giving a little bit of a prayer. I wasn't joking when I say he is a man of God. His team name, Redeemed, of course. Trying to redeem maybe that slower 230 than he is expecting, but bro, you have 9 seconds.
I mean, faith and strength, they go hand in hand.
He
And
has 4 seconds.
yep, this man could prove to be
Oh
a
my
true
God.
paladin. And he's
He
grinding it out.
beat the buzzer by a split second.
Can he get it up? Yes, he can. That's
Bro,
235.
bro. Ardy, when you rewatch this, please, you only had 1 second left.
Oh my God, Sammy, this is the sport. My heart is not in a good spot right now.
Anyway, like honestly, I was just hoping he'd get the start command before the timer ran out.
That was too close. I was already holding my breath.
I didn't even watch the rest of the lift. I just hoped he got the start command. But of course, congratulations, RD and Angelo Galon right now. 237.5. Getting this puts him at first. So not only is he probably barangay chairman, he's also SK chairman as a junior lifter.
Well, there is a lot of responsibility that this man has to live.
Working
Both-
student,
yeah.
double chairman.
And this 237.5 attempt. Those shoulders were made broad for a reason, and he fights it and gets a 237.5. And is it a good lift?
Yeah, I could see it from our view. It did seem a bit too high, but it's a really good attempt for him. Mark Marquez now trying to get the 74 kilo squat record. I think we mentioned this earlier this morning because someone has also come close. The record now stands at 240.5.
He's hyping himself up,
And just so, you can't see it, but the guy who has that record is watching him right now.
I see him. He's at the corner.
The record is held by James C. in the corner.
Yeah, he's looking.
He's watching.
His throne looking to get usurped by Mr. Mark Marquez here, the first to grace the 240 mark for the lift, and he's going up, and that was way too quick. And a record dominated, smoke destroyed.
And I see James C. give a little clap, a little nod.
He acknowledges
He
it.
acknowledges that someone, it's not his anymore. He respects that. And of course, like, we can't even stop. We're now going to Flight K, and if you thought the 74s were competitive, the 83s are just as. We have the same story actually. An 83 junior who can win the Open.
Man, I mean, like, there are juniors that are pure hard work and talent, and there are the experienced titans of the weight class. And J&K, despite the initials, is a completely serious set of flights and is proving to be not a joke at all. Mr. Jose Haplos going on to that bar, and 165 is looking to be his opener.
Small smile on his face as he gets that up, and it's a good lift for him. We have Juris Ragma now. Like, I'm actually shaking and I can't tell if it's because I'm hyped, am I cold, like what's happening right now. Juris Ragma, and I mentioned this a while ago, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of them representing Mayhem Powerlifting again. They are here defending that best team men's open championship that they've had for 3 years now.
195 on the bar. And like you said, a legacy to defend for Mayhem Powerlifting. Just a little bit more motivation to keep that excellence going. He will go for a pretty confident setup. And I'm curious to see if the second and third attempts for this flight is going to be as like brutal as the previous, because if not, that should have been probably the hardest set of lifts we've seen the entire 2 days.
First speed go 200 for Mark Mascara.
Good lift for Juris Ragma. Really quick 195 running off the platform.
For Mark Anthony Mascara.
Mark Bascara now 200.
Vince Gutierrez in the ring and Ivan Salon.
200 for Mark Mascara, the first to touch that mark for this weight class at least. As per usual, as we progress downwards, we are going to see some pretty big jumps here. Big smile on his face, looking a lot like he's very ready to do this. We talked about how people do test it out before unracking it officially. And it did look like he was happy with the way it flew.
Yep.
And that's effortless. That's a gimme.
That's a really good opener for Mark Bascara. Fighting in the open and the junior, and we do have a lot. It's a bit hard to tell the placings right now. We only have a few juniors here actually, but because we have juniors from the earlier session who already have a total, it looks like they're placed far behind, but as they get their attempts in, as they get their benches in, we should get the clearer picture of where the juniors in these sessions really place. But Vince Gutierrez now
taking to the stage again. Like you said, the juniors have a very big and obvious like points of reference for a lot of their lifts here.
And I think this is his team Crusaders. I think this is led by Ken Austria, the strongest 105 junior in the Philippines by a mile.
By a mile.
And a good lift for him. And I'm sorry I cut you off. What were you saying about these junior lifters?
Again, I got distracted by the lift.
I'm so sorry, but now we have... Okay, let's recompose.
Yes.
Ivan Salonga right now, 200 on the bar for him also.
Well, certainly there are a lot of things to really be impressed. These lifts have been on that level all event long, and it's looking to continue to ramp up still. Just waiting for the command, and it looked like it was pretty good from our end.
It's a good lift for him. No update on the lifting cast, but I do think the referees all gave a thumbs up. But that was... We have 205 now for Emmanuel Medale. I do think, yep, this is Nui. He also competed in Cebu in Visayas. Not sure if you know him personally. He was in the Visayas meet.
Just because I'm from Cebu doesn't mean...
No, you were... No, I'm just saying, you were in that meet. You were present in that meet.
But then again, like, that has happened on more than multiple occasions. Like, Crafty, you know this person from Cebu.
But
What does that mean? But yes.
okay. I'm sorry I implied that all
no, but don't worry, I probably do. You know what I mean.
But we have Nui Medallion now. We ran into him, Filippo and I ran into him in the park-in elevator. So, and I just asked him anything you want me to shout out, talk about while you're lifting, and he just said he wants a 600 total.
Well, he will definitely fight for it because, like you said, it is a very gruesome group to be in. 205 will be an opener, making his case for that 600 total a little more persuasive.
Really easy 205 for him.
But no, you're not wrong. Everybody in Cebu does kind of know each other. So. That's just how it is. Everybody is super tight-knit and close to each other. And I believe this is John Cuevas with a 207 and a half on that bar.
We have Jan Cuevas now, 207.5. We've been seeing some really solid openers. So I'm excited because I feel like we've already watched so many squats in this flight, but there's like 6, 7 more to go. This is a really long flight.
Well, you better get comfy in your seats, ladies and gents, because we are witnessing, like you said, a long, perilous, and competitive flight. 207.5. Could go up a bit faster than the previous lifter, but hey, like you said, that 600 total is being hunted by multiple of our lifters actually. If we look at the forecasted totals, another good lift. So far it's been no turbulence for this flight to be had, at least for these openers again.
We have Mark D now, 210. One of our stronger benchers, Mark D. He usually closes out the flight, opening up midway now at 210.
Oh, the squat will have to come first. Doesn't look too bothered about this 210, to be honest with you. See, he just looks at, okay,
He's giving a little thumbs up as he's walking out.
he moves on.
We have Tos Kiambao now. Zilla favorite. So we do have that noise at the back. A very hyped lifter. Very hyped, very angry lifter. Which is so different from his persona when he's not on the platform. So opening now with 210. Competing now as a junior, of course, forecasted 8th, but I was saying a while ago it is because we already have juniors who have a higher total from earlier this morning. And one thing about Tos, he walks out really far.
That was what? How many steps was that?
He walks out really far, but he squats really fast. And let's see what the referees have to say about the 210. 3 white lights. And it's a good lift for Miguel Kiambao.
I caught myself like bracing as the squat was gonna happen, so I don't know if that's a force of habit, but
we have John Sarima now. John Sarima, a fan favorite.
Obviously, right?
He is a fan favorite, a bit of an influencer, you may say.
I see.
Opening with 215 now. The squats are maybe a controversial lift for John. He's been called on depth for a lot of his squats and has missed a lot, not on strength but just on depth. And I know being able to sink it is really something important to him, because just a few weeks ago he hit an all-time PR for the first time in 4 years.
Oh, and that is you on a long road, you know?
And
or at least you as a person.
I feel like I got ahead of myself. I couldn't even talk
really
about
fast.
that 215 really fast.
Undeniable
Made sure
depth,
he
too.
sang it. Yep, undeniable depth. And hopefully now he's really confident going in now.
And I love the storytelling that we've had for a lot of these lifters, and I can tell that you've had a lot of information, not just from Instagram and whatever, but from just the experience we've gotten over the years of lifting, seeing everybody grow to a national level, potentially even more so. And it does look like Mr. Jesse Umahon is looking to do the same with his 220 opener at 81 kilos. A lot of focus, deep breath.
Really easy 220 for Jesse.
Again, no matter what the weight class, the 200s will always be so mesmerizing.
And this is one to watch. Leo Almeida. He's the one I was telling you about, the junior who could win it all in the open. Just take a look at what he has on bench. Look at what he's opening with on bench. But
How do you do that?
of course, 220 first. Leo,
Well, how do you do that? The answer is to be strong.
if you look at his forecasted total, he's not
It's
even
pretty
that
high.
far off from who's in first. Only 5 kilos behind first place on forecasted total.
Again, regardless how close that is, for a junior to contest the open division is always a threat that has to be respected because that is a lot of growing room and a lot of like potential to fill out as you grow into your physical body. Now, arguably the biggest opener we've seen in the last 2 days on the squat.
And of course, we've been hyping everyone up. I think it's only safe to hype up the 83, strongest 83 of last year. Armand Ano, he took home the squat record in Cebu. But he is from Bohol. Took home the squat record in Cebu. Currently forecasted at number 1. Well, number 3 now due to other people putting in their numbers for their second attempt. But of course, he is the one to beat. Everyone more or less assumes that he's going to win this. But of course, Leo Almeida giving him a run for his money. Let's see this 240.
Oh wow, that bar was just the truth. It was whipping from that 240. But a 240 that was a clean opener for the very well-deserved, well, strongest 83, as you mentioned. Award-winning squats as well for Mr. Armand Ananchado, as you mentioned. But again, we bump up the stakes a little bit higher this time.
We have Angelo Panerio, also a really, really strong equipped lifter. I think he cut from 93 actually.
To 81, right?
He cut from 93. He's at 81 right now. And he competed in 93 just last November.
That's a month. Well, not a
That's
month, but
a few
months
months.
ago,
That's
yeah.
the holidays. He cut during the holidays.
How do you even retain that much strength, to be honest with you? It's such a ridiculous cut.
Really good. And the thing for Angela Panerio, we mentioned that actually, I just realized we mentioned that Armand Anunciado took home the squat record, but the squat record stands at 260, and Angelo Panerio just demolished that 250. We're for sure seeing 260.5 or more for his second attempt.
Is this kind of like another Kel story where, oh, he went down?
He went down to take the record.
Well, that can't be fair, especially when he's maintained probably all his strength. I think there was a lot of like conversation too backstage, and they were kind of like prepping me for this. And again, in the span of a few months, 10 kilos is not a joke to cut. It can take a longer time for most people. But hey, this is not most people. This is the finest lifters in the country fighting for that top spot. This is the second lift for Jose Haplos at 177.5. And just to continue that story, the further down we go, the more intense it becomes. But at the top, those prospects for the future are just so eye-catching for any scouts. And like, oh hey, maybe you could be coached to maybe hit that maximum potential per se.
We're seeing some discussion in the background. Him with his spotters, handlers, deciding what should we do for the third. But before we get to that, Juris Ragma, a bit of a big jump, 15 kilos for 210. But of course, when you're squatting 195, I feel like maybe 15 kilos isn't that. Maybe it doesn't get to you as much.
It did look pretty good on that 195. And so maybe it's just playing a little bit of catch up. You did talk about the strategic value to that, to maybe make the first squat a lot lighter, because that does look like it could have been a potential opener too. A lot of smiles.
I think it's safe to say he's really happy with how that moved. I don't even think he told his handler. He's like, I trust you. You saw how fast that was. 210 now again for Vince Gutierrez.
Another decently big jump here by Vince Gutierrez, as we mentioned. It is 210 kilos on that bar. You did say that this club or that this gym is being led, I believe the strongest 105?
Yep.
Was it 105?
Yes, 105 junior.
Junior, gotta remember the junior. By a mile. And now Vince Gutierrez looking to complete this lift. Pretty easy, honestly. A little bit of friction at the top, but nothing to really like worry about.
Mark Bascar now another 15 kilo jump.
Let's go. Get this boy.
I do think he took a small break from powerlifting. I'm not quite sure, but he's back at it. He's on the national stage and he's squatting 215.
Again, every single time you say the story or the background of these lifters, it just becomes a lot more impressive. 215. It looked like he was about to fall for just for a little bit,
But he caught himself, was able to grind it out, and it's a good lift for him.
if there was a small break, then it hasn't really taken away from his strength, or at least not noticeable to us just yet.
And up next is John Cuevas walking up to the bar. Pretty similar weight, but this time more conservative jump considering he did start off with 7.5 extra on the bar.
Really taking his time to get under that bar.
Sorry if I'm going a little quiet again. I've been
You're
watching
just
these.
you're just watching, right?
Again, guys.
Like sometimes it's kind of hard to remember that we're supposed to be commentating and not just like spectating in awe.
Exactly, and I've been doing this for a good amount of time now, and trust me when I say this, I rarely get dead air, but just the spectacle of all these lifts is something to really, I guess, put a note on. At the same time, guys, if you really want to be part of this crowd and experience this energy yourself, you are very free to drop by the SM North Sky Dome and watch this for yourselves. There are tickets still being rather sold at the door. If you want some coffee, there is a good selection within the venue and an even better selection of merchandise just exactly when you go in.
Ivan Salonga also making a 15 kilo jump from 200. Really controlled on the way down. Pushes himself up and seeing 3 white lights. It's a good lift for him.
Alright, another 10 kilo follow-up on the second attempt. So far, just from the eye test alone and from what we've been gathering, this time around it's relatively the same from Flight J, but I can't help but feel worried once we do hit that third
That's third,
spot.
just like how it went for Flight J, right? Everything seems so smooth sailing. You were talking about the ocean just a while ago while you were talking about Flight J. Mark D at 10 kilo jump for him.
Still looking really good despite those extra kilos there. And you could make the argument maybe you could have added a
5 route. He is coached by Coach Mark, who does have a lot of experience with these types of things. And they do know that Mark D's strength is in his squat and in his bench, so you just want to keep adding those kilos.
Manuel Medal.
Louis Medalla now.
Two.
Also taking 15 kilo jumps, seeing a lot of 15 kilo jumps here.
And some of these numbers are really similar, but I think how they go about it is probably the biggest difference. Again, some are starting off slightly heavier, but they do kind of fall into the same like weight range with the 220s.
Still really fast for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he risks a 10 to 12 for that, maybe even a 15. But again, scrolling forward, he is in the men's open. We need to see how that's all gonna play out. 12.5 now for Tos Kiambao. I can't tell if he's being thrown off or not when Diamond screams for him, but of course he does lift at Gymzilla, one of our sponsors. So lifting with Diamond, acting like that, you kind of get used to it.
Maybe he feels that much more at home, and that could give him the big competitive edge. But
And sorry to interrupt again, but I always love when someone who's not used to toss spots him, and you kind of just have to warn them. He walks out really far.
He does still walk out far despite these extra kilos on the bar. Does brace and take a deep breath, but that does not make any difference to that lift whatsoever.
3 white lights, it's a good lift. 225 now for John Sorima, taking that 10 kilo jump. I did mention he posted a few weeks ago, he hit an all-time PR for the first time in 4 years.
That must feel so like gratifying.
And that number was 230.
Well, he's 5 away from it.
He's 5 away from it. I'm assuming if this goes well, are
Why
we
did you
seeing...
leave that part to the left?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm assuming if this goes well, we're seeing a 230, maybe even a 232.5, depending on how fast that moves. And he does have that extra confidence with getting his first on the board again. He has had some issues with depth.
That first lift, though, unquestionable on that depth, and that 225 looked pretty buttery smooth in my opinion.
3 wise, it's a good lift for John Sorima. I do think they're gonna go for that 230. All-time PR in the gym, make it happen in the meet.
Maybe he would probably add 2.5 to that too, just to be a little bit more brazen.
We also did consider that, but Jesse Umahon now, 12.5 also. His 220 was really fast. One of the fastest openers out of this laundry list of names.
Oh, they're definitely giving everybody a run for their money. 232.5, a weight that we've been talking about for a third attempt. Potentially being tossed around by Jesse Umahon here. We'll see how quickly this goes back up, because that 220 flew, and that 232 is no different. 232.5, so what do you expect for that third attempt? Do you think there's a little bit more leeway for the 5 or the 7?
I'm wondering if he'll go for 240. I'm looking, he is forecasted for junior, so you kind of also want to play it safe and not go too high in a way that misses. But now 232.5, Leo Almeida again. The junior who's just so strong, he can win open.
Completely forgot he was in the junior division too. So it slipped my mind, especially he's this far down.
Sorry again, always interrupting, but
No, it's okay.
Leo really has a good story because he's really just been slowly getting stronger. Like, that's literally it. He's just been putting in the work for years. Like, no magic. He popped out of nowhere. He was just slowly getting stronger. And he's a junior now, so that's work he's been putting in since a sub-junior. 232.5. I don't know.
I don't know what he laughed.
That was a pretty maniacal laugh too.
He called. Sorry, he happy walking off the platform. That's what he wanted to hit. I'm wondering what he'll go up to now. 255 for Armand. 15 kilo jump. Like we mentioned, he currently holds the squat record at 260. He broke it last June 2024.
With all that strength, I can't help but feel there could be something brewing between him and Angelo Panerio, because suddenly there is a new ferocious competitor in a weight class that could have been known for Armand Anunciado, and now suddenly there's a new giant. But for now, 255, and a little whip on the bar, but doesn't look like it's to be an issue for one of the many lifters with royalty to their name.
255 moving just like that. He's for sure, if this is successful, he's for sure going to take that record back from Angelo Panerio. But of course, 260.5. Angelo trying to chip the record right after Armand walks off the platform, the man who owns that record.
Again, there could be a story being weaved here for our newest addition to the 83s, and possibly just another beast to claim another throne. And 260.5, an attempt that is very much warranted. Like you said, that 250 looked like it was pretty much a layup, and now 260.5 could be the dunk for the record.
260.5. And just a bit too heavy for Angelo Panerio. He does have one more try at it, but Armand Anunciado now put up 262.5, not chipping, so no intention to even get those bonus, that extra 0.5 advantage you get from getting a chip. So I'm interested to see how that's all gonna come into play. 190 now for Jose Haplos, his final squat of the day.
And he did look really impressive on those last two lifts. 190 is a pretty considerable jump. If my math is not off, it's 12.5. He's taking his time too on the setup, so maybe this is a weight that he's not like...
And I'm actually kind of surprised. I think this is our biggest jump we've seen from a second to the third, at least so far, taking consistent 12.5. Usually people try to make the second to third a little bit smaller so you have that confidence. Oh, okay, I see why they...
Yeah, I was thinking, like, is this a new weight or...
I see why, like, of his coach, he's like...
They should have gone for 200.
Yeah, but looking ahead, Jose Haplos also does have a big deadlift, so his legs are looking strong now. So just, his legs are strong, just put it all in his deadlift now. But Vince Gutierrez, 212.5.
212.5. This time we take a bit of a break from those big jumps. Now it's back to more conservative territory, at least for the moment. These 83s are not letting up, not only from their own, like, maybe personal records, but from just trying to chip away at the rankings. But because I think the forecasts are still going all over the place.
Yes, actually Vince Gutierrez forecasted third, so this 2.5 really does matter because the juniors are so competitive. Let's see what the referees call. It's a good lift, and that's another 2.5 to add to Vince Gutierrez's total.
It looked like he was leaning forward a little bit there too.
I really thought he was gonna fall, but he just stuck with it, found his balance, and made a good lift. Juris Ragma, also a junior, possibly fighting for that podium spot. 217.5 for him.
take another considerable jump with 7.5. Now, so far, the way that this squat has been going, it's pretty like easy for most of these lifters, but again, it's been pretty measured for the 83s, I gotta say, where the chairman, or rather the potential chairman of Barangay 74 were a little bit more wild with some of those jumps.
They were really fighting for that, but at least here we're seeing more consistent. Three, Juris Ragma included. 5 more kilos now for Mark Bascara.
220 jump. Rather, a 5 kilo jump for the 220. Pretty confident walkout. And I don't recall if that 215 was a grind.
I do think I think it slowed down a little, but not enough where you would ask, why would he do 5? I think 5 is the perfect number. Again, he is also competing in the Open in the junior. Could probably place as the meet continues. So I do think Mark Bascara has placed actually as an 83 junior in previous meets. So he's really trying to prove that he can also do it on a national stage. Really fighting for that 220.
Was he the one that...
It's a good lift.
It is a good lift?
It was a good lift for Mark Bascara. That's 5 more kilos this time.
I was about to ask, like, was he the one that had a bit of a slowdown at the 75% mark and then just kind of powered through it?
I do think that was him. I think it was a misgroove though. I kind of saw him in the corner signaling that he shifted a little to the side. But Jan Cuevas now also taking 220.
220 on the board again, and it's been a different story every time somebody has challenged this weight. Some have made it fly, some have had a bit more heart and a bit more of their back being put into it, well, figuratively. And right now, it's on his shoulders.
And he fights for it, and the people cheering for him are really happy, and so is he skipping off the platform. Mark D now taking that 2 to 2.5, which we were expecting from him. His 220 was a bit of a grind, but knowing his coach, I know his coach would still want him to add that 2.5. Like I said, he does get a big chunk of his total from that squat and most especially that bench. But he recently has been making strides on his deadlift as well. But of course, you want to make sure their athlete just goes 3 for 3.
Oh.
But that 2.5 was just some days it's just so heavy.
And sometimes those days do pop up at the most inopportune times. That could be the situation for some of our lifters here, including Mr. Mark D. But 225 by Ivan Salonga, or at least that's what he's looking to get himself on the board now. Again, it's really still hard to tell with these forecasted placings, especially with this fight and the last two being as hyper competitive as it is. Hopefully this is not the point where the red carpet starts rolling out, and I mean that on our data. Yeah,
because we've been actually having such a good stride so far. Ivan Salongo also hoping to go 3 for 3.
Miss Hammer and his coach, but Ivan Salonga does fight it out. Do you think he hit depth on that? Well, let's see.
And you could see on the stream, but he was really careful with that, and I'm worried.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't want to say anything. These things can happen, and very quickly the tides could change as Mr. Jamal Surima going on to the stage. He did say that...
I'm actually looking at his nominated total. His best squat in comp was 215.
That's a gigantic jump.
That's already
plus 10.
A giant meet PR. Plus 15 if he gets his 230. And again, an all-time PR. That's just how much heart there is in the sport. Now he just needs to grind it out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
3 wide flights. John Sarima going 3 for 3 on squats. I think this is the first time. I'm gonna double check if this is the first time he's
He's
ever
hit
gone
230 on-
3 for 3. No, 3 for
Oh,
3 on
really?
squats. I'm telling you, this guy has a relationship with squats. But of course, we have Nui Medallia now. His squats have been really easy.
Yeah. And like
I
you s-
think his 220 flew just as quick as his 205. 10 kilos. I doubt this will slow him down.
there are doubts and there are assumptions that have been made, but so far it's only going to be Mr. Emmanuel Medalla to really get that off the board. And that 230 was a very, very good 3 white light approval from the referees. And just to kind of go back what you said, that 4 years is a labor of love. 4 years. A lot of people would have given up by then.
Right, all for that 230. I don't know what it was before that, but Tos Kiambao now. Diamond is not gonna have a voice tomorrow, which is weird considering he's going to work and his job is a host. But
It's okay. We have our ways of bouncing back.
230 now for Tos Kiambao. 7.5 on the bar. 7.5 more on the bar.
230 once again being challenged, and it seems to be the lucky number for a lot of our lifters today. Mr. Tos Kiambao with a far walkouts looks to narrow that gap between him and the rest of the 83s. And look at that very intense lifter, as you mentioned. Goes down and back up. And with a nod of approval.
With a nod of approval from him and his coach and the people cheering him on in the back. Good lift for Tos Kiambao.
Oh, did you not notice? It was whack.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Give him a little fist bump. But it's okay. Again, there was a lot of focus being put onto that rack. And again, that 230 has been the magic number for a lot of our lifters. A lot of 3 for 3s now too.
So let's see how 240 moves now. Jesse Umahon did have a successful 232, still within the 230 range. Let's see if that magic extends to 240.
And so far, the upper limit for this flight has been 255. 240 is very close. But no, it does not go back up. Good try by Jesse Umahon. And like you said, that is an incredibly challenging weight.
240 now for Leo Almeida. Still forecasted second in the open, but first in the juniors by quite a lot. I'm looking for the second place and I can't even find him. So definitely leading by a lot.
Well, that is a pretty monstrous total, to be honest with you. That's, I'm pretty sure we could say it. That's 655 for the forecasted total. And again, that is a rare number to even have a chance at. But this 240, how is it going to fare for Mr. John Almeida here, who's seen 240 take Jesse Umahon? Hasn't shaken his confidence, but again, the bar wins.
240, like
230.
you were saying, 230 was the magic number.
Oh boy.
And now we have Armand Anunciada, 262.5, wanting to extend.
There is a little bit of popping, but hopefully it's nothing to really disrupt the viewer experience. But at this moment, that record has been challenged. It is time to maybe put one more notch on the belt for Mr. Armand Anunciado and defend his spot at the top for the 83s. 262.5.
263 for another national record tip by Angelo Valerio.
Well, there is now an attempt to challenge that too.
We have 263 now by Angelo Panerio. Trying
For Angelo Valerio.
to get that 263, trying to just chip his total by 0.5.
A challenge again, a shot at the king. Hopefully this time he doesn't miss again, as Mr. Panerio has had a storied career and looks to absolutely obliterate new ventures for himself. Puts the 263 right on his shoulders. We will see how this lift goes.
Wow. I think this
Our flights I, J, and K here at the session of your SBD PH Nationals 2025 Day 2. We will be back later with the bench press tips for the free flights.
Well, the crowd was going a little crazy after that 263 because you literally saw that man's effort to just put it back on the bar, and the white light confirmed that there is a new record. And I cannot believe those ludicrous duels at the tail end of that squat session.
this is just squats. And I think all that screaming popped my mic.
I think so too.
I think maybe it couldn't handle all of that,
The noise.
all of that volume, all of that noise. But wow, I wish you guys heard or saw how everyone reacted to that successful 263. But of course, the usual 10-minute break before we head into bench.
Before that, we would like to give a big thank you and a lot of love to our sponsors. Again, this is the SBD PH Nationals presented by SBD Eleco, the PAP, affiliated with the IPF, APF, PSC, and the POC, sponsored and partnered with Equinox, SM North EDSA, alongside Play Hard, the Rackco, and Whale Nutrition.
And also thank you to Radisson Park Inn, Hagcore, and our equipment sponsors Gymzilla, Manuel Barbell Club, and Hybrid Strength. And of course, thank you Dear Diet, Amino Vital, and our media partners Aster Media and M Sports. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Aside from that last bit where
Siguro it means everything kasi I always want to be the strongest in my weight class.
And we all know, powerlifting is not comfortable sport.
Get to see where my current strength lies when it goes up against technically the top 3 raw lifters in PH, which are of course Aaron, Kix, and Kyle.
I want challenges to prove everybody that powerlifting is for everybody.
It's about showing how much I've come in this sport.
And to be able to step on the platform despite all the setbacks I had means a lot to me.
I'm trying to redeem myself from the past comps.
So it's like a redemption comp for me.
Time for me to prove myself if I'm gonna get on the podium or not, kung open lang.
Really means a lot because I know what I'm capable of.
It reflects my hard work and my dedication to the sport.
It's also about inspiring the youth.
And I'm sure history will be made because a lot of records will be broken. And the fight would be intense because you're competing with some of the best in your weight class.
Siguro it means everything.
Powerlifting Association of the Philippines applied the NQT.
And to qualify is an honor because I'm gonna be competing with the best of the best.
It legitimizes the competition and the sport locally.
Competing here in the very first SBD Nationals.
Probably the biggest competition that I'll ever attend locally.
For me, this meet is just a marker of all of that resilience.
It's a huge deal. It's about showing how much I've come in this sport and how much I've grown. This is my chance to prove to myself that how much sacrifice I put into the gym.
As how all nationals would go for me, I would treat every nationals with utmost respect, representing your utmost national values.
It means a lot to me and it's going to be memorable.
This powerlifting sport is getting bigger and bigger.
And I'm really excited to showcase my strength next year, this 2025.
It's not going to be easy because I know everyone's putting their best effort. Every competitor that I have is putting their best foot on the line on this one. For me, it's going to be, locally, this is the most competitive that I'm going to experience.
Lifters, you have 1 minute to submit your opening weight for the bench press attempts. Thank you. Paging Lian Gayona and Seth Norman. Please come here to the table officials area as you don't have bench rack heights declared here. Thank you. We've reached the 3-minute mark. 3 minutes before our bench press events begin. Alright, we're about to commence our bench press events. Our order of lifts are as follows. Angela Borromeo at 47.5. Lian Gayona at 52.5. Claire Andebelen at 60. Alyssa Dimdam at 60. Rika Marigsa at 65. Seth Norman at 67.5. Sabina Santos at 73. Micaela Mizal at 75. Joyce Reboton at 92.5. John Suarez at 110. Franz Burillo at 125. Earl Rodelas at 130. And Janelle Parchamento at 135. The bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. Hindi. Again, the bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. That's a good lift for Angela. Loader speed load 52.5 for Lian Gayona. The bar is loaded for Lian Gayona. Alyssa Dimdam, you're next. The bar is loaded for Claire and Dibelen. That's a good lift for Claire Ann. Loader same weight for Alyssa Dimdam. The bar is loaded. That's a good lift for Eliza. Lower speed load 65 for Rika Marigza. Seth Norman, you're next. The bar is loaded for Rika Marigza. That's a good lift for Rika. Loader speed load 67.5 for Seth Norman. The bar is loaded for Seth Norman. That's a good lift, Seth. Lower speeds, load 73 for Sabina Santos. National record attempt at the women's sub-junior 76. The bar is loaded. That's a good lift and a new national record holder, Sabina Santos. Lower speed load 75 for Micaela Mizal. The bar is loaded for Micaela Mizal. It's a good lift for Micaela. Lower speed load 92.5 for Joyce Reboton. The bar is loaded for Joyce Reboton. It's a good lift for Joyce. Lower speed load 110 for John Suarez. After him is Franz Borillo. The bar is loaded for John Suarez. It's a good lift for John. Lower speed load 125 for Franz Borillo. The bar is loaded for Franz Borillo. It's a good lift for France. Loader speeds load 130 for Earl Rodelas. Chanel Parchomento, you're next. The bar is loaded for Earl Rodelas. It's a good lift for Earl. Loader speeds load 135 for Janelle Parchomento. And we will be back to Angela Borromeo after. The bar is loaded for Janelle Parchomento. That's a good lift for Janelle. Loader speeds load 52.5 for Angela Borromeo. The bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. It's a good lift for Angela. Loader speeds load 57.5 for Lian Gayona. After her is Claire Ann de Belen. The bar is loaded for Lian Gayona. It's a good lift for Lian. Order speed load 65 for Claire and de Belen. Eliza Dimdam, stand by. The bar is loaded for Claire and de Belen. It's a good lift for Claire Ann. The bar is loaded for Eliza Dimdam. Rika Marigsa, you're next. That's a good lift, Eliza. Order speed load 67.5 for Rika Marigza. The bar is loaded for Rika Marigza. Seth Norman, stand by. That's a good lift, Rika. Lower speed load 70 for Seth Norman. The bar is loaded for Seth Norman. That's a good lift for Seth. Lower speed load 77 for Sabina Santos. This is a national record attempt at the women's sub-junior 76 category. The bar is loaded for Sabina Santos.
lots of the sub-juniors in your class. Again, it is just so silly to me that with this amount of experience and the thought of retiring at age 18, my goodness. But like I said, when you have 10 plus years of competition, you are pretty much valid for a rest. But the national record attempt by Miss Sabina Santos in the works right now. Down control.
Really clean, 77 for her. And she really was like, I'm not feeling good and I'm surprised my lips are doing well.
Very humble, in all honesty, very humble with.
I really hope we see 80. But seeing 80 now, we have Maria Mizal. I double checked actually, her heaviest bench is only 70. So she's added, so if successful, she's added 10 kilos since then.
75 looks so good too, especially coming from a lighter weight class now. This is 69 kg as being presented onto the screen. Like you said, these are some pretty big jumps from the previous statistics. And warranted, have no issue of fighting that on the way back. And I gotta say, that was probably a pretty conservative arch as well.
Really nice 80. Definitely expecting 82.5 for her third. Joyce now just taking a relatively conservative jump to 97.5. This is the weight that kept getting called on depth for her in Asian, so she is trying to redeem it right now, and I know it's gonna move well, and I hope the referees agree so we can see that 100 plus bench from her.
Because this is much she has to expel before she can, like you said, move on to the heavier weights. But that 92 didn't look like it was any trouble for her at all. 97, those few kilos could be the difference, but so far it is an easy up. What do the referees have to say about this?
And it's a good lift. 3 white lights for Joyce Rebaton. It seems like she has successfully addressed that depth issue as she was being called for just a few months ago. So obviously 100 plus. 102.5?
Oh yeah.
Obviously.
Her, I mean, again, like, this was already established early on. Her totals are going to be very lopsided in her favor. And when she pushes it up on the bench, it's only going to be a bit more difficult for everybody to catch up. Granted, we will have to put our focus on the Jan Suarez, 115. That 110 was pretty much effortless on his part, and he's looking to continue this green streak for the second bench.
Really nice 115 for Jan Suarez, looking very strong.
I mean,
not much of a slowdown on that 115, so maybe they'll give him that 120, but before you find out, we have 130 now. Franz Borillo maybe didn't have the best squat session, only going up 2.5 and missing both attempts, but really out here trying to redeem himself with this 130.
It's a really, really strong bench. And again, squat session could have been something that he probably would want to address in training after this meet at least. Because those were 2.5 increments. It was very wise for him to just not risk it and maybe hurt the rest of the performance. And maybe, just maybe, the bench is going to reflect that. It is going to come up. He is quite happy about it too.
2-1, it's still a good lift. I did see a yellow card, so his butt must have come off the bench in one of the sides.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the yellow card just to see what the reasons are, but most likely it could have been the elbow or maybe like the butt coming off very slightly. We did see a lot of shifting too in the previous days, but it is a good streak.
for this flight so far.
And our very animated Earl Rodelas with 135 actually didn't come up to the platform as animated as he usually does.
Well, there he goes.
I spoke too soon. But 135 now, his 130 moved really well. He's looking really confident, going 3 for 3 on squats.
Yep. 3 for 3 for squats.
2 for 2 on bench. And hopefully, I do think he wants that 3 for 3 on bench as well.
I mean, that's always one of the best ways to secure, obviously, like your total, right, is to just be almost flawless for your first 2 lifts. Granted, there's a little bit of leeway with maybe like 1 or 2 missed lifts, but that's usually indicative of maybe the lifters trying to go for a more risky approach. But so far, since the lead has been somewhat established, or at least his totals have been somewhat established, there's really no reason to overextend.
Janelle Parchamento now also trying to go for that 2 for 2 after getting that 3 for 3 on squats. And it looks like he has. He tricked us with that nonchalant face, then just breaks out into a smile. We're now
He thought he was slick.
heading on to our third attempts now. We have 55 for Angela Borromeo. She's happy. She's giving the camera the thumbs up.
I gotta say though, the forecasted placings for this flight, it's still all over the place too. Granted, it's just been competitive all over. That second bench could have been maybe deceptive because everything looked so easy. And of course, there was the nonchalant into the last minute fadeaway smile. Hopefully, that's not the case for bench number 3. 55 is on the bar for Miss Angela Borromeo. Those 52s and 47s look flawless technique-wise. A little bit of wobble in that second attempt, but 55 should be a no issue for her. Oh. Close, but she still seems pretty happy about how it went.
I do think she had a bit of a feeling after that 52.5, but like he said, like you can't go anywhere but 2.5 more. 60 now for Leanne Desiree. She's only done 57.5 as her best in a meet. 60 would be such a nice meet PR. It's a number a lot of people do chase. It's that coveted blue plate, that blue plate bench. Well, not here. It's a gym blue plate bench.
Well, either way, again, there are a lot of personal records that a lot of our lifters are still looking to conquer themselves. And
really taking her time to set up onto her traps.
press command going pretty quickly, but look like maybe she had.
And it's a no lift for Miss Leanne. I do wonder if they're gonna give her another attempt on that, because it looks like their head ref did say the spotter shouldn't have saved her yet, but I think they all convincingly.
It was a judgment call, basically.
But we'll see. I do see her coach talking to them on the side, asking if she's getting a reattempt. But 67.5 now for Ally Dindam, opting for that 2.5 because she is trying to take first place home for the 69s, and she has a really big deadlift on her.
Well,
I'm wondering if this 135 is just a placeholder, but of course, let's see her 67.5 first.
That's right. It's looking very smooth. But again, sometimes that's just how the lift is. There is really the sticking point that you mentioned time and time again, where everything is just smooth up until that plateau.
Hopefully, though, the red streak doesn't continue, like you mentioned, and maybe they're still reassessing on that call on Miss Lian as well, because it did look like the spot was a bit early on that.
Now, before we get to that, we have Rika Marigza. Like she said, she's never done 70. 70 has never been a successful lift for her, at least on the platform. Her best being 67.5. So let's see if she can change that. Her 67.5 did move very well.
And like I said, or like you said, these third benches, they're just so unpredictable sometimes, because those previous two, especially with how they go, and another narrow grip, by the way. Oh! What do the referees have to say about that?
2 to 1, and it's a good lift, and she's finally got 70 on the board. And again, Rika, she's catching up. She needs to catch up to Jane Erasmo, who totaled 382.5 yesterday. So that 2.5 was really crucial. Claire de Belen now also taking a 5-kilo jump. I'm looking at her best nominated bench, and it is 65. So if she gets this, that's a 5-kilo meet PR. Her coach on the sidelines actually watching her lift, even though he's competing.
Like you said, there is a different mindset for the coaches while they're coaching and while they're competing themselves. Putting the focus back on Claire de Belen. That is a grind out, still not asking for help, but at the very last moment, it just did not confine its way back up. And it does look like it is still a pretty happy attempt, so there is still like progress being made. Sure, not going all the way up, but the feel of that 70 must have given them a bit more confidence to progress with the training.
72.5 now for Seth Norman. If she gets this, it matches her best meet bench.
I like that everybody is challenging their own records. Like, aside from this, obviously trying to fight for the podium.
And fight for those national records. Everyone, you just want to come out and be stronger than the last time. 72.5 now for her.
Oh, easy. Easy, actually. Probably one of the easiest third benches of the day. That's a big yippee. It was a little yippee.
There were two. Her second was a small yippee. Her third was like a yippee yahoo.
So that's what you call the big ones.
82.5 now. Sabina Santos taking a much bigger jump than I expected, but I'm guessing she kept saying she didn't feel that good, but taking that 5-kilo jump after 77, she must be feeling really confident.
And focused, definitely very focused as she sets herself down on that bench. And another record attempt, another way to widen the gap to whoever would challenge.
Oh, and I missed it completely. Sabina's actually also a part of Zest powerlifting, so that actually puts their gold medals possibly at 6.
Well, that is a very strong case of who might be the best, or at least one of the candidates for the best teams here. 82.5, I think without a doubt, should be in the books.
And I do think that's an all-time PR for her. I know she's done 80 at the gym. So 82.5 all-time PR for Sabina Santos, and further extending her record. And Maria Mizal now taking 82.5. The current bench record holder actually is also in the building.
There is a challenge with Maria Mizal.
Her 80 did look very convincing, and actually, if I'm not mistaken, her nominated best bench was just 70.
Like I said, I was about to ask you, didn't you say her best bench was 70? So now to challenge with a plus 13 kg discrepancy from the nominated
and
best.
the record as well.
That is going to be probably one of her proudest moments. Again, from the Zest power gym. So Zest has truly proven to be one of the leading candidates for that best team. Did try to get that as much as she can and even maybe burn through that, but just a smile on her face. She's still plus 10 in the PR for the meet, so still a happy day.
That's still a 10 kilo. That's still a 10 kilo PR for her. And honestly, 10 kilo PRs on bench is
they're big.
It's really big. 102.5 now. We were expecting this with a speed of 97.5. The only woman to bench 100, I think, in the whole Philippines, or at least currently, right now, in the list of women who compete raw. She is so far the only person who's doing it, who's done it in this meet. The closest, of course, we got to that was 92.5.
So much legacy with Miss Joyce Reboton, and everything has been so confident and clean for her. Oh my goodness, and she still gets it despite the
She
pause.
gets it, however, I do think she will be called for that. There was a downward movement. As she pressed it, she did save it and press it, but I think she got called on depth for one and the downward motion by the other, but she locked it out.
So, it's a...
It's not a gym PR, she's done
Oh yeah, she's probably
110.
heavier. Yeah, 110. But at least...
It's 100.
It's 100. It's 100. And... Well, before we can talk about Miss Joyce a little bit more, we will look at Jan Suarez with 120 now. 110 and 115 look pretty good. The rest period should have been enough. And right now, he doesn't look too bothered about this at all. Very, very quick setup. He's just waiting for the commands now. And again, still trying to stabilize. He does have one missed attempt so far. I'm not sure if he came off the bench just a little bit. I doubt that they're going to call that though, but so far it looked really good. So potentially a 3-for-3 for Mr. Suarez.
We're waiting 2-1. It's a good lift.
2-1. Yeah, and that was what I was worried about, because it did look like he came off a little bit, but it's just that weight shifting. The bar didn't shift though, which is the craziest thing. But hey, that's done. 120 in the books for Jan Suarez. And from Barbells and Brew again is Mr. Franz Barillo.
France Borrelia now. Representing Barbells and Brew. Benched a really solid 130, hoping to keep that technique with the 132. It's stalling, but
It's not going down though. Oh. It looked so good. It didn't feel like the bar was dipping, but again, maybe just kind of ran out of gas on that last stretch.
the bar was still moving, but I do think the head referee told the spotters to catch it because there already was downward movement. Earl Rodelas now.
Very energetic, very animated, as you
I want to
mentioned.
see what energy he brings to this 140.
He's the first to challenge that 140. 130 has been incredibly difficult for a lot of the previous lifters. 140. 315 bench on the board in the meet. Looking like it's going to be an easy lift. Easy lift.
Really hyped and really happy with that successful 140 and our last bench for flight. 142 for Janelle Parchamento.
All right. We did see the 315 come out from him earlier. That is a pretty big jump. And you've talked about this too. Maybe this is the type of jumps they take in training because it was 5, now it's a 7.5. 140 was pretty easy. But what about now? What about this lift? Oh. No
He's
dip?
really fighting for it. There's a lot of shakiness. But I'm wondering if any of those are gonna be called 2-1, and it's a no lift for him, but a really good fight for that 147.5. Moving on now, straight into Flight J, we have Christian Mendoza opening with 110.
Back to the barangay we go. The 74s are still ready and waiting. Like you said, Christian Mendoza, one of the more animated lifters as well. Maybe not to the extent of Mr. Earl Rodelas. Still 110 as an opener for the 74s, looking to set the tone. And if the squats would give us a preview on how it is, the openers for the bench are a little more different this time around.
The boys voted for Christian Mendoza.
That chairman position is so highly contested. Again, I'm not going to be surprised if the forecasts are going to go ballistic yet again.
Like every attempt, it just switches and switches.
Hopefully it is cloudy with a chance of meet PRs for everybody across the board, and with a smooth 110.
He is laughing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's laughing because it was easier than expected, or if it went, or maybe surprised him a little. But 150 now for Renato Decilios.
5 up from the previous opener. And again, I'm just really not sure what to expect at this point, because it's been a fight all the way through. A lot of focus from Decilios, waiting for his bench to get set up, and he is looking at it intently. The headphones are going to come off. And another slow walk. No more sprints this time around. You did say you were worried that some of them might trip over and fall.
As an accident-prone lifter, of course, that's the last thing you want to see, especially on meet day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Renato setting up. Three white lights. No two questions about it. But this is an aggressive jump from the 110s to 1.5s. It is 1.25. I believe actually 1.17 for Don Bernal. He did have a shaky second attempt at that squat, but again, the race is still on for the top spot for the 74s.
And actually, taking a look at Don Bernal's nominated lifts, 212.5 was actually his best squat. So breaking that with 220 is a big feat, and now he's opening with 117.5, with his best nominated total being 120.
Very close to, as you mentioned, the nominated totals. We're really curious to how that training has been going, because
He has been hiding it, yep.
Yeah. Shrouded in secrecy.
Well, okay, maybe not hiding, but at least not posting. So that 117.5 looked like it's moving pretty well. And Don has actually been nursing a bit of a bicep and shoulder injury for a really long time. So that's why it's been a bit hard for him to make progress on that bench. So even if he can hit like 122.5 and go over his best in a meet by just 2.5, I do think that's a big win for him. But now Liam Kurt O'Malley opening with 125, and we will be seeing that same number 125 for a few number of our lifters. But again, starting off with Liam Kurt O'Malley.
Oh boy. 125 for Mr. Umali, as we mentioned. This is probably one of the bigger jumps, at least for the starts. But sometimes it's really not how you start on these attempts, it's how you finish. 125, looking to fly off that bench.
Really speedy, 125 for him. 3 white lights.
Overseas number 125 for Matthew Saga. Stand by.
The story continues for the 74s. It's been a stable race where everybody's still looking for that sign of weakness amongst each other. And Matthew Sagai walking up to another 125 attempt. Looking at the previous squats, it's again honestly so similar between everybody that at some point it does become a little hard to distinguish whichever really is like the winning point. Like you said,
Yep.
the 210s have been moving so differently for everybody, but they've been pulling out some of these crazier jumps on these next lifts.
And Zeke Sagay now. Opening with 125. I do think I've seen him hit 135 at the gym, so this should be really easy for him. A bit of a grind on the way up, but it should be good to go. It's 3 white lights and a good lift for Zeke.
You know, I don't know if I highlighted this too, but everybody comes from such different walks of life, but as soon as you are at the meet, you are a power lifter, and everybody just carries themselves with so much dignity and so much pride walking up to that rack for, again, they're 9 minutes. They're 9 minutes that they prepared so hard for. And Mr. Casey Roy here with one of the heavier attempts on this bench. His squat did kind of get a little wonky towards the end there because he did have a pretty big jump.
Yep, and he's chain in mouth. He's taking 125.
Looks like he's resetting. Oh.
3 white lights. It's a good lift for Casey Tamparong.
I can't believe I was looking at the screen and
Right,
somehow missed it still.
I thought, with how fast he pressed it, I was like, did he miss the
Yeah, I thought that
press
was a
command?
reset,
But
right?
no, it was a really good lift. It just moved that fast. 130 now for Mark Marquez. Mark Marquez did take the squat record, 241 on his third attempt, and he does have to get the bench in order to be one step closer to immortalizing that record as his.
Take it slow, take it one step at a time, because sometimes you don't have to rush it. I think we talked about this a little earlier. Speed is good, but don't rush the lift. But that 130 effortless for Mr. Mark Marquez. Like you said, there is a record attempt potentially knocking around the corner for him.
We have RD Abdal now taking 130.
It does look like he
His
has...
registered best is 140.5.
So this should be within the wheelhouse. Maybe he's gonna go for like a 5 kilo increment for the next two.
I can definitely see that, especially because that 140.5 was done in a different meet where he could have chipped that. That is not possible here since the record stands at 170.
I'd say that's kind of close, you know, depending how you look at it. But the 130 still moved really well.
Definitely expecting a 5 kilo jump by RD, because again, RD currently forecasted first, but of course, like we said, this is such a highly contested meet that again, one mislift is all it takes, because Erickson Capillian is right on his tail with 135, opening 5 kilos more than RD.
The thing is too, like if you look at the amount of years competing there is like a big gap in some of them, but the strength gains within those 2 years have been pretty insane. He is still part of powerlifting, who's been pretty good throughout the meet. This looks like it's going to be one of those strong starters still.
Really strong start for him. And the tone just changed once that song started playing.
Again, it's the song, it's the extra buff.
We have now.
They're also close. Still, even their nominations are so close.
Galon is the expected champion for the 44s, the 74s, and of course, leading, already winning, I think, on the juniors. With just his forecasted total. I do think I see one thumbs up. It's a good lift for 135. I was also confused why no lift was called, but yes, it is a good lift for Angelo Galon. And our heaviest bencher now, we have EJ Barcenas, and this is really a lift he is known for. I think his all-time best is 150.
Well,
Yup, his best bench is 150, opening now with 142. If you just chip that 5 per attempt, that is gonna be a meet PR, maybe even an all-time PR for him.
and it's definitely gonna help his case with the totals too. Again, it's just been the wild, wild west out here with no chairman in sight to handle the situation. 142 does bounce up the chest, right.
And it's a good lift for him. I think he's feeling confident. We are going to be seeing that 5 kilo jump. Christian Mendoza now also taking a 5 kilo jump. He was laughing after his 110, and this is his
nominated
best total, 115.
So it does look like if he gets this, then there should be obviously an attempt to go for more, but that's the big question. This is the nominated best. That can be a potential roadblock for these lifters. But he does look determined. This is the most intense we've seen of him so far. There were a few head nods during that squat session. Hopefully this is going to convert into a successful lift. Oh, it's not going down though. Oh,
No, but he already did push it onto his face, and it's really hard to save that. So it's a really good call by the ref and the judges to have that taken back, but he has one more shot at it. Don Bernal now. We were saying that 120 is his best nominated bench. So 122.5
is already above.
Is already above what he's done so far. And again, he has, like, he's on and off with his shoulder, bicep, but I just know he's injured somewhere in his upper body, and it flares up quite often. So,
and you know, you don't want it to flare up in this unopportune time.
And I think they told him to go back on the bench because there is a rule. There has been a rule established that you're not allowed to put your feet on the bench. I think that's what he was called for. That's the only thing I can imagine him being called for. So, taking his time. He has 6 seconds to get that command, and he gets it just in time.
Looks good. Looks really good.
Really taking his time.
Slow and steady again.
It's a good lift for Don Bernal, and that's something you see often for lifters who are kind of nursing an injury or trying to be careful. They do tend to go much slower on the lift, and you can see Don really taking his time to make sure that that bench moved exactly the way he needed it to move. Renato up next, taking 122.5.
I mean, first and foremost, right? Safety first.
Yeah.
It's always like our number one priority here, aside from breaking personal records and pushing progress even further. Does the Celios have a different approach to this bench? It is the identical number, but like you said, it was a pretty big milestone for Mr. Bernal. And Renato is gonna obliterate that attempt.
Is it good for RJ?
His nominated best is 150 if my alignment is correct. And if I'm not actually like, if my eyesight is not as bad as it is. So that was a gimme. Now, I'm curious to see how that jump is gonna look like because there are some pretty mean benchers in this weight class. And it's been a pretty mixed bag. I think the squats were also pretty tightly contested. It's these next two disciplines that kind of where it goes haywire.
Setting up now for 130. Much cleaner than his 125 actually. There was a bit of a shake on the way to the top in his 125, but he seemed to have cleaned it up on his 130. So maybe they might push that to 135, but Liam O'Malley now 132.5, opting for that 7.5 kilo drop. Oh, I'm so sorry. Casey Tampa. My bad. We have Cassie Roy Tamparong, 130 now.
Nominated best is 135. So like you said, he might just try and slowly work up to that. The 125 was really, really clean. 130 could dictate if he jumps up by the bare minimum of 2.5 or maybe even push it to a 7 kilo jump if he's feeling a bit ambitious today. Oh yeah, that looked really good. 135.
Really solid 130. Definitely expecting 135 for his third, just to match his meet best. Liam O'Malley now 132.5.
This is again his nominated best for the bench at 132.5. So if anything, the 74s, aside from trying to break right through each other, they are still doing their best to shatter their own records and maybe push through it on that third attempt. I think the third attempt has been by far the most difficult climb for this weight class specifically, but also because maybe they're still really pushing that PR too.
And it's not just pushing themselves, pushing that PR. If everyone here, and these are the top lifters, are going past their best, they're just elevating the standard for the 74s in general.
Which is already really high to begin with, right? But everybody, again, wants that evolution, wants the bar to go up, both literally and figuratively. Nominated best conquered by Liam O'Malley.
132 flying for Liam O'Malley, so hopefully, well, not hopefully, now he is in a position to hit a new meet best. 135 now for Mark Marquez.
Mr. Marquez, a little bit higher up on his nominated, but again, he cannot be complacent. You have to consider that there has been a long squat session before the benches did come into play, and maybe the leg drive's just not going to be as prominent. Because again, we have to explain that some of these PRs are happening on different individual days where you're fully rested.
Because it is your best total, not in general and not necessarily on the same day, but that seemed like a really solid 135 for
Mr. Marquez here. And
Mark Marquez, but now we have RD Abdal.
RD Abdal getting ready onto that bench, although this is, at least for his standards so far,
A little under his best, but of course, in comparison to his squat and his deadlift, may not be his strongest, quote unquote strongest, but considering he's going up against forces like Erickson and especially Galon with a 150 nominated bench, you really just have to take in those kilos. 135, he's pushing for it, but I do think we're gonna be seeing 137.5 for his third. Again, he is currently in first, and all it takes is him missing a one lift, and you don't want to overextend.
Yeah.
Erickson Capilla now going 140.
I think these lifters up next have to take advantage of the fact that that squat 3 was some kilos left on the table, and maybe getting a 3-for-3 bench would be one of the factors to push them over the edge. And obviously, Mr. Erickson getting ready for that 140 crowd.
For 145. Again, Erickson Capilan is currently nominated in 4th, with Mark Marquez slowly catching up. So, oh sorry, Galon is actually already in. Angelo Galon already in first by 2.5. RD following behind on 610, and Mark Marquez 601 with Erickson Capilan at 597.5.
It is just so close to call. And like we said, right, maybe that third bench is what makes or breaks it, because so far everybody has been really, really close to the nominated bench, if not conquering it already. But Galon will take all those kilos into consideration, because as you've said, this race, the barangay, and they are trying to get any edge over everybody else.
Oh, and unfortunately, he already got the start command, and I do think he slipped. That's why it fell. So he does have one more attempt because he didn't expend much energy trying to push that. So he just has to figure out maybe what went wrong. There is a lot of chalk, there is a lot of powder on that bench, a lot of people putting chalk to keep themselves stable. But 147.5 now for Edric Barcenas. We mentioned a while ago his best in comp is 150, and if he just adds 5 each time, he's going to hit a new meet PR.
Hopefully there are no clipping issues here too, because as you mentioned, there can be a lot of variables that go into these lifts, and hopefully there's not too much chalk, not too much powder on the equipment.
Eric Barcenas now 147.5, our strongest bencher on this flight.
147 has a big advantage too, because the closest he had, at least for bench competition, was Galon, who did have that unfortunate second attempt. 147 though, challenging already. But like
and the music changed. Oh my god, it's like they know, but the music changed. 147.5, teeing him up for what could potentially be a meet PR if this moves well. And I'm wondering, will he go for that 152.5? He's waiting for the lights. It is a good lift.
Could be possible. I mean, just from the eye test alone and not looking at anything else, it was pretty good. And
I am seeing comments that they are slipping, not the eavesdrop on the athletes talking to their coaches, but
that's incredible. That's at least 20 feet or 10 feet from what's happening.
115 now for Christian Mendoza.
reattempt.
He did get it up halfway and then just lost a bit of tension.
Gotta keep it stacked. Keep it tight. He's just looking to get this 115 away and into the box. He's still fighting, but he gives the head shake, and he's given his best at least for that attempt, but he does have the deadlifts to at least add the numbers just a little bit. He is a considerably heavy puller, at least from the openers.
Yep, Don Bernal for quite a while held the deadlift record and still is, I think it's safe to say, still is one of the strongest one of the strongest deadlifters in the 74. Held the deadlift record for quite a while. I think he set it at 273 before, 272.5, but now 125 for him. If he gets this will be a meet PR, or at least a best bench in a while.
Either way, still very good news for Mr. Bernal here. 125 still in the works. A bit of instability, but he fights through it anyway. He must be feeling
Lift for him, and I honestly was a bit worried because it swayed to one side, and I thought there was no way he could save that, but he did. He just kept going and being consistent, and he got it up. It's a good lift for Don Bernal. We have 130 now for Renato Decilios.
Decilios has already taken that 122.5, which was his nominated best. So this 7.5 is gonna be big, but at the same time a very warranted attempt. I know there is a lot of smiles, not just from our lifters, but everybody in the crowd for probably different reasons. Well, he gets it. Does he get it? Thumbs up by the
3
referee.
white lights. It's a good lift for Renato Decilios.
Is it me or is it getting colder?
It's getting way colder.
Certainly has not bogged down any of our athletes though, which is heat retention, big skill, just to keep yourself warm without burning yourself out. Liam O'Malley setting himself up for the stage. We'll take a deep breath, and if we look at his stats, he's been pretty consistent throughout the day. I believe he's only missed one lift, but he has to capitalize on the fact that there have been some of the other members of the barangay who's kind of gotten a bit shaky on those second attempts. Again, the 3-4-3 benches have been pretty successful so far in this fight.
We've been seeing at least really good benches of people pacing themselves really, really well. Renato Decilios actually going 6 for 6. Liam O'Malley trying to go 3 for 3 now, taking a 2.5 jump after his successful 132.5. He is being told to replace the bar. His butt is not on the bench.
It's 5 seconds.
He does have 5 seconds, but I do think he's gonna time out his bench, and it's a no lift for Liam O'Malley.
And again, it's good to be patient with your setup, and there are a few words being exchanged.
But the thing that I do think bench is the hardest lift to have the bar replaced, because it takes so much time to set up.
Yeah, it's not
it's hard to successfully do it twice within a minute and get that start command. But Matthew Sagay now 135.
You mean Zeke?
Yeah, Zeke had a bit of a shaky 125, but showed way more confidence on his 130. I think 132.5 to 135 could be his all-time best at the gym. So let's take a look at his nominated bench. He has a nominated bench of 135, so if he gets it, it will be a PR match.
Ice in his veins, especially with how cold the air has been.
It's getting hard. It's getting hard to talk.
There are 3 layers of clothes I'm wearing right now. This wind chill is absolutely beating me up. I'm gonna be completely real. Oh, well, we will have to move that aside as Casey Roy Tambarong is gonna walk up to the stage. The thing about his squats, there was a bit of turbulence in that section of the lift for him, but his bench has been one of the more impressive benches. That lift from both his second and first attempt were very quick. This 135. This is going to be a very respectable attempt with a pretty high success rate, in my opinion, or potentially high success rate.
And just a bit too heavy for him, but still good showing. 130 as his final successful bench attempt. 137.5 now for RD Abdao. Again, RD just trying to get as much kilos as he can into his total. Currently tied with Angelo Galon on total. However, this is just a forecasted total.
Yeah, but the prospect of snatching up the top spot is enticing for anybody. And again, maybe the strategy right now is just go 3 for 3 on the squat and the bench, because we do see a lot of gaps in some of these attempts. And again, it is a very, very difficult part of the meet, especially when everybody's pushing the limits higher and higher.
Wow, really nice fight at the top. And it's a good lift. He's going in confident. 6 for 6. But Mark Marquez also just slowly catching up. Currently nominated third. Also hoping to go 6 for 6. And like we say, it's going 6 for 6. It's such a mood setter for deadlifts and just your confidence on deadlifts. So
yeah,
my brain froze. I'm so sorry.
That's pretty cold.
It's really cold here, guys. 140.
Hopefully this is the hot streak that has been going for Mr. Mark Marquez. 140 on the bar. His face.
Oh wow, really fast. He really did have.
Yes. Yes.
I really hope they caught that one on stream.
I'm pretty sure they did, but that was a moment to remember, not just for the audience, but for us as well.
That is really funny. And it was like he said, all heart.
We've seen the yippee, we've seen a lot of the hearts. Mr. Erickson
now also the same strategy on squats, just out that 2.5.
Hopefully this is not too much of a roadblock for him this time though, because the squat, honest to God, that 212.5 versus 215 look like 2 completely different levels of effort for Mr. Erickson. But again, that's completely normal. 2.5 can be so difficult to conquer, but the bench is a grind out and there is a little bit of instability before the drop.
But this does not mean much actually, because Erickson Kapilian has one of the biggest advantages you can have going into deadlifts, which is he's pulling last. And not only does that mean he has the biggest deadlift out of everyone, he also gets to see what attempts his opponents are taking for their second and for their third. And if he can potentially take bigger jumps and slowly just make his way back into the podium, because he's not that far behind.
He's definitely given the luxury to scout it out and pace himself properly, as you mentioned.
And another heavy puller, Angelo Galon, retaking 142.
Oh man.
Moving really well, 3 wide lights and a good lift for him.
Really happy about it too.
And with that puts him back in first in the juniors at least, but I do think he's already sure first in the juniors. Our last bench now for this session, we have we have EJ Barcenas with 152.5, aiming for this platform or for this meet PR.
I keep forgetting Galon is in the junior category. That is a grown man set of weight that he's lugging around. But again, Barcenas taking to the bench, 152, by far the biggest attempt we've seen the entire day for the bench. If he gets this will more than make up for that last squat attempt. 147 did move pretty well for him, and now he's looking for 152 to do the same thing, and he gets it.
3 wide lights, and it's a good lift and a meet PR for EJ, and I think he's really happy with that. I do think it's been a while since he's hit anything above 152, and I'm so sorry, EJ, if you listen to this and you actually have. So,
the Hawks are out here.
But of course, we're moving straight to Flight K. Opening up Flight K, we have Angelo Panerio with a 120 kilo bench.
Record that was smashed in the previous attempt. A squat monster.
Craziest exchange. Failing 260. Opponent getting 262.5 and then getting it back with 263. I think that's the most hyped the crowd ever was.
It destroyed our microphone.
Yeah, it destroyed our microphones and how hyped everyone was for that lift. But now moving on to his bench, opening 120.
Which is, I'd say, conservative start considering everybody has had, or at least in the 83 side, have had a really, really impressive starting numbers, at least from what we're seeing. But that 120 did go up pretty easily. Still, maybe he's trying to conserve a little bit more strength for the rest of the evening, because that 263 had to take a lot out of him.
And he also he also has to save up for his deadlift. He recognizes that maybe his bench isn't the strongest out of the 3, but he is in contention for that podium, quote unquote, only in 5th place right now, but very close to 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. Juris Ragna now 122.5.
Still setting up the second of the 83s to go for this opener. Hopefully the success is going to be the same from our previous flights, because the opener is for 90% of the day actually, if not all of them. Actually, yeah, there are only 2 missed, and it will look like it's going to be another good lift. It is so nice to see one big green line on our stat sheet.
Oh wow, yep. Jesse Umaho now had a really great showing on the squats, 232.5 for him. Now he's going for 125 on his opener.
It's pretty cool. We've said this a bunch of times, but right now it's pretty cool. But if you are feeling like you need that extra AC, please come down to the Sky Dome, because it does really feel like we're up in the clouds with how high the standards have been set all throughout the evening. There is some hot coffee that we would really, really like to have, and a lot of merch that we would clamor for just right at the entrance.
Mark Bascara opening up with 130. Going 3 for 3 on the squats. I do think I know 142.5, 130 weight. He should be able to rep out, so that as his opener is a no problem.
As predicted. As you mentioned, that is a weight that he has.
He should be used to pressing. Because if your best is 142.5, you surely do pass 130 as a warm-up. So it looks like he's definitely queuing himself up for that. Jose Hablos up next, also taking 130.
Looking at the stat sheet for the 83s, I'm still trying to sort through the stats. If they're actually trying to claw at the nominated best, the way the 74s are, but maybe it's a bit too early to tell. Again, the scouting reports for everybody has just been a little wild. Everybody's pacing themselves to, I'd say, a pretty conservative amount. I don't think we've seen too many crazy jumps, actually, at least for this evening session. And we're gonna see if that's gonna be a good lift. It's gonna be a fantastic lift with 3 lights. And Dalia will one up the attempts, rely a little bit with that 135 as he walks up to the bench.
And I'm looking at Nui's nominated total. He is currently at 585. I know his goal is 600, and this is 585 with just his opener, bench, and deadlift. So there's definitely room to add 15 and even more to that. So 135 moving really good. I can already see him maybe going 5 kilos closer to that 600 goal.
600, a subtotal that everybody is reaching for and is within very realistic reach for a majority of our lifters here. But for the lifters that are going to eclipse that for the first time, again, another momentous occasion for them, is Vince Gutierrez setting up now, opening with 137 from the men's junior, by the way.
And these men's juniors, it's also so competitive because we do have lifters from earlier this morning, but we also have forces to be dealt with. We have Leo opening with 160 later on, but for Vince Gutierrez, that was a very good 137. Currently, actually forecasted now as second in the men's juniors.
His nominated best bench is 150, so if he was going to work up to that as a junior, mind you, it would be more than impressive. But right now, it is Mark the onto the bench. Still looking at his stats, his nominated best bench is actually not too far off from this opener, so maybe he's looking to smash that record too, or maybe go for a conservative 2.5 increment to it.
A really easy 140 for him. Taking a look at his nominated total, his nominated bench is 145. And I think with the speed of that is what we'll be seeing for his second, which gives him a lot of room for a meet PR. Armand Ananciado now, 140.
Armand, who's had a pretty good evening so far with a 262 squat, just only toppled by one person in the same flight, but 140 to open should surely equalizes at best at the total.
3 white lines. It's a good lift for him. He's currently forecasted first now by quite a bit. Forecasted total 662.5. But John Sorima now, I think his meet PR is 150. Giving that a quick double check. Yep, his best in training has been 150.
142 to start, so it is a pretty similar theme for everybody, but some of these jumps into the next attempt, which we're giving a preview of, are already like where the paths of this bench start to kind of play out. But 142 first for Mr. Sorima here.
Ooh, moving really good. The look he shared with his coach there, feeling really confident. But of course, John Sorima is nominated, well, is currently forecasted third, and of course, you really want to build slowly and hopefully not give that lead away, or at least catch up to Leo Almeida. They are currently tied right now. John Cuevas taking 147.5.
Still preparing himself for this one, but I think the 83s have been by far the fastest on the setups. So there is a lot of confidence going into their bench despite a few discrepancies on their numbers. But again, it's not bothering too much because a lot of them still have quite a bit to fall back on. With 147, should be a clear 3 lines for Mr. John Cuevas here.
And it is a good lift for John Cuevas, who's been doing really well, 3 for 3.
You know, I feel like there is a lot of eyes, obviously, on Panero, and I believe it should be one of those things where people have all their attention divulging on maybe the top 1 and 2, but don't realize how close number 3 and number 4 are actually from snatching that. And yes, sure, individually, some of the lifts have not been like super eye-popping relative to what we've seen so far. But like you said, they're slowly climbing that mountain. Maybe just waiting for the right time to bump up those numbers.
Tos Kiambao now 147.5. And it's a good lift for Carlitos Kiambao. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 5-kilo jump from him. Ivan Salonga now 150, and this isn't even our last bench depth.
And you know, it's been a slow ascent to the strongest opener so far. There are still a pair of lifters that are looking to once again catch up. I like how there's been a plethora of names you've thrown out. You know, Tos Kiambao being one of them. Then you suddenly use his full name, so it's something.
It feels weird calling him Tos Kiambao, but Ivan Salonga now.
Well, we're still in our benching session, and 150 on the bar for Ivan Salonga. Pretty high arc, actually. I think that's the highest arc out of the 83s. And
I really like this bench. Very solid, controlled on the way down, very solid press. I'm definitely expecting a big jump from him. We have Leo Almeida up next. He actually initially put in a record 160.5. The record does stand at 160. Set in 2023. I'm not sure why he opted out of that 0.5, but
maybe he's just trying to get a good attempt going first, and maybe kind of feeling if there should be a bigger attempt, could potentially
but also 160, our biggest bench opener, already could be a record, and it's done by a junior lifter.
You know, that really escapes me again because these 83s and 74s, they're surely nursing a lot of monsters in the making. If not, do already have a lot of strong competitors very early in their career. Almeida with a great 160.
Really solid 160, and a thing about like Almeida may be a junior, but I do think he's only entered it relatively recently. Juniors range from 19 to 23 years of age, and I know he's just aged out of sub-junior maybe 2 or 3 years ago, so he has a lot more years left in him. You can see his birth year here actually. 2005.
And he's only been competing for 2 years. Not fair.
But of course, okay, that first of all, that made me feel old. I'm 9 years older than that guy. But
I'm older than you, so please calm down.
Angelo Paneria now. 125. We are now in the second attempt. Everyone successfully getting a bench on board.
Again, this is really conservative from him. We can obviously tell too with how his attempts are going. He's just getting it out of the way, perhaps. Or maybe again, he's feeling that his legs do need that extra time to recover for the deads later on in this evening. Still another one tallying to the total. 127.5 next for Juris Ragma. This is a 5 kilo jump for, I'm double checking, it is still another men's junior competitor. Had a pretty good squat session too. Like I think out of the 83s, consistent across the board. Actually, now that I look at it, the 83s are also still in contention for one of the most consistent groups. Granted, the weights just have been, or at least the moving up has been a very different story for everybody.
And Juris Ragma, like you said, one of our more consistent lifters, went 3 for 3 on the squat, had a very solid opener, and I'm very sure we're seeing this get extended to a 5 for 5.
Let me just look real quick. That is nominated. For the bench, this is way above his nominated, actually. His nominated was 117, so with the first attempt alone, it got conquered, and with 127, that's a big plus 10. He's really happy about it too, so maybe we could see him hit another PR. I would like to get a bit more insight on his training, so for every one of our athletes, do post more. And I think Ms. Abby was onto something. We need to see all your data from Instagram.
We need to see all your data. Also, it's fun. It fills up the air.
Oh, it does. It really does. Especially when everybody's just been... You know how like in every sport, especially the top 1%, there's already a level of competency that there's just it's so hard to nitpick. And everybody's really good. What else can we say?
Mark Bascara getting set up again. Mark has podiumed in the men's juniors many times, so fighting for that place. 3 wide lights. It's a good lift for him.
That is
135 now also for Jose Haplos.
I think Mark is going to move up at least, well, obviously 2.5, there's no choice, right? But maybe a more brazen attempt at 5. 135 looked really good. But now, focusing on Jose Haplos, 135 for him as well. I believe he's also part of the juniors, if I'm not mistaken, no, he is on the open. I'm really getting wary of these juniors sneaking into the open like this. That's messing with my head, but again, very, very impressive lifts altogether. Also has only had, I believe, 2 years of experience. If this is accurate, 127 was his nominated best. Obviously already gone beyond that. And everything after this should have probably been gone over in training already by the looks of it.
We're waiting for the lights, but I'm seeing a thumbs up, so it's a good lift for Jose Haplos, extending his meet PR, or maybe all-time PR even, to 135. Taking 135 again, we have Jesse Umahon, a 10-kilo jump. Jesse is also a junior. He's currently third, but it's really competitive. Nominate almost at 5-kilo jump. I'm wondering if maybe, even if it looked really fast to us, that maybe there's something he felt that we didn't notice.
Yeah, it did look a little unstable on the way down. Again, it did rock, so maybe he just couldn't slingshot himself back up. It was, again, to my ear, 142, an attempt at 142 from 137.
Oh, I actually think Mark D is skipping
His second attempt?
He is skipping his second attempt. I'm wondering if he's resting maybe for a bigger third, but his 140 did move really well. I'm wondering if there's a reason why he opted not to go up, not to go out, but
there are definitely a lot of reasons, as
could also be the cold.
Yeah, I was just about to say, again, guys, sorry for it being that, but it is absolutely freezing. And hopefully the athletes don't freeze up, especially when they're trying to snatch away this lead.
We have Emmanuel Medalla now also taking 142.5. He is currently, oh, I'm sorry, he is currently, I think I kept calling him a junior. He's actually in the open also. He's taking 142.5. If this is successful, this puts him 7.5 kilos away from his goal of 600.
To be fair, it's been almost indiscernible with how everybody's been moving this weight. And regardless of your division, that is still a lot of metal getting tossed around in the air. A successful lift for him, so that is always a positive note. John Surima prep.
But again, his 142 moved so quickly that even his coach was just like,
yeah, go ahead.
Huh? Like, so hopefully 7.5 is big, but also if you're benching 142, how much does 7.5 really affect you? So again, his nominated best is 150. He has done more at the gym, but as gym PRs, which are really different, he's feeling good.
Okay. A little bit of a tap on one of the referees too, if you saw that. He is feeling very good. So maybe they're discussing between him and his coach to bump it up just a little bit. It does look like they're looking to submit already what a third attempt could look like.
But it is an important discussion because John is currently second, but again, Leo is not that far behind, so making that big of a jump that maybe he can't push through is essentially taking away kilos that could have placed him higher on the podium. But now we have Dos Miguel Kiambao.
Wow, there is such a mix of these names.
Yes, a lot of names. We have Miguel Kiambao, 152.5.
It's been a pretty good evening for him. It's been a consistent way up. 152 could be a considerable jump
for his
A
bench.
little bit of a roll in the bench actually when he pressed, but he was able to save it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure what he's feeling.
That roll
I'm
was
seeing
there.
him nodding though. Seeing him nodding, maybe coming off felt a bit off, but now that he had time to walk it off, feeling more confident. Arman now 152.5. I do think he is decently far ahead. He
That's
is
35 kilos.
he is 15 kilos ahead on forecasted, but this is he has to get these lifts. Of course, this is a 12.5 jump. Missing that brings his total down by 12.5, but of course he does have another go at it.
Well, like you said, some of these forecasters can go awfully sideways for a lot of these lifts, and especially when the later the evening gets, those 2.5s, those 10s get more difficult to come by. 155 for the next attempt for Jan Cuevas, looking to close that gap just a little bit, especially when there was a missed attempt on that second bench. We're patiently waiting for Jan Cuevas to set up and potentially get a second attempt on the board here. Again, we talked about the difficulty of some of these kilos that can be left as crumbs on the table, especially with everybody experiencing a little bit of the fatigue. I think bench number 2 is when that sort of starts. But hopefully this is not the case for one of the more consistent lifters of the evening in a very consistent group.
Extending that perfect lift, we have Jan Cuevas going 5 for 5 now. Ivan Salonga 160 kilos. If I do remember his 150, it moved very well. Does have a very solid technique on his bench, really setting up that arch as high as he can and then controlling it with that perfect soft touch.
And with that 160 loaded up onto the bar, Ivan Salonga just focusing up here. Like you said, really, really aggressive arch, which has been pretty uncommon for the 83s and to the 74s. Waiting for that handoff. Beautiful, beautiful 160 to add to the tally, and that should push him or at least even him out with a subtotal of Jan Cuevas and inching him closer to the top of this class and to this flight.
The heaviest bench again, done by a junior lifter born in 2005.
Man, it is still so strange.
Barely 20 years old. Maybe even still 19.
How does that make you feel with our age obviously being a little up there these days? But that's not important. What's important is that...
Yes, exactly. What's important is this 165 on the bar for Leo Almeida. Lots of cameras, lots of phones out.
This is going to be an absolute behemoth of a bench, and his subtotals are already looking really, really good. Could get even padded further with this dip. The fight up, that's not even a fight. That is just dominance on the bench press.
3 wide should be a good lift, and it looks like probably a PR or something that definitely means a lot to him.
That pushed them up to, I believe, forecasted 3rd place, and obviously in the juniors leading by quite a bit.
And it makes you wonder, he is 3rd, but he's already won the juniors by a mile. Are you just gonna go for it and just try to win open as well? Of course you would.
It's like we're already here. Might as well.
I'm wondering if he's going to just void that third attempt or if he's going up. But Angelo Panerio, 130 now. We do think he is just conserving his energy. 263 squat. That took quite a grind to get it up.
Absolutely.
And just saving that energy because he still has deadlifts.
Oh. So maybe there really was a stamina issue. That 130 did not go up for Mr. Panero. And, you know, we were talking about if he did lose a little bit of strength on that cut because, again, no matter how you look at it, that's 10 kilos being scraped off. There has to be a point where something has to give.
And that usually is the case with bench. Bench actually is the lift that gets affected the most when someone decides to cut. But Juris Ragba now, 132.5.
Really pinning himself to the bench here before he attempts the final bench for himself of the evening. He's had a pretty good night. Again, like many of the 84s, barely missed any lifts. He's hoping to not start here. He'll just keep pushing. A little bit of a grind. Still very good on the way up.
Good lift, and he's going 6 for 6. Mark Vascaro after him, also hoping to do the same thing, 137.5 on the bar.
Man, powerlifting collectively very happy with how this meet has been going, and if they have more contenders tomorrow, it just makes the award for giving, you know, the best team
Best
that much
team,
more
best.
difficult.
Yep. We're seeing dominance in Zest, we're seeing dominance in Mayhem, and even Feral
Feral, yeah.
powerlifting.
Manuel Barbell as well.
Like,
would be-
and so many teams have been doing so well. Mark Vascar, of course, hoping to add more kilos, place higher, and add more team points for Mayhem.
I'm curious about that foot positioning. It's a little uneven, and maybe it affected that lift, but so far he's already got his 135 off the board, so he's not too upset about it. But yeah, I was really curious because it wasn't like...
It could be, probably didn't notice it in setup, but it is a bit common, especially push and slash now 140 with his nominated best. I think it was 127, right? 127.5. So if he gets this 140, that gives him a big meet PR.
Correct, that is 127 nominated for him. And he's already added so many pluses to it. There's really no reason to stop at this point. 140 kilos on the bar. 315 in Bruce Peak. Impressive nonetheless.
Easy!
And very, very proud moment for
And
him.
Jose Haplos goes on to deadlift with 6 for 6 to his name. Vince Gutierrez now 142.5.
Final win for Mr. Vince Gutierrez.
Vince Gutierrez will attempt that 142.5. He'll just have to prime himself up for this one because it did look like that 142 previously could have been a slight strength issue, but with a little bit more rest and a little bit more tweaking, this could change the lift for him. It went down, but he's still trying to muscle out of it. Cannot, unfortunately. So 137.5 will be his upper limit, at least for the evening.
142.5 now for Jesse Umangon, currently forecasted now in second.
Really affects his placements in the juniors, I believe, but the Open is definitely going to take a considerable hit.
Now, I really think he's just not going to be taking his attempts anymore. He's nowhere near the camera, so I guess this is the time. I think this is a good time to thank our sponsors.
And with obviously at the very first SBD PH Nationals, we would have a plethora of sponsors. Of course, we have to start with the presenters. This is, after all, presented by SBD with the presenters. This is, after all, presented by SBD and LACO and the PAP, affiliated with the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, partnered with EDSA, and with a lot of help from the RACCO, Whale Nutrition Co., and Play Hard.
And of course, thank you to our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inn and PAGCOR, as well as our warm-up equipment partners, Gymzilla, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, and especially Deer Diet.
There's nothing, man. Come on.
Very good, 150 per man.
And you know, that is a forecast. He does have a lot of leeway.
Puts him now at a forecasted total at 675.
We were asking a lot of questions if Arman Anunciado could successfully defend his place at the top of the 84s, but obviously being in the weight class for so long and has just had that many reps and adaptations to his body, obviously having no problem. But now we have John Sarima, who had a really impressive 150, goes for another jump to 155. He did say he looked really confident, even gave the ref a tap on the shoulder.
Again, he has a nominated best bench at 150. Currently forecasted in second. So these 5 kilos are really gonna count, and
that looks like
he's feeling good. And I'm gonna say it. I did speak to him in the back. I had to confirm, is this actually the first time you went 3 for 3 on squats? And he said actually yes. And told me he's gonna make it 6 for 6, and he successfully did that with 155. Now we have Miguel Kiambao also choosing to go up 5 kilos, 157.5 now for him. He is forecasted fourth, though leading on subtotal. He does lose a bit of kilos due to his deadlift opener, but that's why he really makes sure he gets it. But it's just
and 160, or rather, for Almeida, 170. He had a very legitimate reason to potentially wave this attempt off, and maybe this 170 is for him, and maybe for the fans. And we'd like to see another record being shattered here. 165 was really good.
But 170?
That we will have a raffle for today coming from our sponsors, the Burger King and the Rack. Thank you.
Rian Gayon at 150. Sabina Santos at 155. Alaysa Dimdam 155. And Joyce Tributon at 180. Okay, we got a signal. The bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. This is at 135.
Brought my seller the one time drinking.
That's a good day for Angela.
Let me take a quick refresh of my lifting cast. I'm so sorry. Micaela Mizal opening with 140. Angela Borromeo did successfully hit 135.
You did mention that in these weight classes, we do have some really mean pullers. And right now, we are just really going right through the rounds here. We are seeing Seth Norman readying up to take to the stage, 142.5. On her first attempt, and definitely one of the heavier ones for the 63s.
Her best nominated being 100. Her best nominated being 150. 145 now, though. Conventional puller, which you don't see very often, honestly, in the women. Also, really nice 145.
I think everything is fine and dandy, and a little off topic, she did go for a bit of a costume change, I think, or a suit change.
A bit.
Costume. It's a
She
fighting game.
did go change her singlet now. It's a no lift for her because it's one of those cases where it was kind of so fast that she got rocked forward.
Oh, that's the second time we've seen her actually at the meet, so
I'm wondering if her coach is gonna take that as a sign of, okay.
it's Sabina, but like you said, there is still a lot of leeway. Very easy as fully expected. And back to sumo. Also, pardon me earlier, I said costume change. It's just the Tekken coming out. So, you know, if you guys are familiar with that, go ahead. But back to business again. This is definitely one of the heavier openers for... Sure, we'll see some aggressive jumps, especially if we do see those smiles come out. That's been spelling doom for a lot of everybody trying to catch up on those totals. Conventional pull, it looks like she's
trying something new because Joyce actually is a sumo puller. Maybe just decided to see where's her conventional at today. She more or less ran after he got it. Earl, who's been having a really good day, going 7 for 7 now. Ending.
Is it going to be slippery or anything to ruin the integrity of the competition? We'll take a quick look at the stats for Mr. Suarez here and what his nominated deadlift is. But again, for the open,
5.
Favor the lockout seems to be good. Favor the lockout seems to be good.
She fought for that lockout, but I do think that it was a good lift, 2 to 1.
It's a yellow too on the center.
I'm wondering if she's still gonna go up 245 or if that's it for today.
There's a lot to...
Seth Norman now 152.5. Her nominated best deadlift is 155. I'm assuming if this flies, she will be going for 160.
Oh, actually, I was thinking of like a 157. Keep it a little bit conservative, but hey, like you said, if this goes up, buttery smooth, then out to the 160.
I do think we'll be seeing 160 for her third.
Yeah.
And always her reaction after she gets that confirmation that her lift is on the board.
Was that like a medium
Like a
yippee or like a
medium yippee.
the more animated version of it? But Claire de Belen.
Claire de Belen now double checking what her nominated deadlift is, 152.5. If she gets this, ties it, and then has an opportunity for that meet PR, maybe could also be going for that 160 if this flies.
It's also conditional for these big jumps, but I do see a lot of those attempts being registered already.
I do think she might go for that 160. Her 152.5 looking really solid. Rika Marigza now taking a 10 kilo jump. Putting her forecasted total at 370.
Marie with a 10 kilo jump. And once again, she did have
She's
a little...
grinding it out. Wow.
I was about to say that with the 2 attempts on her squat not being the greatest, still getting that record up might have taken a toll on her legs.
And also worth noting, because she successfully deadlifted, that record now is hers, standing at 145. Micaela Mizal now taking a surprisingly big jump, 15 from her 140.
I mean, well, actually, yeah, you are right. That is 15. I was trying to crunch the numbers here, but she did feel like that 140 did go up a little too quick. So 155 could prove to be enough.
Wow. Honestly, I feel like that moved better than her 140 because I noticed in her 140, she actually came a bit off balance on the way to the top. So seeing what she can pull when things are lined up, really exciting to see what she puts for her third. And now, Leanne Gayona, we talked about it. Her 150 was so fast that she actually lost balance.
Yeah, and this is a completely justified jump. Again, if the problem was the technicality of being a bit too strong, that is already a good sign to move up. And 162.5.
A 12.5 jump.
Yeah, it should be a bit more controlled this time around because I feel like it's the expected weight for her.
Again, nominated with 172.5. Definitely much more stable now. I think that 150 was really just too easy for her. It's a good lift for Leanne Gayona, adding 12.5 and getting that 162.5. Definitely room to maybe push that meet PR to 175. Ally Dimdam now 162.5, and I can see her
fired up,
queuing up for 170 depending on how this moves. So as a meet PR, I already think this is one. I remember her last deadlift, she pulled 155 for her third, and that's what she opened with.
I like that progression and continuity between the meets. And wow, that 162 just did not look like there was any addition to that bar. So like you said,
and that is a meet PR for her. I do think we're going to see her load up 170. 163 now though for Sabina Santos.
From one of the most dominant gyms, by the way, from the meet.
Yep, Zest Power Gym. I do think they are most likely to win best team because they might take home 6 golds in the women's alone, but Zest is also equally as stacked in the men's division, and we're going to see that a lot tomorrow. But for now, Sabina Santos taking that 163.
Record after record. It looks like the deadlift is gonna be potentially more of the same. Very quick. Very quick.
quick for Sabina. And again, like it's been the trend for a lot of these lifters when they hit that 1x 2.5 lift that they're just gonna add 7.5 and round it out. So I do think we'll be seeing 170 for Sabina. Joyce Reboton now, I'm wondering if she's gonna pull this sumo just for fun, but of course she started it out as conventional. Let's see if she stays conventional.
Or she could very well swap out her stance and make us question. Huh?
The point is good for Joyce.
If she might actually go for that swap, although 190 is already in pretty heavy territory. You did mention that she already nominated, I believe, 200 for this meet, even though she has pulled heavier historically. Oh,
It looks like she's sticking with conventional, but again, like we said, her nominated is 200. That was pulled sumo. Maybe she's trying to see, can I do the same with conventional? And here she is with 190. Oh, I do think she can pull 190 conventional.
If she was serious, there is no doubt now. And 100 would be on the menu because 190 did not look like it posed enough of a threat, at least to her stamina, because the smile was there. So far, she's only missed like one lift, and it was that.
And it was on a technicality. France Borillo now 220.
Second attempt with a pretty reasonable jump, and especially with the deadlift. We are now going back into the 83s for the men's open. Very, very easy indeed. No doubt about that lockout being without question. So that should be a 3 white lights from our referees here. A quick jump up to 232 though for the next competitor, which is Earl Rodelas, who I believe had a pretty satisfying like deadlift, at least from his body language. It did look like there was a bit of a delay on his lockout, if I'm remembering correctly, so it could be a bit of a grind for the 232, but you have mentioned several times that sometimes it's really the lockout that people fight for, and it's better to fight for the lockout instead of the lower sticking points.
I think out of all the 3 lifts, this is actually the one he's been the least animated on. Maybe this could be the one he's actually the most confident on. Then if he's that locked in, 232.5, moving really well. Going 8 for 8 right now. He did a bit of a sign. Oh, I think he's happy because by getting that, he's at a 600 total.
Very, very good news and very validated jump towards the exit there. He was ecstatic, and I guess that also allows him to push even harder for the next lift.
Yeah, because he's already hit his goal of that 600 total, and that makes his third just become kind of, what do I want to try and see maybe that I can do. Of course, he also may want to go 9 for 9, but 237.5 now for Janelle Parchamento, moving really well, though waiting on the lights.
I feel like that's been how our first 2 deadlifts have been, where the lights have been...
And a good lift for Janelle Parchamento.
Like the lights have been actually been like the point of suspense for everybody, especially how some of these have been flying up. There's been a few cases of it being a bit too strong. Another 12.5 jump, I believe, for John Suarez here. I think he sat out one of his lifts earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Or if I could be getting some of my stats mixed up, but either way, another conventional pull. Looking relatively easy still.
Looking really strong, very convincing. 245. His nominated best meet deadlift or best deadlift is 252.5. If he chooses to go up 10, that's an all-time PR or at least a meet PR. And Angela Borromeo, she had to fight for that lockout on the 142.5, and we were wondering, would she still come out for a third? And here she is, not even taking that 2.5 jump. She went all the way to 147.5. It is the last deadlift. She wants to close it out, make sure she uses all ounce of energy that she has, because of course he put so much time.
And I'm pretty sure after like
Work,
a meet day like
effort
this,
to get to this point, why not
Yeah.
just make sure you leave it all here on the platform? 247.5.
like I said, maybe after like a meet like this for her, it is going to be a good night's sleep, especially after such a heavy deadlift that just doesn't get past her shins. But again, smiles all around. Like you mentioned, that is pretty much just kind of emptying the gas tank and giving it your all. But overall, very successful coming out. I think that it is pretty much unchallenged for her.
She does place second in the juniors and fourth in the open. 157.5 now for Claire de Belen. She did match her meet PR with 152.5. So if she successfully gets this 157, that puts her in a 5 kilo meet PR, and she's honestly been having a really good day. Looking at what she's hit and what she's nominated, there's really some progress there, and it finally comes down to this last deadlift. And again, she took such a long break off powerlifting, and here she is setting new high. She's smiling and locking that out. Oh, and it's a no lift on the blues.
The blues, again, it really does come down to an even deeper technicality as we expect.
Could have been a hitch or a downward movement, but I
didn't see the hitch at all.
I didn't catch it, but of course the referees have a better angle.
And my eyesight is pretty bad, so.
And we didn't pass the ref exam. They take an exam, guys. They know what they're doing. But of course, valiant effort for Claire de Belen, and I think she is still happy that she got to lock that out. Seth Norman now. This will be a meet PR and potentially even an all-time PR for her. 160.
Again, these big jumps on the third attempt because everything's been solidified, and it nearly gets past the knees. But and pretty positive note for 63s and 76s so far, especially at the tail end of the deadlift.
And she's still happy. She knows that she tried, and like we said, she left it all out on the platform, gave 160 her best effort. And Rika Marigza not trying to contest Jane's 382.5, just trying to get 375, secure as your 63 silver medalist. But I think she's feeling really good. She got what she wanted. She got the squat record. She finally got that 70 and on the platform in the meet. And now she wants to close everything out with a 160. Her best, of course, being 155. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there today. She still ends the day with a 370 total and silver for the women's 63s.
Up next, an attempt at 162.5, but once again, a lot of these placements are already kind of set in stone, so it is more of the thing that you mentioned, which is giving your all, but still a lot of focus here. Potentially could be, if I'm not mistaken, close, if not a new PR for her. Would have to check the sheets for that.
Or Micaela Mizal, her best nominated is 155. So if she does get this is a meet PR, and she's been having a really good day. Her 155 flew, so this is half of that jump from 140 to 155, and I think she can.
3 white
It's a
lights.
good lift, and that puts her total at 3.
165 for Alexa Grigam.
That puts her total at 380, and it does not look like Ally
The one is voted for Alexa.
is choosing to contest that. Ally now pulling for silver, choosing to stay at silver, 165. She's been really fired up.
2.5 jump. Still.
And again, her best deadlift before this meet, done in a meet, was 155, and now she's about to could potentially add 10 kilos, which is a massive meet PR.
Light still waiting.
It's a good lift, and she's really happy with how that moves. And again, that's a 10 kilo meet PR for Ally.
And again, it just so happy to see someone open with the previous PR and then just go right through it with attempts 2 and 3. But it is so far all business for Lian Gayona. Ready and up for that 170 that we were talking about. It is still business as she walks up.
And the composure she needed to have to know she was going up 12.5 after missing an opener, and then to smoke it. Now ending the day on a 170 kilo deadlift.
This pushes her to silver, no? For
And yeah,
the 76?
this pushes her to silver there.
But that's if.
If successful, this does push her into silver. She's really fighting. I think
she's got it.
Oh, we jinxed it. That was
no. No.
And it's a no lift, but a really good try. I really thought
it did roll off her finger a little bit too, and she's very, very close. Does look a little dejected, but overall, I'm pretty sure this is still a really, really solid outing for Miss Lian Gayona here.
Sabina Santos now. I swear, she's like, my training didn't go as planned, but here she is. She's locked in. She's probably the most serious lifter we've seen so far.
It's been record after record for...
If she gets this pushes her total at 406, totaling 400 as a sub-junior.
Which is, I would assume, almost unheard of, right? And she might retire as one of the most dominant sub-juniors.
And I really love, like, you would be so surprised to find out she's 18, because look at how much control she has over the crowd, how much she knows about herself, the environment she needs to be in to get this lift. And that is a beautiful 170.5 for Sabina. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing white lights, because I'm seeing 1 thumbs up, I'm seeing 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, and it's a really good lift. So much emotion in that lift, because that may be her last deadlift, her last meet in so long, in quite a while. She's 18, she's entering college.
Wow. Again, if it wasn't put into perspective earlier, it's definitely being a much more present. But the moment of truth, 200.
Again, Joyce is nominated Best Deadlift, is also 200. However, done as a lifter. She's now trying to see, maybe I'm stronger on conventional, or maybe she just wants to flex on those people who say sumo is cheating and just show that her conventional is just as strong. 200 kilos now. Her 195 moved really, really well.
This could be the watch this lift to prove. I'm pretty sure there's really nothing to prove at this point, just to really hit that final nail in the already shut coffin. Taking her time here. Oh, and the smile. was very much present even before she started the lift.
I'm waiting for the lights. Everyone's waiting for the lights. 1 thumbs up, 2, 3, and it's a good lift for Joyce Rebelon. So, is Sumo cheating?
Where are you at? Why are you looking at me? I am a firm believer if the weight moves, then it is a good lift.
That's the correct answer. You now 230 kilos being loaded for him.
Very, very eventful meet still, but now we move to the third attempt for Franz Murillo. 230. 220 did look quite easy for him, and he is taking a little bit of time to let this sink in, get that setup going. A deep breath, does dig deep, and his nominated the best deadlift, I believe, is 225, so this is gonna crush it by 5 if he gets it, and I think for the most part that did look good. We're just waiting on the thumbs up or the lights to come on to confirm this. He did walk out though before the confirmation. It is a no lift, unfortunately, but still, he did get it up. I think the lockout was probably the point of air there, and now we do have Earl Rodelas, who's been animated.
Oh wow! Okay, this is it. He's hyping himself up now, and actually, he's hyped up. He has chalk in his hair, which is going to be so hard to wash out. Or at least definitely gonna dry out his hair, but Earl Rodelas, he's go for that 9 for 9, and I think...
Oh yeah. Oh, he gives a look around, and maybe the dry hair is a small price to pay for the...
Oh wow, this tension must be driving.
Palpable.
One thumbs up, 2 thumbs up,
That's
3
2.
thumbs up, and it's...
And he kept it!
And just a funny thing about Earl Rodelas' team, he's from Baguio Barbell, and I know we've been talking about it a lot, but even the people from Baguio Barbell are saying right now.
That was really worrying to see how that's gonna move, especially with the amount of focus he's putting into this deadlift specifically. Everything was kind of relatively fast. It does kind of bump him.
I really think he's fighting for this. You can see it in his face. All the stages his face had to go through to show that he was grinding it out, and he's really happy with that. And that's a new PR, meet PR at least, for John Suarez. Moving straight into 5J, Mark Marquez. If he gets this, solidifies his earlier squat record. Just needs to pull this 220.
So that does incentivize a pretty safe deadlift already. And at the same time, his performance throughout the meet has been something to note of. Like you mentioned, there is a record. His bench is also really solid. But this is culminating, or at least slowly culminating into a potential 9 for 9. So let's not get ahead of ourselves first. He wants to register that squat record, as you mentioned. Getting ready.
It's a good lift and official new record for Mark Marquez in the squat with 241.
I was trying to see off the body language from the referees, but then for a while it did look like they were kind of giving a bit of a squint. But at the end of the day, there was more white than red. So, like you said, new PR, looking really good for the next attempt. And he does get that squat record in the books for himself. Next up, we have Renato Silas, if I'm not mistaken, 222.5. Another chance at a pretty well-rounded effort for this meet. And potentially could bump it up. They are checking the stage for something here. I'm not entirely sure what. There might be a little unevenness, maybe.
Boys go in for RJ Casinos.
Basilos walking up, as we mentioned, after getting the stage check. 222.5 on that opener. You did say that the 74 class has probably one of the most, I believe, aggressive deadlift flights so far. And until now, I don't think we've really decided on who could really take that podium just yet.
There's so much going on, and it's so hard to tell. Like, you usually, like maybe by opener deadlifts, you have a good idea of what to expect. But this is such, like, just look at the numbers. Look at what people are opening with.
74, Barangay 74, you have been the gift that keeps on giving. And Casey Roy Tamparong looking to really bounce back from that squat. We've been talking about it all day, but it really has been the thing that's been kind of pulling his totals back a little bit. But so far, his benches have more than kind of made up for it. These deadlifts will have to be the do or die.
As much as you want the bar to go where you want it to go, you must follow where the bar chooses to land. Casey now getting himself prepped for 227.5.
That's wisdom. You have to follow where the bar falls. Hopefully it's not on your feet.
Liam Umali now 235. Did have a bit of a mishap on his 135 where he ran the timer out after getting asked to replace the bar.
And again, that could have been just like, well, obviously it would help his total, but this time around just a bit more careful. It would be probably very frustrating to run the timeout like that because we've seen a lot of buzzer beaters, especially the first 2 days.
And we're seeing Liam now actually push the bar into a less used part of the platform, giving that part of the platform a higher chance of being even. And especially for sumo deadlifters, they are really particular with how they want the floor to feel underneath their feet. And with Liam, that adjustment paid off. A really easy 235 for him. Zeke now opening also at 235. It feels weird when I call him that in the gym and I just pretend like that's not his name, so...
Fair enough.
235 now.
Oh, and they've actually moved up a bit closer to the front of the platform,
Yep,
too.
because everyone was pulling in the center. There is a chance that could be
Subjective.
uneven now. So everyone now pulling in the front, 235.
And at this point, with the amount of weight that's been crashing down on the platform, it's almost unavoidable. You have to consider that is the wear and tear of every single athlete that stepped onto that stage. So, yes.
We have Christian Mendoza now, 235, feeling really good.
He's been a pretty positive ball of energy for the most part of today, and it doesn't look like the deadlifts are going to be any different. 235 for the opener. Another smile, pretty fluid.
Moving really well through the deadlifts right now. Everyone with an opener, and every deadlift we've seen so far being convincing openers.
There's been a lot of persuading these last 2 days. And
Edric Persen is now 235. Close out bench with a meet PR. I asked him if that actually was a meet PR. It was. So hopefully using that momentum to finish out deadlifts positively. He has videos being taken on both sides just to make sure there are no weak points.
wow, that's a lot of like tape to really go over. But it does look like it is going to be yet another persuasive opener to keep things going, to keep things rolling for everybody.
A good lift for EJ Barcenas. We're moving on now to 240 for Angelo Galon. Like we said, missing an attempt for this hoop, for this Barangay 74 could possibly affect the podium standings altogether.
He's challenged that #1 spot for both junior and open too.
He is currently nominated second in the Open. However, I'm pretty sure his first place I do think his first place as a junior is secured as long as he gets his 240. He is the only junior in this flight.
Like you said, this is pretty much a might as well lap if he wants to keep challenging for open. But he already knows he's taking the junior.
He's
title.
already won the junior, so all lifts after this are for that open position. We have RD up down now, 242.5. RD is one of the most decorated lifters, and he left his belt outside.
It happens.
It happens, but he does have 40 seconds.
Still a very confident walk up here.
But of course, that's a bit flustered still, because that's 20 seconds that you could have used getting yourself ready for the lift, and especially because RD did kind of make us freak out almost in his squat when he got the command when there was only 1 second left. 240 now, moving really well, and before I was cut off when we realized he was looking for his belt. I'll talk about it later when he comes back up, but now we have Erickson Capillian, this is it. These are those deadlifts. Like, let's take a quick look at what Erickson's nominated.
Well, that's happening.
Nominated at 250 and already opening with that. And I think it's safe to say that he does have the biggest crowd behind him.
Like you said, this was the nominated best. This is his nominated best. He's looking to put that behind him so he can push forward for even higher total. He's already eclipsed, or at least if he hits this, he is going to eclipse the 600 total as well.
Really easy 250 for him, and it's nothing but 3 white lines, and it is in our final deadlift for today. I feel like it was foreshadowed a little, right? Because we mentioned he held the deadlift record for 74s for quite a while with 273. His best nominated total, however, is his best nominated deadlift is 262.5. He's opening with 265. He's been hiding his lifts, but we all know he's been going to the gym.
And you know, he's only had 1 failed lift, and that was that 220, which kind of made us worry if there was maybe potentially like a missed time on maybe the training, or maybe we're overhyping the secret training arc. But you did say he's also nursing an injury. But this is where he shines.
And I do think, sorry to cut you off, I do think this is his heaviest opener of all time.
Oh, that's why he's very focused. 265.
6 seconds. Oh my God, lock it out.
Oh man. hyping at all, and he does look like he has so much room to keep that going. The heaviest opener, as you mentioned, for Mr. Bernal, and with a lot to give.
And again, his record stood at 273, and I definitely think we'll be seeing him hit a meet PR, even maybe even an all-time PR. And I don't think people were expecting Don to even be in the top 3, but he's well within range of actually pulling for first. But of course, Mark Marquez right now.
Where is the belt?
Oh, the belt again. Where is the belt?
I think that's a reset time.
Yeah,
if I heard
because
that right.
the wrong lifter is on display right now. We have to go back to Mark Marquez. I don't know if the plates are also set up correctly. They do have to double check that. But worked out in favor for Mark Marquez because he actually left his belt. So thankfully, none of that was on timer. You can just walk up, take this 227, and like look at how different the places are in just one session of deadlifting.
It's definitely taken its toll on the floor, but if this lift does go through, he is inching closer and closer to that podium spot. Very big lift here, a very convincing one at that. 227.5 with a lot of room to really leverage for massive, potentially third lift.
Cassie Roy Tamparong now taking a 10-kilo jump.
I'm already hearing some of the warm-ups resonate through the Sky Dome, and it's still not too late, guys, to jump right back in. There is still a bit of time to enjoy the show. After all, the 74s are far from over, as well as 83s waiting in the wings. I believe the giveaway is still going too, so the shoes and the chalk could be yours, but this 237.5 should bump up Casey Roy Tamparong by 2 places, especially with his 3 white lights, sorry.
Same weight now for Renata June. 237.5, 15-kilo jump for him. And look how big this, like this is just proof of how close this meet is. Just jumping 12.5 puts him ahead 4 spots.
11-7 is not something that we saw in the previous weight classes. And again, from top to bottom, the barangay will still keep going with its competitive nature. The Silos, 237 pull for lucky number 7, and he starts with absolutely no issue for that 237.5. And
that's a good lift for RJ.
That's the sound that he would have wanted to hear anyway, but he was pretty sure, even after dropping
With
that he
how
wasn't
fast
gonna
that moved, it does put him in a spot where, let's say, the second attempts of your opponents maybe don't move the way they expected it to move. With that speed of his 237, he could, if there's that opportunity, just sneak in, get third, because he isn't far off. He's at 592.5 with third place by the early 600s, but now we have Christian Mendoza 242.5.
A lot of effort being shown here. It does just about scrape the shins, but that's as far as it goes for Mr. Christian Mendoza. It did look like that 235 was already challenging to begin with, so maybe this was really close to his max, and maybe he did get burnt out on the squats because that 212 we thought was pretty conservative, to be honest. He was nodding his head, remember, on his second attempt. So now maybe the prolonged fatigue is finally settling in 250 though for Zeke Sagay. Just to get that correct, and another potential jump in the forecast if this goes through.
9th to 7th, and putting him in a forecasted total of 595, only 5 kilos away from that 600 total that a lot of the lifters have been chasing.
Difficulties in our scoring system.
Well, while that's happening,
There seems to be an issue in the scoring system. I think this is the perfect time then to shout out all our sponsors, and of course, thank you to everyone watching.
yes, absolutely,
I know
guys.
it's been a long day. It's 9:30. You've probably had your dinner and you're wondering the meet is still not over.
That's right. So hopefully everybody who is dug in the comfort of their homes would like to grab a snack or maybe grab a drink while you're there. But big thank you to all our sponsors who made the first ever SBD PH Nationals the possibility. Of course, presenters would be SBD, Eleco, and PAP alongside the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC. We've partnered with Equinox, SM North EDSA for obviously lending this wonderful Sky Dome for us. Play Hard, the Raccoon, Whale Nutrition Co. playing a big part for the event as well.
We're scoring for the meantime.
And it seems like the scoring system is down. We've moved back to the flags, the good old classic red and white flags. Zeke now going up 15 kilos for 250, and we mentioned it a while ago. If successful, puts him in 595 and only 5 kilos away from that 600 total.
Just thinking about it too, as long as this 250 goes up convincingly for him, then there is for sure an attempt to go beyond that, just to hit that 600 like you said. And this number 7 has been congested for a good amount of time, at least for this second attempt of the deadlifts, but that does look very comfortable, just like how our partners have made us feel, especially with the Radisson Park in providing us, as well as Paccore, Gymzilla, Dear Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Master Media, and of course M Sports for the rest of the sponsors to make this event possible and for us to witness the greatness we've had. And that's a 4-spot jump, by the way, if this goes through.
6 all the way to second.
This is...
That's just how close this meet really is. Like 15 kilos, I know looks like it's a lot, but for 15 kilos to skip that many spots, that just goes to show how close this fight really is.
It's ridiculous. Persenas, he knows what's at stake. Potentially from middle of the pack to right on to that podium to threaten potentially the number 1 spot here.
Oh wow, really easy. And actually his best nominated deadlift is 247.5. So he's already broken it. He's moving really well. They could, of course he's second now, but there are a lot of lifters after him, and that's why on forecast he's actually at 6th. That's how close everything is. I feel like I can't stress it enough, but I do think they will try to make him pull for that win. But now we have Liam O'Malley, 255, asking for it to be brushed. And of course, you can ask that at any point, and it is only fair. You have a lot of lifters with chalk.
That's another big jump. Again, number 7 has been so congested. Everybody has been somewhat getting stuck here. And hopefully this isn't another close call for Liam O'Malley.
He's at 13, 12, 11. He nodded before, while it was still at the early part of his shins. He knew he had it, and now that places him from 11th to 7th.
The brawl continues, and I think this is, if this goes as well for everybody in the rest of the class, then this could potentially set everybody up for an opportunity to pull for the win. But Galon challenging number 1 here with this 255. We are still waiting for him to move into frame. There he is.
There he is, 255. Let me take a quick look at his best deadlift, or at least his nominated deadlift, 260. So really not far off. I'm expecting this to fly and have his third be whatever he needs to pull for the win. Really easy.
Oh boy. The more we go down this flight, the spicier it gets.
He's now currently at first place.
We've seen that spot on the 74s exchange hands. There has been really a committee in itself for this 74 who is pretty much deciding by the virtue of strength, but is really going to lead.
And it's so, we're seeing it now, and it's only second attempts that we're already trading places. We've had how many lifters go from, how many lifters just went into second? Galon pulling and getting ahead for first, and now Ardy trying to take that first place back. And with two more lifters after him.
The rumble continues as he gets ready for this lift.
Easy lift, 257 for Ardy. I do think his meet best seems to be 265, so more room for him to grow. That does successfully put him in first, and now we have Erickson now pulling for third. I swear everyone wants to be on this podium.
That mountaintop scenic of 74 is going to be paved with not just chalk and effort, but apparently the blood, sweat, and tears that's been spent working towards this moment. 35 seconds left on that clock as he's still finding the correct positioning on the bar. Now he is getting ready. It's going to be a little bit a moment of silence as he prepares for this.
His entire team, so many people, phones out, cheering for him, wanting him to get onto this podium. It's just a 10-kilo jump for Erickson.
Oh dear.
280 for Don Bernal.
And Don Bernal, 280.
You did say this man is a bit of a local legend. That's given yet another shot at a massive deadlift.
Trying to get onto that podium as well, and again, I guess it comes with the fact that people didn't know what this guy was lifting, so no one expected him in the podium. No one expected him to even go on the podium, but here he is now, team captain. Someone cheered behind us because of how many times he's won that 74 titles, trying to reclaim it once again. 280. His 265 was convincing.
280 though, that is a big jump, and this secret winter arc of his could pay off at this very lift. I can't believe how easy that 280 moves.
Oh my god. And again, his nominated best deadlift was 262.5. His best deadlift on the platform was 273. And he just did 280. Of course, the record is no longer his. The record is somewhere at 300 right now, but with how that 280 moved, like, why not?
Why not? Why not?
If it's what he needs to win, why not?
He could go absolutely berserk on that last lift like you mentioned, but we still have a lot of competitors trying to shift the tide in their favor, and this platform is only getting beat up by the sheer amount of weight getting dropped onto it. 235 for the last pull and for just outside the podium.
Pulling just, like he said, just outside of the podium, but not today. He still does take home that 241 squat record, and I don't think that's something he should be sad about. 245 now for Cassie Roy.
245. Final attempt. And I'm curious how big of a jump to this could potentially make. Granted, it's only one. It's still a spot up.
Yep, that's just everything so close. Everything so competitive.
And again, that's 245. That is really not a weight to scoff at. Casey Roy, Cassie right up, getting ready for this pull.
And Cassie Roy ends day with a 552.5 total. Coming in, still stacking really high again. We've said it so many times, but
I mean, let's not give away what we just saw on the stat sheet, but a very respectable total for Mr. Cassie Roy. I'm pretty sure he'd still be very satisfied. As I've said yesterday, today you could be disappointed, but tomorrow you will definitely be proud. Now another 2 spot bump if this does go up.
everyone's
for
fighting for this 7th place position.
Lucky number 7. There's just something so reinvigorating about that.
And Renato Decilios actually 8 for 8 right now. Potentially one of the few lifters who could be going 9 for 9.
Well, it escapes him. But again, the number 7 spot is not really in a tight grip by anyone at this point. And for good reason, we are entering into dangerous territory, at least for the stamina. Again, some of the power from the legs could be a little burnt out, if not for sure spent from the squats. The bench as well, especially with all that leg drive now. Up next on to the platform is Christian Mendoza. That 242 did not go up, but it looks like he's still willing to attempt a pretty high up, or at least in increments. 250 deadlift.
He did get a bit stuck somewhere, maybe not in an area that really phased him. Something he knows he can still fight if it was
It's like, I could probably give it more, you know.
like if he's in that position again. I do think he thinks he can fight it. 250 going up 7.5.
Either way, he's gonna try and give it his all, but it's been a difficult climb for him. Still smiles all around, being very respectful towards the referees, the officials, obviously to everybody who's been such a big contributor to the event itself. And now we have Pavilion, I believe, taking the stage for the 9th time this evening from Farrell. Regardless of how this is going to work, he is just going to be at 4th. But if this does go up, it's...
Retaking his 260, staying in 4th. But just putting on a show for his athletes, putting on a show for his team. Everyone's rooting for him. And it's a no lift for Erickson Capillian. Matthew Sagay now 200.
You mean C?
60. Well, now I feel self-conscious.
I'm sorry.
Matthew Sagay, 260.
Another attempt at the 260, which has been a really, really challenging lift. Actually, this deadlift 3 for the 74s is
We
kind of
have
light.
not seen a single green light so far on the 74s. Let's see if Matthew can turn this one around. His 250 moved really well. His nominated best is actually 262.5.
This is very much like squat number 3 for this flight for 74. Where it's been challenging all across the board, but now there is no allowance, and the pull begins.
And he gets it on the platform, 260, and that's a green on the board for the thirds of the 74. We're now moving to Liam Kurt O'Malley, pulling from 8th to 4th.
If this pull goes through, but as ambitious as that jump is from 255 to 270, it is going to be handsomely rewarded by putting himself onto that 4th. Although that 255 did look convincing, I'd say it would have been like, okay, that's a 262, maybe a 265, but a 270? He did give a nod in his previous lift.
He is really happy with it, asking for it to be brushed again. Of course, you don't want to lose it on grip just because there's so much chalk on that bar.
He's pushing into a more even spot too, waiting for that little roll to finish. Gave it his all, but again, it's a bit too challenging.
RD Abdao now trying to further extend his position in first. Of course, there are three people after him chasing this spot.
And at this point, from this point forward, it is going to be interchangeable depending on how these lifts are going to go. 270 did not budge for most of our lifters, especially in that third attempt. But like you said, up out. Oh my word. That was probably one.
No lift, surprisingly for RD.
He's resetting, he's not letting all this energy get them, and he's finding his inner peace, but this infection.
Shaking from the cold from the hype. We are seeing 290. It was initially 301, brought down to 290, trying to pull ahead of RD Abdao.
Oh, the energy is electric at the moment.
Honestly, if he gets this, this is a massive all-time PR.
It still is.
Like, I feel like for some people, the hype may be gone because he's not pulling for first. Maybe some of you might be thinking.
You can hear the crowd roar for this.
But the comeback of Don Bernal, no one even expected him to podium, I think.
And he's really putting it out there that he can still climb that mountain, belonging on our Rushmore for at least a 74, and he wants that energy from everybody. And this 290, like you said, could be an all-time PR for him.
30 seconds.
Oh my god, everyone's silent. Everyone's so
Coming off the floor, but it went back down.
And that's
280 still an all-time PR, and with that, just a quick recap while they're loading up the 210 for Carlito Kiambao. Just to recap, third place goes to Don Bernal, second place goes to RD Abdao, and first place goes to Angelo Galon, totaling 642.5 with that very exciting pull for the win. Everyone was on their feet hoping for that pull, watching that pull, and congratulations to all three of them. And wow, what?
I was about to let it really rip if that 290 was gonna come off the board.
What a last
You would have heard me going
four,
loud, loud.
5 pulls. Oh my god, but of course, come back down here.
Yes.
Now in flight K.
Composure.
Compose yourselves. Let's get deadlift ones first. We have Carlitos Kiambao now, 210.
He has the headband back on too. He looks like he's gonna pull conventional. Like we said, we're gonna give ourselves a little bit of breathing room as well as the crowd because we were at the edge of destroying our vocal cords.
Really aggressive on that lockout.
Sorry, guys.
Lots of energy being put on that lockout, folks. 227.5 is being loaded on the bar for Mark B. I'm not seeing him walk up at the moment. But here he is. 227 to open. To continue for the 83s here, the 74s were as brutal as possible. The 83s looking to match that energy. Again, right now, while the openers are going, this is completely going on track, on script, or everything, or as expected. Next up, we have, I believe this is Mark Andre Bascara. 230. Both competing in the open and in the junior, and just very recently, ladies and gents, we did see a junior in the 74s take the top spot. Again, big congratulations to Galon, not only for taking 1 medal, but 2 golds. 230 though, looking to move well for Bascara, and another conventional pull. Beautiful. Beautiful deadlift and an even better sound on that drop. Sweet music to my ears. And it seems like we have a guest enticed to sit down, but he has blown out his voice. Mr. Diamond, who's been very excited in support of everybody.
230 for Angelo Panerio.
And again, just giving a lot of love to everybody still competing. The 84s. Panero has the record for the squad. Just needs to secure this opening deadlift just to get that one in the books. Just to remind everybody, it was a very aggressive cut from, I believe, the 94s into the 83s. Just prepping for this deadlift. Again, just to make sure that record does go into the books. And that is 3 white lights, 3 white flags, 3 thumbs up, whatever you want to call it. So that solidifies that squat record for the 84s. We did that deadlift. 230 for medallia. I don't see it just yet. He is taking his time. I think he's just collecting his belt at this point.
45 seconds.
His ears gearing up for it. Still putting his singlet back on. Getting the belt, the chalk, and everything. be cutting it a little close, but have no doubt that this 230 is going to look good. But hopefully he's not going to get rattled from this. We'll have to make a short jog to the bar.
20 seconds.
But again, this is cutting it very close. The setup could be a little rushed, but maybe not in a position that he would find it ideal. At the same time, openers have been great all around. This looks to be no different, even with a little bit of time to spare. And it is a good lift.
Juris Ragma now 235 on the bar. Really nice to see that everyone's gotten all their openers so far.
And with that, just quick review, guys. The 263 record for the squat is in the books simply because Panero finished that squat. But again, not sure how the jumps are going to be for him, I believe. I think coming into this, people were speculating that he would challenge that 84 a little bit more.
A bit of a same thing actually with Ragma. His 235 was just too fast that he kind of bobbled on the way up, and I do think they're going to go with that same method of we'll just make it heavier.
Yeah, make it heavier.
Correction is Jesse Umaho at 235.
Jesse Umaho now 235.
For Jesse Umaho. Then Ivan Saloga is at 240.
235 on the bar, another opener. And yeah, I mean, that red is not really a red. In fact, it was like, maybe we should have put a little bit more weight on it just so there's, well, not running the risk of destabilization. But again, we trust our 84s to keep this going. So easy.
Really easy.
Diamond actually passed by, and he's already given so much of his energy. We heard him scream, we heard him cheer for everybody, and I feel like that's just the type of teammate you would want to have, you know? So really big energy battle for everybody competing. Ivan Salonga has had a pretty good meet so far. 240 will be his opener. His third attempts have been a bit shaky though.